There we go. We're live. So we should have probably about 5 or 6 more people joining here shortly.
Cool.
Got another big live stream we're going up against tonight, but that's normal.
Competitive.
Yeah. You familiar with the channel Ken's Death Metal Crypt?
I am not.
Check him out. He posts a lot of demos and whatnot. And Saturday nights he does live stream interviews with his friends that are in bands. Like right now he's got the guys from Ratt on.
Cool.
But he posts old death metal demos, and the man has literally every demo ever made by anybody.
Here's Ken's Death Metal Crypt. Cool.
Yeah. We can't all go to him for our death metal demos. So for just for those that are watching, this is my neighbor Adam. He helped me get into a lot more extreme stuff and a lot of really weird underground stuff. And I kind of helped Adam get into black metal a little bit.
Yep.
So what have you been listening to?
Jess and the Ancient Ones.
What's that like?
It's kind of Northern European, like occult rock.
That sounds pretty cool.
I mean, it's got they do a cover of Coven's Ghost of White Witch Hall, I think.
Right on.
So, I mean, if you like Coven,
they're pretty good.
It's an easy step.
Yeah, I'll have to check that one out. Can't say I'm familiar with it.
It's older. It's good.
A lot of that older stuff's a lot better, in my opinion, than some of the newer stuff coming out.
It's not metal per se, but Demon Fuzz from 1970. I think
I don't know that either.
Yeah, they're good. Let me double check the date. Let's see. It's like 70, yeah.
Oh, cool. So that's a lot of good music came out of the 70s.
Yep.
Also, a lot of crap came out of the 70s, but
it's a veritable mixed bag.
You can say that about any decade, really, though.
Oh yeah, I mean it's distribution. I mean not
and the radio.
Well, I meant like on a graph where it's a bell curve.
Yeah.
Distribution of like a statistical distribution. Never mind.
Right. I think for me, I can say a lot of radio, at least in today. I don't know if it was the same when you were my age. Kind of ruins music for a lot of people. And they play the same like 2 songs over and over.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I like you got to have a library.
Yeah. Friend Marty just said he's on his way. He'll be here in a minute.
That's cool.
I think you'll get along with him. And our other friend Jeff, who's around your guys' age, listens to a lot of really weird progressive stuff. And he's just getting his YouTube channel started.
Right on.
Going through his shipping container of stuff because he had to put all his stuff in storage for various reasons. But he's going back through that, and in the process, he thought he might show some of it off because he's got really rare original pressings of stuff.
That's cool.
Jeff listens to everything, but like he's new to the extreme metal, but he knows Rush and 70s prog rock like nobody else.
That's cool.
Yeah. And then we'll see who else we get. there's kind of a core group of us that do this every week.
Cool.
It just happens that way because, you know, you get used to spending time with people and people join in once in a while and then they kind of disappear.
Yeah, they running the circuit.
All right, cool. Yeah, and this is a good way to kill time on a Saturday night.
Oh yeah. It's not too shabby.
No. And it's better than sitting around doing nothing.
Yeah.
Right? The saying is, idle hands are the devil's workshop.
That's true. Well, you always find something, read a book or something.
Yeah.
Listen to an album.
What we're reading right now in school.
Cool.
We're reading The Body. Which is out of there. Started off with The Shawshank Redemption was the first story we read this year.
Yeah, that was in Night Shift, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what that movie is. Can I show you what I got in this week?
Armored Saint, yeah.
Yeah, first press.
Right on.
Didn't have to pay Jack for it.
Right on.
Just kind of showed up at my door.
I checked that record store up down the street from us.
What did you think of it?
It wasn't bad at all.
Oh, the guy that runs it's super nice.
Yeah.
This is my friend Rick. Yeah.
What's up, Adam?
How's it going?
So Adam, if you weren't here earlier, Adam's my neighbor.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah. Do you have YouTube open, Rick?
Probably.
Because I'm hearing an echo.
Everything's on mute.
All right, that's weird then. StreamYard does it sometimes.
Let me just close out of everything.
There we go. That's it. That's better. Might be on my end.
So what you guys talking about?
We were just talking about new record store up the block from us.
No kidding.
I'm gonna mute myself real quick because it's pissing me off. What have you been up to, Rick?
Well, you notice anything different?
You had a new background.
I'm in a different room.
Oh, that's awesome.
So it should help a little bit with these streams and videos and whatnot.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been watching all the streams, Adam. You've been kind of on top of all our shenanigans.
He'll see how it unfolds.
But
Yeah, I'm just trying to recognize in the back.
Oh.
I'm just trying to,
Yeah.
Here, let me make
Part of my
Rick
new
bigger
setup.
so you can see that. Let me make Rick bigger so you can see that.
Yeah. So.
Cool.
I think, Adam, I've told you about a couple of those. Like that band Obsequii. Kind of medieval atmospheric black metal from Minneapolis. It's getting real bad on my end. I'm gonna dip real quick and put myself back in.
All right. Yeah, I'm muted here.
Did it fix it? All right, good. Yeah, it's gone. That was annoying.
I was taking care of some errands, so I didn't even get to catch Ken's stream. Did you catch any of it? It's on mute. I can't hear it. Yeah, I couldn't hear anything.
You didn't hear me now?
There you are.
You didn't hear me now?
There you are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Man, it's really being weird, but
being weird.
I'll just live with it.
I'll just live with it.
Hey, James.
Yeah, we have this core group
We
of
have this core group of
watchers every week.
watchers every week.
Cool.
I'm just trying to understand. Like, so Adam, so you're like clean slate, right? You haven't been watching the live streams or anything like that. Just,
Yeah, I mean,
just try to get some context.
I'm just a neighbor. We hang out, trade music.
Oh, cool. So you play too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
we've
awesome.
been like, we don't jam.
Okay.
We like
So
play.
We go to concerts together a lot.
We go to concerts together a lot.
all right, cool.
I
I helped him. I helped Adam get into black metal.
I helped Adam get into black metal.
Oh, okay. So you went into black metal before,
not too
or at
much.
least not so much.
Not too much.
That's the way it was for me. Like I was more of a death metal guy back in the day. So slowly kind of started weeding more into that, and I knew about it. I'd listened to some of it, but it just didn't click the same way death metal did, at least initially.
Yeah.
For me, this might tell you a lot. My favorite Slayer, South of Heaven. That album.
Oh well, yeah, it's a good
That's a
album.
great album.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like Act 3 Death Angel. That's my favorite Death Angel.
Yeah, some of the purists will swear by Helloween,
Yeah.
or even Rain and Blood, but
It's I started up in Inhale and Twisted Sister Kits. And then as time went on, I evolved.
You might say some things that may show your age.
Yeah.
It does for me. I don't look as old as I really am. I may not be as old as you. I think we can all agree we're all much older than Nick.
Yeah.
Generally.
46.
46. All right. I'm 40. So I turned the big 4-0 this year. So like I said, some people still think I'm in my 20s. But I don't claim to be like knowledgeable about a lot of shit or whatever. You know what I mean? I spent a few years where I dipped out of music. I don't have this encyclopedia memory for a lot of stuff. I just enjoy what I enjoy.
That's what counts.
So
That's what counts.
yeah, it's like I said, some of the younger guys, whatever, it's like, they know a lot of shit, and I like to learn from everybody. See what's good, whatever's good out there.
And that's a lot of the fun of
You're
this.
probably wondering about this.
That's a lot of the fun of this.
So I was trying to see if suicide is the answer, but I don't know. People saying it isn't. I just wanted to know.
Right. Speaking of that,
You're into the prog, right?
What is that? What's up?
Are you the guy that's really into prog?
that's good.
I like prog, but I'm not known as a prog guy. No.
That's more Jeff's wheelhouse.
You're probably talking about Jeff.
That's more Jeff's wheelhouse.
Hey, Marty.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, Marty.
Hey.
How's it going, guys? Hey, Marty.
Hey, Marty,
got their,
recognize this?
Someone's got their recognize this?
yep. Hey, someone's got their YouTube on.
Hey, someone's got their YouTube on.
It's on my end, too.
I was trying to keep it
It's
festive.
on my end, too.
Rick doesn't have it
So
open.
I'm in a new room.
I don't.
Is it still echoing?
That might be it.
I just say live with it.
We'll work out the kinks.
I just say live with it.
Yeah. So how was your week been, Marty?
So how's your week been, Marty?
Oh man, that's annoying. Here,
Oh man, that's annoying.
someone, Adam, mute your mic for a second.
Mute your mic for a second.
What's that?
Can you mute your mic for a second?
Can you mute your mic for a second?
Okay,
Does it? Okay.
Okay. Okay.
that's not it.
It's a
That's
stream
not
and
it.
everything. You're good at
streaming everything. You're good at.
I muted my stuff, so it shouldn't be. Is it coming from me?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Say something again, Rick.
Say something again, Rick.
Hello, world. Glorious Dead rules.
See,
Yeah,
he's not getting an echo.
He's not getting an echo.
Which
Is
means it's
there a
got to be
delay?
Rick.
Is there a
Which means it's got to
delay?
be Rick.
Mute your mic, Rick.
Mute your mic.
That stopped it, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
It's
Zing.
Rick. Rick, why don't you try logging off and then log back on? There seems to be a lag, maybe.
So, Marty, I was telling Adam about your label. I got him into Panopticon earlier this year.
Right on.
Oh yeah.
Sweet.
So, kind of a next step band for him from there.
Yeah, it opens up a lot of different options for sure. A lot of different styles to get into.
Including recently death metal.
Oh, nice. What was your wheelhouse before all these revelations, Adam?
Oh, I've always listened to everything. I mean, I like some death. I mean, like not Napalm Death, but like Corpse. I like and Dying Fetus.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's I've always listened to metal.
Right.
You know, or to krautrock and jazz.
Okay.
Jazz. I just don't do industrial.
I don't get the lag. I don't get the echo.
I don't get the echo.
You don't have YouTube open,
Not
right?
coming up?
You don't have YouTube open, Rick.
No, StreamYard.
Is your microphone close to your
Is
speaker?
your microphone close to your speaker?
I'm using the computer microphone. I'm on the laptop. So weird. Oh, I know what. So I got one of those round snowball mics, just like you have, Marty.
Yeah.
I've noticed on your video. Let me plug that in.
That'll probably help. So,
Yeah,
whoever's
that might do it.
watching, I hope you're enjoying this wonderful troubleshooting animation.
Probably should have figured that out earlier. So, Adam, if you're looking for a lot of stuff to listen to, check this. I'll lend you this if you want. Marty used to run this zine earlier. And there's a lot of good interviews and a lot of good album recommendations in there. Not all of it's black metal, but there's a lot of good stuff. That's worth checking out.
That boring Derek and their club of war.
Hey, Jeff.
What's up, Jeff?
Hey, Jeff.
What's up? Sounds like all
Your
kind of
mic plugged in,
insanity
Rick?
going on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Is it echoing?
Yeah.
Yep.
Shit. I don't know why it's doing that.
It's weird that you're not echoing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rick wasn't echoing when I was watching you guys. When he would speak, he wouldn't echo, but everybody else would.
Yeah, I literally have nothing else open but the StreamYard.
Now I'm getting like a weird crackle too.
I got the same microphone Marty has. I got a comment
Yeah,
on
that
mine.
started when
But
Rick
it's
came
the
on.
same mic.
Rick, kill your mic. Am I echoing at all?
Nope.
No, it's Rick.
It's
Yeah,
just
Rick, you got something going on, dude. I don't know whether somebody in close proximity to you is fucking you up or what, man. But it's pretty bad because now you're getting all kind of crackling and distorting.
I'm gonna exit again and try and log back in.
Maybe
It doesn't happen.
maybe reboot the computer, Rick.
The what? Computer? Reboot it. All right. See you in a few minutes.
All right, man.
To continue, hit your head on the keyboard 3 times. Then press start.
Stab yourself in the heart with your microphone.
Yep.
What's
So,
happening,
yeah.
kids?
I watched your first 2 videos today.
They're works of
pretty
art,
good.
aren't they?
I like it. Good content.
It's
They're
gonna be good.
cinematic treasures.
It's going to be good.
I'm working on it. I'm getting there. I'm trying to figure out the fucking editing software on my phone. I swear, Marty, you and I, man, we're the old cats here. We are just fucking dumb. I'm speaking for myself, not you.
No.
course.
You know how technology is with the elderly. It's not good.
I mean, I'm like sitting here. It took me fucking 20 minutes to edit off 6 seconds off the end of my video, and it still didn't work right.
I can do that, but people that put like words on their screen and shit and
I
like
can't do
album
that.
covers. My computer won't do it for one thing because it's so old. But
Well, I can probably do it with my laptop now, but I think the one thing you mentioned a while back is that when you upload from your computer, it takes all day, and I can actually upload from my phone in literally a few minutes. Like that 18-minute video uploaded in probably about 7 minutes.
yeah,
But it would not let me edit any text into, like, I couldn't put hyperlinks for all your channels into my description. I couldn't copy and paste them. It wouldn't do it. And I'm like, after about fucking with that for 15 minutes, I'm like, all right, I'm done with this shit. I'm not even going to try to do this.
yeah.
That's
But I
real
think I
weird.
could go ahead.
I was just saying that's really weird.
Well, I think it's 9/10 of it or 90% of it is probably user error, I'm sure.
Jeff, do you have the YouTube Studio app on your phone?
Yeah, what Creator?
No, YouTube Studio.
Oh, YouTube Studio.
Get that because you can edit your descriptions with that, and you'd be able to put in links
Okay.
through that.
Yeah, I don't think I have that. I think I just have the Creator app.
Get it because it's real helpful.
All right, I'll give that a shot. I mean, I don't give myself a ton of what's the word I'm looking for here? Basically, I don't give myself a good shot at understanding all that shit without trying to immerse myself in it for about 6 months.
Well,
Because I mean, I know how to use computers and shit like that, but all this editing software and stuff, it's stuff I've never even looked at before. It's like, what the hell is this?
if you have
It's
questions,
like-
we're here to help.
Yeah, right. It's like trying to sit down and learn Pro Tools at my age, man. I mean, I tried to do that. I bought Logic Audio, and I was like, what the fuck is this, man?
we need the secondhand Lions version of computer for dummies.
Computer production for dummies.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Man,
I'm,
what an underrated movie, though.
uh-oh, he's back.
All right, how about now?
There
Hey,
we
hey.
go.
There you go.
Oh,
We should be IT guys. We told them. to
Yeah, there you
restart
go, Marty.
his computer. Look at this.
Yeah.
I'm start my own business.
Hey,
Very good
what do I
point.
do?
that was nice stream.
Just reboot. That's the answer to everything. Reboot.
That's what they
Something
tell
my
you whenever
IT
you
guy.
call a cable company. Reboot
My
your
IT
computer.
guy was everything is reboot. The broken mouse,
Yep.
reboot. It's like
Or take the battery out and put it back in. The rebooter do that.
Well, the weird thing is about 90% of the time it works that way, though,
Yeah.
for some strange, odd reason.
my favorite is the computer on. It's like, well, I'm through the computer at the moment.
So, Jeff, if you don't know, right next to me is my neighbor, Adam.
Hey, neighbor Adam.
Hey,
He
How's
kind
it
of,
going, buddy?
we've kind of helped each other get into weird music over time.
Yeah.
And, Adam likes a lot of prog and jazz type stuff as well.
Oh, nice, nice.
yeah,
You're not strictly a metal dude then, huh, Adam?
yeah. I'm all over the board.
What kind of prog bands do you enjoy?
Well, I mean, like, of course, your heavy hitters. Like, are you talking traditional prog or like a Dream Theater?
Well, I mean, that's prog metal. I was thinking more along the lines of like pure prog, like prog rock,
Coliseum,
right?
Or Rare Bird is Rare Bird is another one I've been into lately.
Yep. Obviously, you dig all the old standbys, Yes, Genesis, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I didn't. That was the greatest surprise. Was I thought Genesis was 1980s Genesis, and then I discovered the early stuff, and it blew me away.
Oh my God, no!
That shit's so good.
80s Genesis sucks donkey balls.
Yeah. Well, I didn't like the Yes that came out in the 80s either, or at least that one album.
90125?
Yeah.
Actually, man, that's not a bad album if you give it a chance. It's production-wise, it's pretty advanced. It's far advanced over a lot of what other bands were doing back then. But I get it. It was poppy because they had Owner of a Lonely Heart. There's some good songs on there, though.
It's like Kiss Unmasked. A lot of people, I love it, but a lot of people don't.
True.
It's like it's just sort of the same thing. Man,
Marty
the spin with new eyes.
Marty's a big Fates Warning fan. Well, he likes certain eras of Fate. He likes the early Fates Warning. He's not a big Ray fan, which I gotta work on him on that.
I like No Exit, but I think a lot of that had the John Arch feel, and he was trying to sing like that a little bit,
Yeah.
Well, they just dropped their new album on the 5th, and some of it is the best stuff they've done. And unfortunately, for the very first time ever with a Fates Warning album, I found 4 or 5 songs that I wasn't that impressed with. The album's way too long. It's like an hour and 15 minutes long, and
that's typically a problem with them. Although the early shit, I appreciate that because that's where I came from. But
yeah,
when it's kind of boring prog stuff, it's really boring.
Thing that sucks about early Fates is I was actually trying to learn the Sorcerer, and I was trying to do it by ear, and I was looking online for a YouTube video, and man, you know how it is with most bands, all their shit, somebody's figured it out and transcribed it and has a YouTube video for it. There's just hardly any early Fates Warning guitar YouTube tutorials out there.
Well, yours could be the first.
They're generally wrong.
Yours could be the first.
It may be.
Metal Madness 66.
Metal Madness 66 with his transcription aspect to the
you guys
channel,
ever made any contributions to tab sites? It's always interesting to see, but then again, sometimes they get taken down because I guess the bands don't like that or they're illiterate.
What do you mean, doing guitar instructionals?
Oh, or just tablature sites. People make contributions. Like I don't know.
Tab sites. Nah, I've never tried to do any of them. I mean, I know how to read tab, but I don't know that I'd have the patience to sit down and try to put one up there. And frankly, on the other front, I don't have any good gear right now. Not the kind of gear that I would feel comfortable getting on camera with. When I had my good gear, I was busy doing other shit. So I just have an old Ovation acoustic I'm beating around on right now.
Depends what your standards are. Like me, I'll grab my Barbie, and just so everybody has their standards.
Yeah.
Right.
I get it.
We need some Glorious Dead transcriptions, Marty.
Yeah.
Some playthroughs.
I don't know if anybody wants to see that.
No. First of all, drop tune to drop G.
Nah, just B standard. We're not that.
Oh, you're in B standard?
B standard.
B.
Yep.
I was fucking around with some bolt thrower the other day, and I could have swore they sounded like they were lower tuned than C.
Well, they were. I mean, you listen to Realm of Chaos, like World Eater, they got to be tuned to A at least.
Yeah, that was their standard for a while. Was A.
Yeah, but
all the later albums I think are in C though.
They might have tuned up,
which is unusual. You usually go down for your singer, not up.
Well, if you listen to that stuff, I mean, like Realm of Chaos, I mean, it's awesome, but it's like damn near out of tune sometimes. But that's part of the English charm,
Yeah,
right.
On that down tune grindcore type stuff.
I don't know if Adam, if you mess around with bolt thrower much. If you don't, it's totally worth it.
I had a buddy in high school that dug them.
They're awesome. If you like real good riffy stuff,
Crushing riffs.
It's awesome. Some of the
I like
best
the
riff
stuff
writing
that's a
out there.
little. It's a little melodic too. It's not just like a bunch. It's not just all brutal. Like so, if you like a little bit of
Not
that.
this brave.
Yeah, right. It's just from Philly. I'm from Philly.
Right on.
Definitely.
I don't know. I haven't really heard a bolt thrower song that isn't absolutely bone crushing.
I don't think I've heard one either.
Yep, me either. They're great. Great.
Yeah.
If you were to ask them, like, what is the song they least like to play live? I wonder what that is. Maybe they've already answered it, but I've not seen it in an interview.
I bet
They're
it
one of those bands.
What album would you recommend?
For Victory.
Yeah,
Order Tree?
Perfect album. Oh my god.
Yep. That's
Yeah.
probably my favorite too. I like
Perfect
the First
riff.
Crusade a lot too.
Beginning to end.
Okay.
they're one of those bands that doesn't have a bad album in their catalog.
But
like
if you're
how-
more into early grind stuff, check out Realm of Chaos or In Battle There Is No Law. They had more of a, they came up the same time as Napalm Death and all Carcass and all those bands.
What? Come again? One more time?
If you're into more of a grindy type of style,
Yeah.
their first album, In Battle There Is No Law,
This is my favorite.
that's their last album.
Still vote throw. Okay, cool. Gotcha.
Which should not be
Or,
their last album. They need to do another one.
They need to get back together.
Realm of Chaos is another one that it's got kind of a grindy standard to it, which you might dig.
Well, that's
Right
why I
on.
like Fourth Crusade, because it's a little doomier than all the other ones.
Yeah.
That's why I like it so much.
Yep.
Yeah, I tend to favor that one a little too. For Victory and that one are kind of in the same.
Right on. Mercenary. Sounds like your entire catalog.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Yeah.
no bad place to wade in.
No.
It's all good. For Victory is my go-to. That album is perfect.
Yeah,
Marty,
That's my
did you ever
go-to
see
as
them
well.
live?
Nope.
Yeah.
I wish I could have seen them.
I had two opportunities and they just didn't work out.
Yeah, shit. I mean, I came into them too late. They already ceased. I'm new. Strangely enough, I'm new to bolt thrower in the last 2 years or so, which I don't know how I missed them. But I think I remember seeing artwork for them, but it didn't register at the time.
Oddly
I would've
enough,
loved
they were the first death metal band I got into.
Oh yeah, how'd
Yeah.
that happen?
I have no idea. I think you know what it was is I had
It's a pretty
borrowed
good
Adam's
band
copy
to
of
get into,
Choosing
yeah.
Death, and it was in the second chapter or so when they were talking about the English death metal scene. I was like, oh, that sounds kind of cool. And I typed it into YouTube and I forget which. I think it was the song on here, "The Kill Chain," was the first song I heard. I was like, this is awesome.
Brian said Mercenary, which that was actually my first bolt thrower album that, when I started really getting into them. But that one gets a lot of flack, for some reason. Which
Is that the one with the dude from Benediction on there, or is that the other one? Honor, Valor, Pride. That's with what the hell's his name?
talking about Ingram?
Yeah, Dave Ingram.
Probably.
He's on Honor, Valor, Pride, right? I can't remember. Still a good album. Still like it.
I get them all mixed up. Benediction just put out a new album too. Which
What
I
I've heard of it's pretty good.
still want. I heard it online, which I loved, but I still need to get it.
I haven't heard it yet.
What do you think about the new Mr. Bungle?
Haven't listened to
Or
it.
I hadn't
I was a
listened
little
to it yet.
surprised by what I heard. It was thrash.
yeah,
Yeah,
Travis,
it's straight up thrash to the bone. It sounded good. I mean, I'm a Mike Patton fan. I like a lot of his weirdness. I like the weird Mr. Bungle though, to be honest with
That's what I like too.
well, this
But-
was their stuff they wrote in high school that they're
you. It was
revisiting.
early stuff. Yep.
Yep,
I mean, how can you go wrong with Scott Ian and
Lombardo.
Dave Lombardo? And I mean, that's a tried and true. I caught a little bit of their. They did a live stream, I think, last week, was it? Or
Yeah, from Eureka.
yeah, I caught a little bit of it. Somebody threw a little snippet up on YouTube, and I mean, they look. Mike, I saw Faith No More. Marty, we talked about this once before. I saw Faith No More with Soundgarden and Voivod. You saw that tour too, I believe.
I remember that.
And I hadn't heard of Faith No More at the time. I was there to see Voivod predominantly. I knew of Soundgarden. I had just I think I had just picked up Loud Love. I think that had just come out. And I knew of Soundgarden. I'm not going to lie. Soundgarden is one of my all-time favorite bands. But, man, Mike Patton blew me away live, dude.
He was great.
They were great.
Soundgarden blew me away on that tour. That was
fuck. Yeah.
I never heard them until that, and I'm like, holy fuck! They blew everybody off stage.
Has anyone investigated like the vocal octave range of singers? So I've looked into several singers, and Mike Patton is like up in a 6 octave range, which is part of why he's in so many bands.
He has.
It's crazy. Like it's part of why he can be in so many bands. He can sound different. You know,
on a good day, I maybe have 1.5.
When I'm in a shower, I sound like Dio. No dispute.
There's he has that other project with King Buzzo, and I think Lombardo was in that as well.
Yeah. Phantomas, yeah.
Yeah, that's some weird shit. I saw them open up for Tool a bunch of years ago, and it was pretty fucking trippy, man. I mean, it was pretty out there.
Cool.
I think I got director's cut, and then they have one called Delirium Cordia that is fucking off the chains, creepy, and it's Bungle and Phantomas to the X factor. It's not one of those things you can listen to regularly, but it's trip, man. I mean, you put that around Halloween, it's probably the scariest thing you'll ever listen to.
It's no toe tapper.
It's not like
Jake,
like Tomahawk, where it's more like straight rock oriented.
Yeah.
So what's the deal? Isn't there like a full band for Mr. Bungle? Why is it only 2 dudes that were in early Bungle and a bunch of
I think it's 3. It's Trevor Dunn and Spruance.
Yeah.
Trey Spruance.
Those
and then Mike, and then I don't know who else was in Bungle way back when. I can't remember.
There's a guy named Jed Watts, I believe, and he was the drummer, but he left while they were signed or when they got signed. I'm not quite sure which one, but he left the band. Essentially, those are the last 3. The other members of the band weren't the original members that played on the demo, so they just got back together with those 3 main guys that were on the demo. And then they added the extra members.
Gotcha.
Right. Was Dale Crover in that band at one point in time? You know, the dude from Melvins
and Nirvana.
Yeah. I thought he did.
I don't know. He might have.
Bungle.
He's a great drummer.
Realistic. Oh, he's fucking awesome, man.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, the loudest show I've ever seen in my life. I mean, a show that I walked away from and couldn't literally hear correctly for about 4 days afterwards was the Melvins.
Mine was Ministry. Ministry and KMFDM. That crushed my hearing. Bad.
Mine was Obituary that first time I saw him.
Marty, how was KMFDM live?
Great.
Were they?
Yeah, the first time I ever heard them.
I missed out on
the Cage, and
I was big into them back around the Nile.
What about MDFMK? When my roommate first told me about that band, I'm like, "You're me, right?" He's like, no, there's an MDFMK. I was back in the '90s. I'm like,
well, it was the same guys, except for I think Tim Skold was in that, I believe.
It just sounded really lazy to me. Like, I'm just gonna just flip it around.
I think Sasha was burning
going
out.
from Dracula to Alucard.
I mean, they've always been basically Sasha's band. So
I always heard that stood for Kill Motherfucking Depeche Mode. I don't know if that's true or not.
I heard the same rumor.
Yeah,
Probably.
Could be. When Marty, when you saw him, what tour was that for? What album? Do you know?
I think it was for Angst, which is my favorite KMFDM album. That album's great.
Was Ann Esch with him?
Yeah.
The bald-headed singer? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because he was cool. I liked him a lot.
Yep. I saw Ministry like 2 days or 1 day before they filmed the video and live album for that, in case you didn't feel like showing up.
Okay.
They played Grand Rapids. They played Detroit, then Grand Rapids, and then went to Chicago and did that whole video shoot. It was great, man. What a great fucking show. Holy shit. So loud. It was painful. I mean, the second loudest band I've ever heard was Manowar.
Oh, I heard that they were the loudest. Yeah.
It was at St. Andrews Hall in Detroit, and it was so loud. The kick drum made the nuts in my ball sack jump every time. You felt like you're getting kicked in the nuts. It was awful. It was like fucking loud for a little theater. It was way too loud, and there was only like 40 people there, so they didn't give a shit. They just they're just practicing for their big festival dates. Is all they were doing.
No,
I always wanted to see them.
Mine was probably another one I remember. Two other memorable ones I remember for Volume were Judas Priest and Dokken for the Turbo Tour. So that would have been 1986, first time I'm seeing Priest, and they come out and they opened with Out in the Cold.
Yeah,
which is probably the best song off that album.
That's the best. That's my favorite song on that album. That's good.
And man, holy fucking shit, the guitars were just like, and you know, I'm 19, maybe 20, 19, 18, somewhere in that range. Well, I was 20 because I'd have been 66. I'd have 19, and man, for 3 or 4 days after that, going to work, all I heard was just screaming in that that high pitched screaming in my ears. But they were fucking badass. They were so good. And Dokken was even good back then. Don could actually sing.
Oh, they were great. I was at that same show, but in St. Louis.
No kidding.
Yeah, I was in 6th grade, I think. My mom took me.
God damn, going to shows at 6th grade.
Yeah.
Nice.
3rd grade, my dad took me to Def Leppard and Uriah Heep.
Oh, that's a fucking rad dad. I thought I was pretty cool. I took my kids to shows pretty young too, but
especially if they're into hard rock and metal.
Does he like that stuff, Adam, or was he just doing it to be cool?
His buddy was taking his daughter, and they had an extra 2 tickets, so we went. And I was in 3rd grade, so that was my first experience. I was like, holy fuck, I get used to this.
I told my kid next year if Helloween tours for their new album, I'd take him, but I don't know with all this bullshit. I don't even know if the tour is going to happen. So.
It eventually. I just saw Helloween in Chicago.
Well, I wish I would have seen that. It was great, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, that's my bucket list. Michael Kiske my favorite singer, I think.
I was always a Hanson and Kiske fan and loved that early Helloween, and then the Andy Darris era happened, and I was like all metal, death metal guy. Couldn't listen to that. Loved that early Helloween. What the hell? But now. Like last year, I got turned on to the Darris stuff, and I love it just as much as that old stuff. It's all good. It's all good. That's a band that has weathered 2 different vocalist changes and got better every time. I don't know. It's weird.
My segue into the Darris years was Soul Survivor.
Yeah. It's off Master of the Rings. That's a great fucking album. Love that album.
It took me a long time to get into him. I'm just such a loyalist, I guess, to Kiske.
Well, I was too. I thought Andy had kind of an effeminate voice, which kind of bugged me. But now, listen back, I don't know what I was thinking. It's different, but it's just as good. I mean, he's got his own style, and it fits. It fits their music really well.
I love it. But I'm a huge Maiden fan, so that's an easy jump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What about like Unisonic?
Love them.
Yeah,
that's
awesome.
Kai Hansen and Michael together again.
Yep. Loved it.
Yeah.
I've never checked them out. What are they like? Halloweenish?
Yeah, I'd say a little bit.
The first album was a little more AOR slanted, I think. Yeah. The second album was more like Helloween, more energetic, double bass power metal, whereas the first one was AOR. But it's still fucking great. The songs are all really good.
Yeah, I like them.
That's cool. Jake, how you doing, man? Speak in. Jump in.
I'm doing great.
Cool. How's things out there, and how's things out there in the deep red state of Utah?
Oh, it's not too bad here. I think the snow's calmed everybody down. Kept them.
Oh, did you get a lot of snow?
Yeah, it's been snowing a little bit this week.
Man, I'd love to go out to Utah in the middle of the winter just to see what it's like.
Trade you spots all winter long. You can come fucking live here.
It was, almost 80 here last week? A couple of days? Just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, we had days up near 76, 77. By Tuesday, Wednesday, it's dropping now. It's I think it's in the 40s, low 40s or high 30s right now.
Well, I mean,
Where are you?
I am I'm in Pennsylvania. About actually, Rick and I are about an hour and 20 minutes. I'm about an hour and 20 minutes northeast of Rick. Rick's in Philly. I'm in the heart of Amish country,
In Jersey?
Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
It's probably colder where you're at. I would imagine.
Probably you're by the ocean. And you're in St. Louis, Adam?
Yeah.
Adam and I are.
Oh, that's right. You're right next door to Nick. I forgot.
Yeah.
Where are you at, Adam?
Was that
About 2 houses down that way from me.
across the alley?
Adam and I go to shows together a lot, so
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, right before COVID hit, we went to Origin.
that was fun.
I
Yeah.
imagine
And
St. Louis gets a lot of the big shows come through, don't you?
Sometimes.
If you've got good, like if you throw a wide enough net, you can see a show a month.
Yeah.
You know,
What
I
kind of
know that-
venues they have there?
There's the local scene too, which is always pretty great.
we've got, I don't know, the pageant I like. It's what holds about 2,400, is it?
Yeah,
Oh, that's pretty big.
Foo Bar was cool, which
Yeah. Well, they're
held
small.
about 30.
That's about as big as I go is that pageant. But we've got smaller clubs that are like
Foo
200-300.
We got Off Broadway is real neat.
Lost me. Did you lose me?
You're there.
Oh, you're here. We got you.
Marty, what venues do they have anything sizable up in Traverse City, or do you really have to travel?
I got to travel. There was a place called Ground Zero, but Anthrax, Testament, Guar have all played there throughout the
That'd be
years.
An awesome show.
That's like a mile down the road from my house, but
Oh,
they
nice.
closed. A big church bought out the building, so it's like a church now. And
Oh, lovely.
the closest I can go is like Grand Rapids, which is 2 hours south. Detroit's 5 hours southeast. So I prefer Grand Rapids. Detroit's a clusterfuck.
Scary place to go to.
It used to be. I don't know if it is so much anymore, but it used to be. But it was worth it. I mean, that's where all the bands would stop.
5 years ago, we drove up to see Faith No More in Detroit.
Nice.
And
Where at? What place?
Fillmore?
Don't know if I've ever been that one.
Yeah, it's in Hall & Oates was playing right next door the very same night.
Oh, wow.
Mike Patton.
All notes from Philly too.
There you go. We're getting all around.
Yeah.
Cool.
Why do you have all the good music, Rick? And-
Philly,
yeah,
they get everything.
but hey, we got Ryan Koenig.
Yeah.
I've only been to one
Ooh.
venue in Philly, and it was amazing. That Fillmore in Philly was fucking awesome. My
Yeah,
God,
that's new, fairly new, like 4 years old, I think.
place is awesome. I'm sure it's
Yeah.
gone now, but
No, that one's still around. Actually, Philly has. Well, what Rick we were talking about, I think Trocadero's gone. That's like a 1200. That was like a 1200 old theater. But I mean, that's
Yeah.
the place. Like I saw Skinny Puppy there, Frontline Assembly. Saw tons Opeth the numerous times I've seen them. I mean, that was a big place. But there was always parking issues to get in there. You always had to fucking walk 10 blocks to get there. And then a new club opened up on Spring Hill, I think it is, or the Terminal, what's it called? Union Transfer, right?
You did transfer. Yeah.
That
that's the band.
I think they kind of put some other clubs out of business over there.
There's a bit of a hijacking of because once the Fillmore opened, others closed down. It's just kind of a
Yeah.
response.
Yeah,
I don't see how any of these big clubs can survive if they got no revenue coming in.
we're
Well, right now I wonder about that.
we're having like limited shows. I know.
See how long this stretches, man. They're
Heading
saying
yellow
well
for
until
you.
2021. I don't know how long they can keep.
Black Oak, Arkansas is playing tonight.
Where are they playing?
At fucking Red Flag.
Oh, we need to get to a show there at some point.
Yeah.
There does seem to be a theme, though, to the quote-unquote bands that are playing. They all seem to be sort of hillbilly bands, I noticed.
Yeah. Well, they'll come out.
Because they'll go and they'll play, and they won't care whether, I mean, I know a friend of mine plays in a band in Oklahoma, like a bar band, and they're playing every fucking weekend, and I'm thinking, how are you doing that, man? Like, what,
Yeah.
But it does seem to be predominantly red states, of course, and I'm not trying to get it super political. I'm just saying that's what it seems like is going on.
Yeah.
Right. Here there's been a lot of like outdoor shows happening, but then that all goes away because it's getting to be
Heard
cold.
that obsequiae thanks to Nick's suggestion and Brian. So I got this badass.
What do you think of it?
Anybody order from $20 Spin? Got this nice buzz saw.
Oh, hey, yeah.
It's pretty sick.
Cool.
I don't know. I've been caring about. I didn't care about it much before, but
What did you think of that obsequiae?
all right. I might dip out. Let Stefan in.
All right.
I like the last obsequiae sounded pretty cool.
And I don't think
I never actually owned anything by them. I've listened to it quite fine. It's been on my want list, but they push. All right, I'm gonna just bite the bullet and buy it.
There you go.
It's not like fine or expensive. That's probably fine. It sits in the
They're
back.
from Minneapolis.
Yep.
Yeah.
You listen to them and it doesn't sound like they're from Minneapolis.
Well, Power Mad's from Minneapolis.
Yep.
Marty, obsequiae wasn't on with you. Were they ever on with you? Because they're on $20 Spin now, right? But they always stuff.
The first album I put out, Suspended.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And I have an original press of that somehow. I don't know where that came from.
It's a hard one to find. It's a
Hey,
price.
Stefan, what's up?
Hey, Stefan.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
There he is.
Oh, great. More Twisted Tea.
Stefan will be comatose in a half an hour.
No, I'm gonna start quoting.
Yeah, Adam, that's kind of a common
Excuse
theme
me.
with these streams is people tend to get a little silly around 2 o'clock in the morning or so.
It's all right.
I'm gonna start quoting Chef any minute now if I'm drunk.
God.
Yeah, exactly. What about you? What you and Jacob saw that night?
That was bad.
Oh shit, Marty's hitting. You're double fisting it tonight, dude.
What do you got, Marty?
What's that?
What are you drinking?
Hipster tears. And that.
Nice.
Hipster tear.
I gotta say, I missed last week's stream when you were on with Ben, and Eric was fucking hysterical at the end of that thing. He was gone. It was awesome.
I missed that. I gotta go back and watch it.
Oh, it was so awesome.
How often does Eric get that bad though?
On occasion.
Oh, that's the first time I've seen him do it in quite a while. But the best part was when he would go, wait a minute. I want to say something here. And then he just hesitated and said nothing. And Marty's like, what are you going to say? Never mind. It was fucking awesome, man.
My favorite out of that group when they get drunk is Ben. Drunk Ben is the best.
I think we've only seen that once, though, have we?
Yeah, but it's still the best.
When he was chugging the whiskey straight from the bottle that one night.
Yeah.
He was lit.
Yeah, we typically when we stream, it's on a night he's working, so he doesn't always get to pop on. But
Marty, have you talked to Pat?
Yeah.
How's he doing?
He's doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess he was prepared to some degree because with ALS, there's kind of an
No one
inevitability.
likes to, as hard as it is to say goodbye to your loved one, no one wants to see him suffer like that. And ALS
God,
is
no.
fucking worst. It's the worst.
Horrible. I keep wondering, I really, because I know somebody that had ALS and they lasted about a year and a half. I'm trying to figure out how the hell Jason Becker has had ALS for 25 years. And clearly his parents have money, or somehow he's got foundation money or something. But I mean, he's been going for half a decade, and Stephen Hawking lived for a long time.
Yeah, I
with
mean,
it as well.
Jason Becker doesn't have much of a life, though. I mean,
no,
he sits at his mom's house and can't move. I mean, what a fucking miserable.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to live that way. I really don't think I'd ever want to live that way.
I bet he's a very patient man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Learned how to talk with his eyes. His mom set up a grid, and he can
his dad created that program, or the software program. I think his parents, if I'm not wrong, I think his dad's a college professor or something, was a college professor. But in a large way, from what I understand, they've had to pretty much, their lives have been, they're caregivers for him.
Yeah.
Which is amazing that they've done that. And I don't know if you've ever watched any Jason Becker playing guitar. That fucking guy was
sick.
Oh, yeah.
Ridiculous. I would go so far as to say he might, had he not been stricken with that disease, might be the very best shredder out there on the planet.
Cacophony.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to love that shit. I don't get into it nearly as much now as I used to, but goddamn, man. Just ridiculous players.
Yeah, that Shrapnel label, they offered a lot.
No, I spent a ridiculous amount of money on a lot of their albums.
Yeah.
Tony McAlpine, Michael Lee Firkins.
Maximum Security. Tony McAlpine.
Yeah, Maximum Security, yep. And Richie Kotzen. Richie Kotzen's a fucking monster player, man. I mean, just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Great singer, too. Probably about the only guy I could say that it could ever replace Chris Cornell in Soundgarden if they ever wanted to try that out.
Was it John Sykes?
Oh, Sykes from Blue Murder?
Yeah, he's a great singer and guitar player.
Yeah, weird dude, man. He must be sitting on a mountain of cash, though, because he hasn't done anything for about 20 years.
Yeah, Whitesnake will keep you.
Well, he probably has some nice royalty checks coming in and publishing checks coming in from that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he was wise with his money, or wiser than some.
Yeah, hard to say, hard to know. He was also in Thin Lizzy too.
That's right.
For Thunder and Lightning, which is probably their heaviest album.
Love that album.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great. The one before it's not bad either. With I always forget the damn Renegade. Is it called? It's called Renegade. It has that song Angel of Death on it. It's fucking killer too.
I'm a fan of Fighting.
Well, I love all Thin Lizzy except for the first two. I mean, I'm a big Phil Lynott guy.
Took me a while. I had to go way out, then come back.
Yeah.
I'm late to Thin Lizzy, but I'm loving it. I think I got Thunder and Lightning at a record show and loved it. Phil Lynott had such a soul to his singing, and his songwriting was so unique. And it's so advanced and smart. I mean, wow.
Well, the thing about him is he wrote pop songs, but they didn't sound like, they had pop trappings, but they didn't sound like pop songs. They were ballsy rockers, and that twin guitar thing, which, quite frankly, everybody talks about Maiden being the twin guitar thing, but really it was Thin Lizzy, and Thin Lizzy kind of copped it from Wishbone Ash.
Yeah. I think Maiden's often given Thin Lizzy credit.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. I mean, Steve Harris, he knows where he comes from. He's no dummy.
Reasonably humble man.
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, when you're
I was kind of bummed because right before COVID hit, literally like 2 weeks before, it was already known about, but he came over here and did a small bar tour, like literally small bar tour. He played a club in town here that's about 1,000 max club here with that British Lion, which I don't particularly like that very much, but I was like, fuck, I'm going to see him just to see if I can meet Steve Harris.
Or just be in a small club with him, watch him play in a small club. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Right.
British Lion's not bad. I mean, it's. I don't.
I like the music. I didn't love the vocalist.
It's got a feel to it that's pretty okay. I can't.
Yeah.
I had the first one and I thought it was okay, but I didn't keep it. But
I just wasn't big into vocalist
yeah,
so much.
Me too, probably.
He's kind of mundane, but the music is good.
Yeah.
But I mean, think about that. Steve Harris has played on stages to 250 and 300,000 people, and then he's getting up in a club where there may be 200. That's cool.
Yeah.
In the 96, when Blaze Bayley was in Maiden, they were playing clubs like Mississippi Nights, like 1,000 people. Iron Maiden in 96. Which
is mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Except for the fact that it was Blaze Bayley singing. That wasn't mind-blowing.
He's not a bad singer, but he was the wrong guy for the job.
Yeah. Exactly. That album, The X Factor, is fucking awesome.
That's a good album.
I keep trying.
That's a good album. The one after it is garbage. Holy shit.
That one's shitty. That's probably Steve Harris's low point as a songwriter because
the name of the song 4 times in a row for the chorus, every fucking song over and over and over again is terrible.
Yeah, I don't even. That's the 2 that I do not have. I have every Maiden album and CD, and those 2 I just couldn't. I couldn't stand by because I just could not take fucking Blaze Bayley's vocals. It's not that, like you said, it's not that he's bad, but he just wasn't the right guy for that band.
Maiden on the Brave New World tour was doing the Klansman and another song off of X Factor, and they were fucking great with Bruce singing.
Yeah,
I mean, they're good songs. Like I said, Blaze. He's not a bad singer. He just did not fit.
Not the right singer.
Yeah, he wasn't the right guy for Maiden.
It's like John.
Well, they just did. They just did Sign of the Cross.
Yeah, Sign of the Cross. That's the album. That's a great fucking song.
Awesome song.
It's not a bad album. It really isn't. It's long and kind of depressing, which I think might be kind of off for a lot of Maiden dudes. But man, considering what came after it, what is it?
Virtual X.
11. Virtual 11. God, that album's
11. That's it. Yeah, it's fucking turd. And the other one that when they came back and they did Brave New World, which is a fucking monster album. I love that album.
Yep.
I really like Dance of Death, even though a lot of people kind of shit on it. I kind of like that album a lot.
Too. I heard a lot of people shit on that. I like that record.
Passchendaele is great. I mean, there's a lot. Dance of Death is great. But the one album that they did since Bruce is back that I have not been able to get behind is the Final Frontier?
A bad album.
Man, it's not good. And that's the first time I saw him live, strangely enough, with Dream Theater opening, of all things, which was kind of cool. But there's...
Man, that'd leave a bad taste in your mouth.
What's that?
Seeing them live on that tour?
I mean, they were great, and Bruce is a fucking amazing front man, and they always put on a great virtual show, but that album was not good.
The song on that album, Welcome Home, I thought was a really good song, but
that's the only one.
Crap. The rest of the album is crap.
Yeah, El Dorado and the Final Frontier, and it just seemed like they mailed it in on that one. Thankfully, they kind of pulled it together. And, the Book of Souls is solid. The only problem with the Book of Souls is it's just too fucking long, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some great songs on it. The lead-off track, what's that called? Here to Eternity or Eternity?
Something.
So all you young guys, you're into Maiden, right?
A little.
Yeah.
Stefan?
Yes, not anymore that much as I used to, but I still like some of their music.
Personally, for me, I'm more of a Motorhead fan, but that's kind of part of my upbringing because my mom liked that shit.
Your mom liked Motorhead?
That's pretty sweet.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
If I said Motorhead to my mom, she'd say, Motor who? What are you talking about? She'd think I was talking about a motorhome or something like that.
She likes Motorhead. She grew up on 80s punk and stuff, so.
Maiden's not brutal enough for Stefan, man. They're just not brutal enough.
Someday he'll get old.
I have something that is. Stefan, this is brutal enough for you.
Oh, Jesus. Here we go.
It's like the worst album ever made.
Marty, do you listen much to Satan? you ever like Satan?
I don't own a single Satan album. I've heard them; they're good, but I don't own any of them.
I could
I
not
think
get
the
it.
music's really cool, but the vocalist always kind of trips me out. He sounds like too happy for a band named Satan.
Right? Stefan, you should check out "Killers" by Maiden. That's my favorite Maiden album.
I don't think it would be that bad. I kind of actually wanted to check that out, but I never had a chance to do it yet.
Yeah, pretty busy schedule.
Actually, it is kind of quite.
Hey, Marty, he spends all of his spare time memorizing the entire movie Chef.
You're a chef. Have you seen the meme? You know what I'm talking about. Then you get why I'm actually getting into that.
I think Seventh Son of a Seventh Son is Maiden's best.
That's
personally.
great.
Killer album, man. Killer album.
My favorite's
I
Power
still-
Slave.
I still roll with Somewhere in Time, though, man.
That's
I just
my
love
second
that album.
favorite.
Great album.
I've always liked Number of the Beast.
Number of the Beast is fucking epic too. I mean,
fuck
Maiden
that.
really didn't. Maiden didn't put out a.
Bad album in the first 7.
Yeah, I mean, up through what's the one with Bring Your Daughter to the Slaughter? I always forget the name of that
No
album.
Prayer for the Dying.
Yeah, I can't dig that album. There's something about it that just doesn't work
but
for
it's
me.
got Tail Gunner. Tail Gunner's a great song.
Great
Yeah.
song. Fear of the Dark was kind of, you started to see some of the cracks on Fear of the Dark because half the album's great and half the album's it's okay. Same with the one after it, but and then Bruce left, and you could tell there was something going on there. I mean, you could tell they were wearing each other out, perhaps.
That Fear of the Dark song is so great. Now listen to that song live. And, the way his accent is, it sounds like he's saying Fear of the Duck every time.
Fear of the Dark.
It sounds like Fear of the Duck every single time, and it drives me nuts.
I think the best part of that song is, though, when you listen to live versions, is the crowd goes fucking ape shit, and they all do the whoa. It's just so fucking epic. To be in the crowd and be part of that is just, you feel it go through your body.
I can't imagine what being there for that would be like.
So you never seen them?
No, I need
Nick?
to fix that.
Yeah, you got to fix that, dude. There's no way in hell you were a metal fan. You can go to your grave without seeing Maiden here.
Clock is ticking on that too. They're getting really
Yeah, and it is.
It's over with in time that we can see him.
Yeah, I know.
Although Bruce looks younger than me the last time I saw him. So although he is getting gray, he's letting the gray roll.
Yep.
He doesn't look so bad here, but this is like 3 years old already.
Man, I think that's 5 years old, dude.
It's probably
Isn't it?
Photoshopped to fuck too.
Probably. Well, he did a video talking about a couple weeks ago for the live album that they're dropping from, where is it, Mexico?
Yeah.
No, this
the new
is
one?
2017, Jeff.
17. All right, it is 3. I thought it was a little over. I thought that came out right around the time that Book of Souls came out. But
Nope.
he did this video. He was playing pinball in the Iron Maiden video game, and he looks cool, man. His hair is really long now. He's leaving quite a bit of gray in it. He looks like an elder statesman of metal.
He does.
But the dude is in fucking for 60. What is he? 65?
They are up there. Yep.
4, 3, somewhere in that range.
Nico is 65 or 67. I think he's 60.
I think Nico's 67. I think he is.
Yeah.
So I think Bruce is 64 or 65. There's a 2 or 3 year age gap there. Well, no. Steve Harris is 65. I think Bruce might be a year or two younger than him, but Bruce looks incredibly good for his age, man. He looks like he could go out and run marathon. What's up?
His voice has really come back strong too.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Hey, you got to see them. Nick, have you seen Priest?
Nope, need to do that too.
You got to do that.
I was supposed to see them a couple months ago in Grand Rapids with Sabaton. That would have been fucking awesome. But
Oh,
I was
They were
supposed
gonna-
to see him last year, but I think something we got busy. Something came up.
COVID
and I couldn't go.
what you can say,
I
Adam?
saw him in 18 for the first leg of the hell's the new album called? Flame.
Firepower.
Yeah, Firepower.
With
And
Maiden.
I got to be honest with you, I was totally fucking blown away, man. I mean,
first of all, Richie Faulkner is a killer guitar player.
He is. He's great.
That was great.
He's great. And, you know, it was a bummer that we didn't get, actually, the night after they did our show in D.C., Glenn popped out on stage for the encores in Philly, which I didn't go to. I went to D.C. instead. And, but, you know, when Rob was doing Painkiller and he was all bent over the Harley, you know, you're just like, how the fuck is a 66-year-old guy doing that? Like, it just doesn't. I'm sure he's got a little bit of help. There's probably maybe, you know, they use the echo a lot. They put the delay on his voice a lot. But he was still hitting those high notes.
It doesn't matter. He's still up there doing it at that age. I mean,
it's awesome.
Well, and he's moving around on the stage way better than he was when Epitaph. Did you ever see that video for Epitaph where he's walking around in the glittery mirror jacket where he's hobbling around? Because I think he had back surgery or something a couple years back, and he just didn't look. He didn't look right on stage. He didn't look like he was himself. And man, I mean, he's just, you know, he's amazing.
Man, I kicked myself all those years. I pushed Priest off. The only Priest I had when I was younger was Turbo. And I liked it, but I didn't love it. And I always was a Maiden guy. I can't do Priest. I'm a Maiden guy. Priest is not as good as Maiden. Oh, you know what? Man, as the older I get, I've been listening to a ton of Priest, and I still don't own all their albums. But man, what a great fucking band! Rob Halford's voice is a fucking. It's so unique and so amazing. I mean, even bad Priest songs are good. You know, just is.
What was the first album you recall ever hearing? Was it Turbo?
It was Marty? Turbo. It was Turbo.
Okay.
And then, you know, Northern Michigan radio. You got to hear all the hits. Another Thing Coming, Breaking the Law. And, you know,
But do you remember songs like that when you were a kid? Because you're 5 years younger than me?
Yeah, I'm 49.
Right. Yeah, you're 5 years because I'll be 55 soon. I mean, when I was in high school, the very first Priest I heard was Unleashed in the East, which is a great album to come in on, even though it's not really fully live. It still is. It's still one of those landmark quote unquote live albums. You hear Green Manalishi and you hear Ripper, and you know, you're just like, fuck, what the hell, you know? But then my first real album would have been probably, I guess, British. Wait, was British Steel out before that or after? It was after, right?
After.
Yeah. So my first album would have been British Steel, and of course, then the big one when I was a sophomore in high school was Screaming.
Yeah, that's the first one I had.
I think the first when I was younger, my parents had one of those gigantic satellite dishes, and we used to get Much Music. And I saw Electric Eye video and another video off of Defenders, and I thought that shit was awesome. But I never investigated it. I had Turbo, and that was it. But now, you know, I'm slowly picking up. I'll fill in. I'll get all their shit eventually. I don't have it all yet, but I'm getting there. You know.
Man, for Defenders, they went out on. I believe they went out on tour with Maiden on that album.
I think so.
And yeah, and they came. That would have been '83, summer of '83, when they were out on tour together. And they came to a place in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, which is the capital of PA, which they had an outdoor venue there. And it was Maiden would have been doing what? Peace of Mind.
Yeah,
probably Peace of Mind. And I got tickets to go to it, and I got fucking food poisoning. That would have been my probably like third or fourth concert. I got fucking food poisoning so bad I couldn't leave the house. Like I couldn't leave the bathroom. And my buddies went, and we're in 11th grade at that point, '83. And I'm just, all I had to hear about it all that next year was, dude, you should have been there, Maiden and Priest. I'm like, fuck you, man. I fucking hate you guys. I can't remember who. I think Priest headlined. I'm pretty sure they did.
Really?
I don't know, or maybe they did the flip-flop thing. Although that didn't happen back in the day. There was always a defined headliner usually.
That's kind of a recent.
And I'm pretty sure that Priest kind of had a shitty attitude towards Maiden. They weren't really, they didn't get along very well on that tour from what I've read.
I think they're fine now. I think they've kind of all done.
Yeah. I love Defenders.
Hey, Alan, what's up, guys? Sorry, I'm just looking at the chat real quick.
That's cool. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about Defenders is the production. It has that real 80s tinny drum, that reverby drum sound. But I love that album. There's so many fucking killer tracks on that album.
Yeah.
Probably my favorite Priest song, well, maybe my second favorite Priest song is The Sentinel.
Great.
Oh, that riff. And Halford's fucking screams on that song are just beyond epic, you know?
So, Stefan, how many Judas Priest albums do you have? Huh? Wake you up? Sorry.
My first Priest was Angel of Retribution.
That's not a bad album. That was the first one back with when Halford came back, right?
My brother got it while we were in high school, and we shared a room, and he'd play that
Run that one, I think.
over and over. So after that, I was burned out on Priest for a long time. That and Black Sabbath. He had a Black Sabbath album he would play over and over. So
Which one? Depends on which one.
It was the one that had fucking they're big. The big song that everybody knows. I can't.
Paranoid?
No, not Paranoid.
The big song. They had a lot of big songs, Jake.
NIB?
Let me look. I can't.
Master of Reality? That's a good question for the panel there.
Yeah.
It was all Iron Man.
What's that?
Oh, okay.
What'd you say?
Iron Man. That was
That's
Paranoid.
So yeah, I did.
That's
have
right. Yeah.
He would play Iron Man back to back to back, just the song, and repeat it.
Man,
Probably the
that and
worst song they
Paranoid, if
had.
I ever heard those songs again, I'd be happy because I'm so burnt out on those fucking songs.
Yeah, those two songs in particular are two Sabbath songs I actually don't particularly care for anymore.
Yeah.
It's the stuff you don't hear that often, like that National Acrobat or, like anything off Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, or
My favorite
shit,
Sabotage.
Megalomaniac. Or Megalomania, I mean, off of Sabotage.
Yep.
I
Sabotage
still-
my favorite. What's that, Jake?
I still haven't came back to Black Sabbath. The few times I've tried, they just haven't done anything for me.
I agree with you, Dick. I got burned out on them real fast.
You guys, have you heard the Dio albums?
No.
A little bit. I listened to them a little bit, but I listen to it and then I just want to listen to Dio solo albums.
Oh, Heaven and Hell and Mob Rules is
Ah.
fucking
Might
awesome.
be better than Ozzy. I don't know. It's arguable.
I would agree. I mean, I think Mob Rules is my favorite Sabbath album, but
Yep.
the Ozzy era, Sabotage is my favorite. But of all the Sabbath, I think Mob Rules is it. It's so fucking good. Dio just crushed it on that stuff.
Yeah, it's really hard to beat Dio, man. I mean, of all the classic metal vocalists, there's just every band he was in,
Oh,
and I'm not. I mean,
Rainbow. Oh,
look at
fuck.
Rainbow, Long Live
Rainbow
Rock and Roll,
Rising.
and
Holy shit.
Rainbow's good. I like his doo-wop shit.
Yeah, Elf is awesome. I like Elf. I got all this stuff.
Like Ronnie and the Red Caps.
I do not have that.
I never gravitated hard to the Elf stuff. It just sounded too boogie-ish for me, and I'm not a big boogie fan.
But it's still Dio. It's still
Yeah.
Dio singing it.
I'll tell you, you guys, for you young cats, do you guys know the song Stars?
Oh, yeah.
Do you guys remember that? The older cats? We're stars!
Yeah, I've got
Good
mine.
Lord.
All right,
That
I'm gonna
was
put
what did
Rick
they
back
do?
in.
What did they do that for? Here, Nate, was that for Africa?
Yeah, it was for Ethiopia. It was a
Ethiopia,
response
that's
to,
it.
Music for Nations.
You guys got to listen to that track. Dig that track out and listen to it on YouTube. You don't like it, Ronnie?
Good.
Or I'm sorry, Marty.
I don't know. It's kind of dumb.
Dude, I love the fucking 10-minute guitar solo in it, man. That has
Oh,
like
yeah.
8,000 George Lynch and Neil Schon
Yeah.
and Yngwie and fuck, I love it. I love that song, man. I'm sorry. That's my 80s hair metal roots coming out.
Yeah, it's a good Dio track. He played it live.
He did?
Yeah,
Did he?
solo. If you can find it on a lot of different bootlegs.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Didn't know that.
And I saw Dio like 3 times. He never played it when I saw him.
Yeah, I only got to see him once.
Never saw Dio.
I saw him for Sacred Heart twice, and once for what was the one after that? Sacred Heart.
Dream Evil.
Yeah, Dream Evil. Yeah, Yngwie opened for him on the one tour, man, which was kind of weird.
Probably Sacred Heart. Well,
That was Sacred Heart.
He loves Dio.
Yep. It was the second leg of the Sacred Heart tour because the first time I saw Dio, it was Rough Cut, LA band Rough Cut.
Yeah, what's
Paul Shortino.
Yeah. Who was the drummer? Didn't they have like one of the Apathies?
Yeah, I think it might have. Well, it would have been Vinny because Vinny was in Dio's band at that point, wasn't he?
Yeah, I don't think it was. I was thinking it might have been Carmine.
Well, fuck, Carmine's played in every band that's ever been created. Well, Adam, let me ask you a question. You strike me as being a little bit. You're closer to our age. I'm 55. How old are you?
46.
Okay, so you're up. Yeah, you're in our neck of the woods here.
Yeah.
Are you much of a?
I started early as well.
Yeah, you did. You started way earlier than I did. Marty and I are Kiss guys, man. We started in the Kiss era in the 70s.
I like Kiss.
First show I saw was the Dynasty tour in '79.
I love Unmasked. I love The Elder.
Me too, Elder.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Marty has a compadre.
I like Unmasked. I like Dynasty. The vocal harmonies on Dynasty are fucking killer.
They are. I hated it when it came out, though. When I first heard I Was Made for Love or whatever it's called. I Was Made for Loving You. I was like, what the hell happened to this band? But that's the only song on there. It's really like that.
Right. See, Craig Goldie was in Rough Cut.
Craig Goldie, that was the guitar player. You're right. Yep. And then he ended up playing for Dio, I believe.
Right. That's what it is.
He was on Sacred Heart.
Is he?
Was on that.
Was?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who was it?
He didn't tour though. I don't think.
Yeah, Viv was on it. He recorded it, but then he left, and then you're right. Then I think it was a guy named Rowan Robertson or Rowan.
He was on after a little bit further down. What was he?
I could have swore he played on that one tour.
He was on Lock Up the Wolves.
All right, then that's the tour I saw them because he was the guitar player, and I didn't particularly care for him very much.
Yeah, he was like 17.
Yeah, he was a kid.
Yeah. It was Lock Up. In that album, it was good, but it wasn't Holy Diver.
The Holy Diver is perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, it is. It fucking is. One of the greatest albums ever.
You know, strangely though, I think I like the second album a little better though.
There's an argument. Those two are fantastic.
I mean, Last in Line, Egypt, Chains Are On. I mean, there's just some really ripping. You can't really fault it because those two albums are almost perfect.
This is a perfect Dio album.
There you go.
That is
fantastic album.
You saw what shirt I was wearing in my last video, didn't you, Marty?
I did. Stargazer. It's all about Stargazer.
Fuck yeah, man. That album rules. Not a single bad note on it.
What's that?
I see the ring.
Yep.
It's been in storage a while.
Oh, so good.
All right, so we know that Jake is a Motley Crue fan, right? Jake, you are a Motley Crue fan, right? Okay. Let's hear another LA band that I wanted to get into with Marty a little bit on. Ratt. You've been listening to Dance, you said? Dancing Undercover?
I just got it last week. I got it for like $4 on eBay, and I used to have it when I was younger, and I listened to it like 3 times in a row. I'm like, this is fun. It's cool.
Oh, I mean, it was their last good album until Detonator or whatever when they got back together. But, I mean, I didn't think it was as good as the first 2 albums. And you said you love Invasion of Your Privacy.
Invasion is my favorite.
Right. Oh, yeah. I think I got to go with Out of the Cellar a little bit over it, just a tiny.
I mean, that's a great album, too. I mean, it's splitting hairs, but.
Lay it down, man. Lay it down.
Lay it down.
That riff.
Yep. Warren D. Martini was a badass, man.
Yeah.
He is a badass. Yeah, and You're in Love. That riff is so cool. I was trying to remember how to play it, and I totally forgot it was in drop D. I kept trying to play it. I'm like, why doesn't this sound right? And I'm like, oh, it's in drop D, duh. Killer set of riffs on there. And I mean, the funny thing is that I've seen Ratt 3 times. I saw them open for it was them. They opened on Out of the Cellar, and then it was Accept for Balls to the Wall, and Motley Crue for Shout at the Devil. We already talked about this once, and they were great. Ratt were killer, but then they also headlined over Bon Jovi for the second album, for Invasion. And it was Bon Jovi, I think, was Fahrenheit 7800 or something like that. They had an album.
Fahrenheit, yep.
Which was actually kind of a harder. That was when Bon Jovi was a little bit more rocky, a little bit more quote unquote heavy. And they were both good. Although
in with those other bands, I thought that was weird. He sounded nothing like those other bands. From New Jersey.
Who's that?
From Jersey. Bon Jovi.
Yeah, they weren't. Well, they were hair. They weren't hair metal. They were hair rock.
Yeah, but they still lumped them in that group. You know, that whole pool. Like, even
It was
though
a broad
they didn't really
stroke.
sound like them.
They weren't part of the LA scene.
Yeah, they weren't part of the LA scene exactly. Yep. But the thing that I really took away from seeing Ratt though was that Stephen Pearcy's never actually been able to sing, not a note in his life. But yet he's got a something. He's got a certain something. He was a great performer live, and he was a great front man, and that kind of got him there, you know.
It came out when they released their Cell album back in like whatever it's just called Ratt, and they tried to change styles. And that was apparent. When you mentioned, that's where it struck me when they moved out of that whole metal fold, and they try to go more for that kind of, I don't know what you call it. It was more of a alternative rock kind of style, more because you were coming out of that whole grunge alternative rock era, and they try to change the approach and work. But they returned to form, and whatever the last album I thought was pretty good.
See, I've not heard it.
Have you tried to fight for that? It's ridiculous money.
Again,
Which album? Which album, Rick?
The last
Who returned to form? I haven't gotten that.
Album.
Yeah.
Who's in it? I know. Juan Corsier, the bass player's back in, but who else original's back in the band? I know
Nobody.
Martini isn't it?
No, nobody original. They have a guitar player named Jordan Ziff, who's really a killer player, man. He's really good. The second guitar player, I don't know. I think he used to be in Danger or something like that. He left, and the drummer, I want to say, is Jimmy Deanda.
So,
I think.
But Juan Corsier or whatever, he's back in the band, right?
Yeah, he's the only other original member. It's him. It's basically the Stephen Pearcy band.
I guess that commercial they did recently was it It was a fucking
Geico.
That like spiked their they were like charting on Billboard again.
Yeah, they got hot again for
5 minutes.
But hey, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. Round and Round's one of those songs I hear a lot that I still like.
Yeah,
That's
it's
good.
it's a great riff. It's a great hook. You know,
Is that no? I know that's Tawny Katane and that album cover. I don't know, but is that her?
it is.
On the Invasion album.
It's just a different model.
That's a different model.
Marianne Gravette is her name.
Wow.
She was
Fucking Jeff is like digging deep with that one. He's like been in her. He's been in her shrubs outside her window. Like, hey, what's up? My name's Jeff.
You know.
You know which girls.
Wait a minute, Marty. Are we saying shrub as a euphemism for something else here? Or?
No, you probably weren't getting into her real shrubbery. You were outside her house in the shrubs.
The reason I know this is that she was a Playboy playmate, and she dated Pearcy for a while. And Pearcy apparently saw her in some TV commercial or something, and kind of chased her down and said, "Hey, you want to be my girlfriend and be on the cover of an album and be in the video?" Because she's in the video, I believe, for "Lay It Down" or one of the videos. What was that? Was the big song out there, right? That was the big hit.
Yeah, that was her hit. Sing
Yeah.
one of the videos off that.
But yeah, her name's Marianne Gravette. Yep. It was Robin Crosby was the one that was dating Tawny Katane.
Yeah.
And then Robin's the one, unfortunately, that died of AIDS. Yeah. Back around. Christ, he's dead almost 20 fucking years now, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. You ever watch his last interview, like the very last one he did?
I heard it. It's really difficult. It was a difficult listen, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he knew he was dying. He knew that there was no way out of it, and it was. I mean, he still sounded pretty upbeat and stuff, but I think he was pretty drugged out because he was in a lot of pain. That's sad. But I think there's some video out there that show him doing a solo for some album somewhere, and he just he's wearing like a beret, and he looks like he weighs about 350 pounds, man. He's just massive. He was a big dude anyways. I think he was like 6'5" or something. But
Yeah, he's a tall guy.
yeah, really sad, man. Really, really sad.
The
But
king.
hey, I'm not gonna lie, man. I had and have a lot of that hair metal, man. That was that was my era. Stryper was
Fucking
big into
nice one.
Stryper. I saw him on the To Hell with the Devil tour, man. I got to tell you, they fucking tore it up, man.
I guarantee it.
What's that?
I guarantee it. They're good.
Michael Sweet's an amazing vocalist, and they're two twin guitars between them and Oz Fox. They're great, man. And their new albums, which I don't get into all the God stuff. It's tough for me to listen to that. But I mean, I look at it the same way I listen to bands that talk about satanic shit. I really don't pay much attention to it. But I mean, it's a little harder with the Stryper stuff because it's glory be to God, blah, blah, blah. You know, I mean, they're pushing it all the time. But, oh, nice. Well, if you see the pictures, yeah, never mind. Anyway.
What about
moving on? What's that?
You like Leatherwolf?
Yeah, Leatherwolf was the other Christian metal band, right?
No, they were Triple Axe Attack. 3 guitar players. They were fucking great.
Like Litters.
Why do I know them? I think they may have opened. I think they may have opened for Stryper actually.
They were. They had some videos on MTV. They weren't necessarily Christian, but they were just really good. They were on my list of bands I need to see, and they're from that era.
Okay, I know that name, and I swear I think. Now you know what? It wasn't Leatherwolf. It was Hurricane.
Oh,
Hurricane which is Kelly
Hansen.
Hansen, who's now the singer? Been the singer of Foreigner for years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's been the singer of Foreigner for probably 15 years now.
Well, good for him.
And the other irony is that Jeff Pilson, who was Dawkins' bass player, and he's the bass player and been the bass player for them for years.
It's good. Yeah, I knew that. And then you had Robert Sarzo on bass in Hurricane, which is Rudy's
brother. Wasn't he the guitar player?
That's what he was, guitar player. I got it.
Yeah.
Rudy plays the bass.
Yeah.
Rudy, yeah. And the other guy that was in that was the Metal Sludge guy. What's his name? Goofy fucking dude. I'm not going to be able to remember his name now, but he was in Hurricane, I believe, at one point in time, long time ago. Hey, Marty, just a quick question to you, because while I'm thinking of it, I have rescued a bunch of these tapes from my storage unit, and what Dokken do you have?
I have Breaking the Silence, Under Lock and Key, and Tooth and Nail.
Oh, you do have Tooth and Nail? All right, because I saw that one in there, and I thought I'm going to throw that your way, but if you already have it on, I'll figure some other place, because I have it on CD, and I found this box of tapes. I'm going to go through it. I think I might have some other stuff. You have Lock and Key, right? Under Lock and Key?
Yeah, on tape.
Okay.
That's a good
I
album.
may have Back for the Attack. Do you have that one?
No.
That's a good one.
All right. If I have that one, I'll send that out to you then.
Woo! Cool. We'll check it out.
Because I have all their shit on. Yeah, I have all their shit on CD. So I'm not one of those guys that needs tapes for triple coverage, so to speak. But
I've just been getting into tapes again because I'm finding some cool
They're
shit.
fun.
They're fun. Yeah. I hate to say that because I've bitched about tapes so much over the years.
God.
Many times, but
that Testament tape I picked up a couple weeks ago, fucking $2, and it's perfect.
Yep.
That's a good deal.
It probably sounds
That's
great
the thing,
too.
man. It's
awesome.
so cheap. Like you can get an argument for the same list if you don't mind the format. It's not so bad at all. It's like remember how like years ago you had the regular size CDs and then Sony came out with the mini discs, man. So I must have felt like when it first came on the market, you going from 8-track, like cassettes must have felt like the mini disc. Like it's so much packed. You're like, oh, cool.
Like
that's
one of my favorite things about cassettes is it kind of forces you to listen to the whole album because it's hard to skip and find.
That's
specific
true.
songs.
The thing that sucked about cassettes was back in the day making mixtapes for people because
Yes,
there was like sometimes some of the lines between songs was blurred and you're like, what the fuck? Is this the end of the song? Or is it just like a stop break? You know, what the fuck? You know, but other than that, it makes you listen to it's kind of like a record. It makes you listen to the whole side. You have to sit there and take it in, you know.
Yeah.
Adam, what's your favorite format?
I like CDs. Just
It's the most convenient.
cassettes, they would always get eaten, or they're not permanent. But I like to purchase vinyl. But for I miss the CD format where you're dedicated to the album when you're in the car. You're limited to what you have. I don't know. More of a ritual type of thing.
Because your car has a USB drive that you can just plug a USB disc into.
Yeah, but it's I don't know. There's too much wiggle room.
Yeah.
I like not having a choice. Like, you make that decision before you leave the house. You can't bring in these albums, and this is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But it's an OCD thing, so I mean, it's not recommended.
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to there are different classes of music lovers. There's people that love music and they don't really care they're not a format person. They're not a tangible, I don't need a collectible thing. And for them, loading up your USB drive or your whatever device you use these days, your phone, I guess most people do, that's perfect. And I won't lie, when I've done some long distance trips back in the days when I had I think it was a Zune MP3 player. This is going back 20 years ago. And I had, I don't know how many fucking albums, 300-400 albums on this thing. It was awesome because, you could put it on shuffle and you could listen to 40 different bands, Yeah, there you go. Something like that. Right. Yeah, iPod Shuffle or something,
This is the original iPod Nano.
But the reality of it for me is I can't let go of the format thing. And the truth of it is that I came up when all the formats were there. Album was the king.
Yeah.
I mean, the only one I missed out on was the fucking wax disc or something, or the wax spores of it. The cylinders, exactly. But I mean, for me, I had probably, when I first started collecting music, it was a combo of albums and 8-tracks, man. And I had all the Rush catalog on 8-track and all that stuff like that. And then I pissed my mom off and she made me take a hatchet and chop every one of my fucking 8-tracks up. True story. That's why I'm damaged. That's why I'm damaged as an adult. But but when I went through that phase, the weird thing was, when I became a teenager and got a car and I wanted something that was mobile, man. I wanted to be able to move with my tunes, and you couldn't do that with albums. And when CDs came out, first it was the cassette player was the big thing. And like Adam said, man, you go through cassettes, and if you're playing them a lot in your cars, man, you're eating tapes up, and they start getting that warbly, shitty sound to them and all that stuff like that. And I think I went through 3 copies of the first 2 Aldo Nova albums, man, because I was a big Aldo Nova fanatic, and I just ate them up in the tape player. But when CDs came out, I was like, oh, thank God, this is perfection.
Yeah.
And I still love CDs, but ironically, in the last couple of years, 2 years or so, I started gravitating back to LPs, and you just can't beat that presentation. It's beautiful.
But you realize
they're art
pieces.
pieces.
You miss dropping that needle. You miss the sparkling, the warm sound, and using your receipt. All the little.
You miss the artistic thing with albums. And back in the day, of course, you didn't have all the variant stuff like that. Occasionally, you'd see a colored one, maybe like a silver one. I had a Rock and Roll Machine by Triumph that was a silver album that I thought was.
It wasn't that common. It isn't like now, where like it's almost like you have to almost try to find a black because like they're trying to push that colored stuff. Which is not bad.
What Marty does with binder is fucking cool. You get 3 formats for the price of 1. You get an LP, a CD, and a download.
Yeah, you can't beat that, Marty. No, it's perfect. And I missed on my video mentioning the fact that you put the CDs in with all the albums. But I mean, I'm not kidding when I say some of your albums that are coming out, the ones that you sent to me, they're like works of art, man. They're just so beautiful. You look at them and you're like, I don't want to even play this thing. It's too pretty, you know?
Yeah.
The only thing
meant to be played.
The only thing that sucks, Marty, I'm sure you've seen this, where we're trying to show the record, but not realizing the CD's in there, it just kind of just tends to fall out.
Yeah. Right.
I don't think it was just me. I'm sure there's several people.
I took them out and put them in the bag so that I can access them easier. But
I have a little black book that I put mine in.
See, that happens with the Bandcamp codes all the time, but I know with the CDs, that's where I'm like, oh shit, it falls on the floor.
hey, Marty, not to wipe away the mystique, but when you're ordering your albums, does the record pressing plant then propose color combinations to you, or do you pick them out, or do you formulate them? How's that work?
Combinations and say what we want, but sometimes I will talk with my sales rep and say, look, I want a good impact on this. This is what I'm thinking. This is what I want. Is this going to work, or what would you recommend? And like that Nachachuan Panopticon split.
Wow, so good.
We picked some colors and said, look, we want it to resemble fire, like the album cover, like a campfire.
And it does.
He's like, well, we'll do.
Adam, this is what we're talking about. This is what Marty does.
Cool.
For all of the albums.
Yeah, but it goes with the artwork. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I'm not a guy that, like, you know, you get a album cover that's got red, black, and green, and then you end up getting a pink vinyl. That's fucking stupid. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, the aesthetics got to go throughout the entire design element. You know, the design element's got to be somewhat cohesive.
Speaking of that, what color is that Eve album? Because I couldn't tell at first, and then I noticed last night.
Electric blue. It's like crystal clear electric blue with smoke.
Oh, dude, that album is fucking hot. It's so good looking, man.
Yeah.
Now, do you consult with the bands, or do you always run that by them, or?
Well, me and Austin typically pick out what it should look like, and then run it by the bands, and usually they're like, yeah, cool. You know, they don't, unless they have a definite idea what they want, then we'll go with that. But typically we say, you know, this, looking at the design element for the album, we think this should happen, and they're usually like, oh, cool. So
now, are you pressing them in mainland Europe, or are you doing them in Korea?
they are pressed in the Czech Republic.
Czech, okay.
GZ. Yeah.
The Pirate,
But
I think it is.
There are U.S. manufacturers now, though, right?
Yeah, there are. But
they're pricey.
I tried to switch to one in Cleveland called Gotta Groove Records.
Mm-hmm.
I felt it would save me a lot of money in shipping. And if it came down to it, I could drive. It'd take a long time to get there, but if I had to pick up my shit, I could. But they did a really nice job, but they were expensive and they were slow. And since I was just starting off with them, I had to pay half down before they even started the project.
Okay, no credit.
And I've been so long with Pirates Press that I don't have to pay until the records are sitting in my garage. So that's why pre-orders are really important. You know, people bitch about pre-orders, but the reason why labels do it is because it helps them pay for the pressing. You know,
I didn't know that.
You take care of a large portion of your upfront cost.
Hopefully, if it's a good release, it'll pay for it entirely, and then you don't have to put any money out in it other than get it out. You know,
nice.
So and people say, oh, you know, fucking pre-orders, blah, blah, blah. Well, from a consumer perspective, I understand putting your money down and waiting sucks. But in bands like Panopticon,
it's worth it.
It's worth it because you're essentially ensuring that you're getting a copy of a pressing that may run out pretty quick.
Yeah,
you know?
and like, especially for you with Panopticon, that stuff goes like that.
Yeah, it goes quick. But, you know, I don't know.
No, I think for small labels like that, that's really the only way that you can do financially viable business, I think, at this point. I mean, as you've mentioned before, you know, you've dug yourself a hole somewhat early on with it.
Oh yeah, stupid. If I could go back and do things over again, I bought a book, I don't know, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, on what it was like. I can't remember the name of the book, but it was like essentially starting your own record label after I've been doing this since 2000.
How many of the rules did you break?
All of them. I mean, one of the first things in there, it says, don't ever finance your record label on a credit card, which what I did. And It's fucking stupid. You don't do it because a credit card is geared with interest to you're never going to get ahead. I mean,
You'll never get out of it.
I've been trying and paying double payments forever, and that humongous lump sum rarely changes. It might drop a couple grand, but then it's back after a couple months. It's like it's always fucking there. It's always this giant specter lurking over your shoulder, you know? And it fucking sucks. And if I could take it back, I never would have done it. It allowed me to put shit out quicker.
Right away.
Yeah, right away, and I wouldn't have to wait. I was initially, when I first started borrowing money from my parents, it would take me forever to pay them back. I'm like, fuck this. I don't want to, you know, burden them. So I got a credit card, and yeah, fucking 20 years on that. Imagine how big that fucking debt is. So, hey, buy from Bindrune. Woohoo!
Buy numerous copious copies.
Buy all you like.
Well, I mean, the whole pre-order thing really, you know, I think, honestly, a band that I like, progressive, now this one should ring true with Adam here if he's a real prog nut, probably the first band that ever really did the whole pre-order thing was a band called Marillion.
Yeah, I know.
And they started, I think that was 2001, I believe, with their album, I can't say the word, Anarachnophobia. And I remember I pledged, it was almost like a pledge music type sort of deal where you went on their website and you pledged your money to them and you crossed your fingers and hoped it was going to show up. Now, they were a big enough band that you didn't think they were just going to fold up with your money, which some bands have done. But, I mean, they came through, and actually the real cool perk of it in that initial run of that album was that you got a digibook, like a big thick digibook that had your name in it. You were a donor to making this album happen. And that was, you know, in a weird way, that was kind of like this head trip that, man, I'm part of the legacy of the band. But that wasn't a
piece of memorabilia.
Yeah, cool piece of memorabilia. They did it again then with their album a couple albums later, Marbles, which came in a really elaborate packaging, and they did they were the model that started that whole thing. And it's a shame that, you know, you didn't kind of know back then what was going on with that. But it would have been hard, I think, Marty, to start a fledgling little niche metal distro doing particularly just vinyl, doing all pre-orders.
Yeah. Yep. And, you know, and part of the problem is CDs were starting to die, and I was trying to continue putting out stuff, and I always enjoyed putting out bands that were small, and it used to be when we started out, it was fun to build bands up. But as the market turned and CDs died, you know, it wasn't so much fun to build bands anymore. I mean, a lot of labels are looking for bands that have a story behind them already, because building bands sucks, because the truth of it is most people don't give a fuck about new bands. They don't.
Well, especially in today's day and age where there just seems to be more music than ever.
Oh, yeah. And typically, you know, people will buy shit just because it's on a certain label, like $20 spin. They put out a bunch of shit that I've never heard of. Some of it's good, some of it isn't. Or some of it's just kind of average. But, you know, you got the name like $20 spin behind it, people are going to buy it regardless. And, you know, we get a little bit of that as well with Bindrune. So, which is cool. We have, you know, loyal.
They needed a band like Worm on there, because I think that they'll stand up what the catalog has to offer. I know that's a new signing for the label.
What'd you say, Rick? I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit. What'd you say?
Oh, no, that's why I think with them signing Worm on there, I think it's they need bands like that to come in and kind of change the variety a bit. Right.
Yeah, but the reality is with $20 spin though, if you really look at their catalog, they have, and to some extent, Marty, it's the same with Bindrune. The catalog is pretty much tailored for a specific type of music. I mean, I don't want to say every one of your bands sounds the same. That's not it. And I'm not saying that every $20 spin band sounds the same, but there's a specific niche that they're kind of mining that field. You know what I mean?
Yep. And You know, a lot of our bands, I don't know if they all sound the same, but they definitely have a certain spirit, you know, and that was the plan. And that's why putting out The Glorious Dead on this label was weird, and I was a little nervous about it, but said fuck it anyway. I mean, I think I submitted a few tracks to $20 Spin. I never heard back from them, so I'm just like, fuck it. I'm not going to play this game. I've got a vehicle to put the album out. I know it's good. I mean, I'm not toot the horn, but I listen to it, and I know I like it. And that's the way I try to judge everything. You know, if I'm not going to put out something that I don't like, it's going to be a shift for the label. And if it works, great. And if it doesn't, I don't care. You know, I've wasted a lot of money on bands that didn't sell. I might as well waste money on my own band. You know?
Dude, I mean, and, you know, of all the stuff you send me, I'm a little bit more of a death metal kid than I am a black metal kid. And I fucking love the album, man.
Yeah, it's great.
I wouldn't say anything if I didn't particularly find it that good, and I find it right up there with all of the good death metal, old school death metal that's coming out.
It turned out good. I'm proud of it. You know,
should be.
Is it breaking any barriers? No, but
it doesn't need to.
No, it doesn't need to. We just tried to focus on writing good songs, and if anybody likes it, cool. And people have liked it, so that's good.
It's a fun album to listen to.
Yeah.
Do you think you'll pursue other potential death metal bands if they come to you?
I'd like to. That's the plan.
I think it'd be a good idea.
You know, honestly, I mean, I love black metal, but black metal has kind of pissed me off over the years. Not for any. The bands I put out are different than the stuff that has pissed me off. But, you know, black metal for me is kind of taking a third tier. Death metal really took predominance, but I listen to a ton of heavy metal and thrash. I mean, that's where I came from.
Yep.
And I found myself the last couple years, this last year in particular, I've been, you know, trying to explore thrash bands that I missed, trying to pick them up on tape. You know, I listen to a lot of traditional metal. I listen to a lot of power metal. That shit makes me happy in a time where I typically don't feel very happy. So I don't need, you know, depressive, gloomy shit all the time, making it worse, you know. And
that's a really good point, man. I mean, that's, you know, I that's why, if you noticed in my video, I said it's a frame of mind thing for me with black metal, because I'm already angry enough and doomy enough with things going on in my own life that I just can't go there all the time. It's just not one of my go-to things, and that's not putting anybody down that really digs it a lot. That's
of course not. No, it's a personal.
You dig it. That's totally cool. I mean, there's so many great atmospheric black metal bands out there. The only criticism I would have of the genre itself is that there is some interchangeability sometimes with some of it.
Absolutely. It is with any genre.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of pretension in black metal as well, and that turns a lot of people off.
And I get, honestly, you know, I still like corpse painted black metal. I do, but
it's fun.
I get really tired after a while of the same photos of, you know, 4 guys standing in the woods with corpse paint on. It's like
holding torches or candelabras.
Right. It's like, you know, this has been said. I mean, what are you going to say different with it? How are you going to present it? Oh, another band that sounds like Dark Throne. Whatever. Okay, that's a voice that's been weakened over the years. You know, that isn't as interesting anymore unless the songs are really fucking good. If you're gonna come with that style, you better come with good songs, you know, because that's what it takes. And if they're just boring whatever shit songs, who cares? It's just, at that point, it becomes a collector mentality. I need to have this because, you know,
there's only 500 copies of it, or 200 copies of it.
There's only 150 copies of this. I gotta have it. And 90% of the people out there, they listen to an album once or twice, and they file
and it gets filed.
And do it again for 4 years.
Yep.
I do it. I mean, we all do it.
I do it. Yep.
Yeah, when it comes to that, you know, super lo-fi cult black metal, that's kind of the spirit of it.
Yeah.
Especially when it's also interchangeable. Sorry, I ranted.
No. I think you're totally spot on. I mean, with the lo-fi stuff, but you can find, you know, thousands and thousands of hours of it out there on YouTube. Sure. I find that when I drill down into some of that stuff, I get about an hour or two in, and I'm like, yeah, that's good for me for the next couple months.
I found this pretty good project called Odin's Goat, and then as soon as I found them, I was like, this is a pretty good raw black metal project. And then I watched Marty's video about bands with the word goat in them.
That's like Goat and Void. Goat and Void.
Yeah, Marty, I finally found out today, clicking on Marty's live stream, why he refuses to check out Temple of the Void. It has the word void in it.
Yeah.
I think this is the one exception to the rule. I think you'll fucking love them when you listen to them.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of bands out there with Goat and Void in the cover in the title that are great, but
Goat Void.
I typically don't care.
Here's one. What's the band that just came out with that the album called? I think it's called they're out of New York, avant-garde jazz black metal band.
Oh, Scrotal Void. Oh yeah.
How did you know? What is it?
I don't know.
Goat Semen Lord?
Yeah, Goat Vulva.
No, what the fuck? They had that. Matt reviewed their album. I keep thinking of Infernal Majesty, and that's not it.
No.
I'll think of it.
It'll come to you in an hour or so.
They have it, Marty. They have the album. Their album title is the album Alphaville. Is the name of the album, I think.
What's the name of the album?
Is it Alphaville?
Fuck, I don't know what it is. I have no idea.
Hey, Marty.
Yo,
look what I got.
Hold on. Triumphant, something triumphant.
Yeah. What is
Lonnie.
it called?
Something triumphant.
Imperial Triumphant.
That's it. Imperial Triumphant. What do you guys think of them?
They're pretty good.
They wear masks. That bugs me.
I was like, man, I tried to get into it, and it was almost too fucking chaotic for me to get into. It was
Is that the one he gave Lonnie like 3 copies of, or something like that?
Yeah.
That was the one, right?
I sent
Lonnie a gigantic box of shit. I'm like, I've moved 4 times with these CDs. It's like shit I got during the heyday of when I was writing for Worm Gear and Metal Maniacs. I would just get tons of promos. I went through all of them and listened to them, and some of them I liked, but some of them I'm like, I'm never going to listen to this again. I don't need to.
Marty, he wrote me this note on the back of one of his stickers. You and Full Metal Ginger are now in the exclusive Suicide Culture Club. Marty sent me 3 copies, so I had to re-gift.
That band really wanted me to review their shit, so they kept sending the fucking CDs. I got like 4 CDs from that band. And I'm like, the more they sent me, the less I wanted to fucking listen to it.
Hey, Marty, if Adam ever orders anything from you, make sure you put one of those in there.
I put them on Lonnie.
Well, that's like back in the day when the techno industrial thing was kicking in the early 2000s when bands like KMFDM and Ministry were getting hot. There was a label out of Philly, I believe, and I don't know if they're still there. Metropolis, are they still alive? They may be.
I think they are.
Jesus Christ, they used to fucking inundate. You just see they just were signing every techno band, industrial band you could think of, and it was just they would send out all these promos and all that kind of stuff, because I actually was doing a little bit of that way back when in that scene, and you're just like, man, every one of these bands sounds almost identical, you just get kind of tired of them. But hey, I don't know, Alan, do you want in, man? Let me know if you want in. I'll duck out for a little while if Let's Talk Metal Al wants in. We haven't seen him in a while.
I gotta go to bed anyway.
All right,
Alan.
You got split, Adam?
It's cool. Yeah, I'll take off. It's a pleasure meeting you guys.
Adam, it was nice to meet you, man. Good talking.
Hey, it was cool hanging, bro. You got to come on next time.
Okay, cool.
You got to come back on, man, because I'm the prog nerd, so we got to talk some prog. Pull these guys to tears.
We have a lot in common, so it's
cool. I was like, no, you're probably thinking of Jeff.
Gentlemen, till next time.
See you later, Adam.
Bye, brother.
Take care.
See you later, Adam.
Hey, Al, jump on for a little bit.
Come on, Alan. Jump in here, man.
We know you like to go to bed early because you're an old man. Not really, but.
Or we get Jake back.
Everyone's going to start talking about Iron Maiden and Judas Priest again.
Nah, Al's our resident new album.
He's a new album
scholar.
Yeah, scholar, exactly.
That dude comes up with shit that I'm like, Christ, I was alive during all this. I read all these magazines. Who are these bands? I've never heard of them.
I know.
Hey, Jeff, send Alan the link.
I know you guys were talking about. I know.
Okay, hang on a sec.
What was
I
it,
actually wanted. I wanted to say I know you guys were talking about that band Imperial Triumphant. I never saw them live, but apparently during that Behemoth live show they were having this year, they were like the opener for Behemoth before their live stream show. Actually, so I actually had a chance to listen to them, and to be honest with you, it was pretty chaotic. But for me, I just can't get into bands that wear masks.
Me either.
Yeah.
It just seems kind of hokey.
Yeah, that's what I say too. Like that, like even if they probably would sound good, I'm still like, I want to see the band members. I don't want to see them wearing masks.
You're fine with makeup, just not masks.
So yeah, I love the corpse paint when it comes to black metal. So yeah.
All right.
I'm sad. I'm in the woods and I smell something bad.
Mostly it's like my dad, or mostly them holding a candelabra or like one that has like more candles in it, and I'm like, God damn.
I'm grasping boobies that I've never touched.
No, but I'm a fan of that kind of stuff. I like the corpse paint and all that stuff. That's something I really.
What kind of boobies are they? Wood nymph boobies? Wood nymph boobies. They must be. Hang on, I'm gonna hit Alan up.
All right.
They just what was I listening to? Yeah, I was listening to Shooter not long ago.
Who are you listening to?
Shooter.
They're good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I love those guys.
That's good stuff.
I was listening to their Kill for Satan album not long ago. Because yeah, I do own that physically, so I haven't listened to that in like years.
And there's so much good shit that came out of the Norwegian scene.
Oh yeah, some of my favorite black metal is that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, it's for me. Like if anyone.
I like going. One of my favorite things to do if I'm ever in the mood to find something new is I go and watch one of Ben's old second wave, third rate Norwegian black metal videos, and 9 times out of 10 I find something that's absolutely awesome.
I bought he did a Doomtober thing, which was cool. I think it was 3 or 4 videos, and I ended up getting a few things. One was the spin burner, but it was that Angel in the Dark River Bride. It's like for some reason I didn't have that one.
Also, I was thinking about, I don't know, I know you don't have a Facebook, Rick, but I was thinking about maybe starting Facebook live streams, because now that I'm going to be starting to now that my room was starting to become completely clean again, I want to show off a lot of my albums and stuff and what I actually have on my phone.
I'll do Facebook under Dreadful Minutes, just won't do it under my name.
Yeah.
That's okay. No, because I have taken pictures of you.
Rick, if you do that, I'll put you in our group chats.
And part of it's I think with Facebook, it's too easy for people to find you. I know you can set private or whatever, but if you don't want to keep it too private because you want some people to find you but not others, because of my job, let's just say some people are not very open-minded about what stuff I talk about.
Hey Nick, I sent Alan the link. When he pops on, I'll pop off for a little bit.
All right.
My big mouth is running all the time, anyways.
Well, that's what's fun about having you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
No one can get a word in edgewise when I'm on.
I'm just happy you started your own channel finally.
Yeah.
Well, it was long in the tooth coming, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But see, once you get it going, it's not a big fucking deal. You just got to turn on the camera and start running
It's
your mouth.
fun.
No, but I will say this. The one thing, and Marty, you alluded to this a couple times, your first couple of videos.
You're nervous.
You're nervous because you don't want to fuck up, and then you're overthinking things. You're overthinking stuff, and you're trying to keep a smooth flow of stuff, and you don't want to get those moments where you're going Well,
and then the difference is you've spent all this time watching these younger YouTuber guys that cut and edit. There's no pause between any of their shit. It's like splice, 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 splice. Perfect fucking editing. Here comes an album cover. Here comes some cool designs and shit. And it's like
you feel intimidated a little bit.
I don't care. I'm old. I don't give a fuck. I wish I could do that, but my computer, every time I try to edit shit, it crashes. and I
Yep.
use Adobe Premiere, which might as well slam my dick in a door because I don't understand that shit.
All right, I'll pop out for a little bit and let Alan.
Fade in, and that's about it.
I was going to ask actually, guys, Marty, if you actually need help on editing videos, I can edit something for you if you want.
Okay, man. Yeah, I know Rick is also throughout his. What's up, Alan? Throughout his
what's up, Alan?
Al,
services.
happy to have you on.
Alan,
Good to
ride
see you.
safe.
Good to see you,
Keeping me
Alan.
busy
Oh,
with that.
good.
with
That
that
got
list. So I'm going to put an order through Spell because based on your video, that's actually not that label is not on my radar actually very much. So I put an order.
Yeah,
I might I'm on Let's Talk Alan's Metal video or something.
Yeah, Storm Spell's a pretty small label, but he's always done a good job of digging up pretty obscure stuff that is worth reissuing or giving a chance.
That's why I was like, are they kind of like I got some stuff from Dive Bomb, which is like reissue the old stuff that's been out of print forever. Like
Yep.
like
yeah,
that. But
yeah, they remind me of Dive Bomb and like Heaven and Hell records a little bit, where they really look for those 80s bands that either for a while Storm Spell was trying to do the thing where he was looking for demo bands. They had done like a demo tape that had like a lot of cult status, but the band never did anything after that. But he's branched out from that. He's done some bands that had releases and just put them back out.
you know what sucks?
yeah.
Like this problem where like I know you probably do a little bit of research when you're doing your videos. Like I'm a little lazy when it comes to that department, but when you try, you might run into some bands where you're like, okay, they broke up. Like the last thing released was in 1998 or whatever, but it says still active. It's like there should be some kind of like cutoff period where you're like,
Yeah.
you got nothing for 20 years. How are you still active?
Yeah. Some of them have gotten back together for the live circuit, and so they're active, going to one or two European fests a year technically, but yeah, that's still kind of weird.
It's like a claim, like put out one crappy piece of material just so you can still hold on to that, copy. It's not the way bands work. I don't know.
It's like movie studios let's make another Fantastic Four movie just so we don't have to give the rights back.
You never actually release it.
Alan, it's good to see you, man. How you been?
Doing okay. Getting by.
I'm going to be sending you a package here soon, hopefully this week. I've got a bunch of shit I need to weed through. It's going to be a completely blind send, so most of it's probably going to be garbage.
Oh, that's cool.
It's coming your way.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Nope, but
what man's garbage? It could be another.
Exactly.
You never know.
Never know.
That box that you sent to Classy Lonnie.
I hooked Lonnie up with garbage, and the beautiful beauty of it is he like actually heard of some bands and was talking about them. I'm like, man, I sent to the right guy, the bargain bin master, the bargain bin, the trash bandit master. I loved it. It was cool.
That was
glad it went somewhere.
He genuinely got excited about most of that stuff that you sent him.
It took fucking 3 months to get there. It sucked. I don't know. The fucking post office.
Were you able to send that media mail?
I sent a media mail because he ordered one record and I just loaded like all those CDs into the same box. It was a big box.
I was going to say, right, if you didn't pay media mail.
From where that package went, that would have worked in your favor.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Oh, hey, Rick. We meant to email you earlier. Have you heard of a doom band called Purification out of Portland?
Oh,
Oregon?
fuck, yeah.
Oh, you know that one, Nick?
That shit's so good.
That is good. Someone just sent me the link to that yesterday. I've been playing
I
it
heard
all
about
day.
him from Eric.
Is it new?
Okay.
Purification?
Yeah, Purification.
It's bass driven. Like
Very bass driven, yeah.
I don't think there's a guitarist in the band actually. So
yeah, they have someone listed as playing guitar, but they either didn't show up for class or left their instrument at home or something. Or it's got a funny mix.
Eric said when he was talking about him on the podcast a couple months ago, he said it was a bassist, an organ player, and like a drummer.
Yeah, that's about what you hear.
And
hey, Alan, do you have a smartphone?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Well, when this is all said and done, I'm going to send you an email. If you don't mind, I'm going to send you my phone number because having to correspond via email sucks.
Yep.
I'm
No
more of a
worries.
cell phone guy. I mean, I've been hooked up with Rick too. So you guys that don't have the Facebook
No Facebook here.
Facebook Messenger. That's the only reason why I care about Facebook is because of the Messenger. It's pretty handy.
Yeah, same.
Yep. But we can definitely. I text and stuff, so or you can call, no problem.
I think I'm gonna do one. I think you were not in there, Marty, but I was telling Stefan like I'll probably just start a Facebook under the Dreadful Minutes moniker, so at least to get a hold, so you guys can get a hold of me or whatever,
right?
Live streams. But like I said, I'm trying to keep my work life separate from all this stuff.
Sure.
Yep. But yeah, Rick, if you haven't heard that Purification, it's kind of like Reverend Bizarre meets Witchfinder General with 80s era pentagram mixed in there a little bit.
I'm glad you said that because I got this in the mail.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I've been liking
this
that
is
one.
really good. If you like that classic Doom, I'm telling everybody else. I know you know, Alan.
Yeah, I downloaded it. I didn't order a hard copy, but I bought the download from the band on Bandcamp after you recommended it because that one was good.
Early moods, Spellbound. I'll put a description or in the comments.
Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of Doom lately too. That was one of those genres for me that I overlooked for so long because I thought, slow equals boring. No, not always.
It's a mood thing, man. You got to be in the mood for it. It's good to have that in your arsenal when that mood hits.
Yeah.
This is doesn't fall in that death category. It's more like
sounding. It's like any other genre. You can run into a lot of generic stuff that is just slow for the sake of slow and gets really boring really fast. But you can find a lot of interesting bands too.
Yeah.
Jeff, you be. Or as they know, I'm an altar boy.
So did any of you guys pick up that Winder box set?
I wanted to.
I got all the CDs. I would love the box set, but I don't have the money right now. Man, I would have loved to have been the label to put that shit out. Holy shit.
Who ended up putting it out?
Season of Mist.
You're going to make a killing off of that.
Oh, fuck yeah.
They'll probably do a good job with it, too.
They will.
The amount they were charging for that, that's pretty high price for that item.
Like $169 or something like that.
It's supposed to know they can get away with it.
Yeah, it sold out in a day and a half. They did 1184 copies.
Wow.
Yep, I would have loved to have been in on that action.
Yep.
I think by the time I saw Justin's video and I went to the store, it was like you said, it was sold out. I'm like, all right, this is not happening.
I tried logging onto the site and all I got was a spinning wheel of doom. There was so many people on there crashing it.
You mean the rainbow wheel?
You had to wait like an hour and a half.
Those things are so annoying when they set it up that way. They know they're going to get overwhelmed. They know it's going to be a pain in the ass for everybody. Yeah.
Well, they'll be released separately, I'm sure, over time. Like, I mean, you get the box set for now, or it's just too profitable to just not do it. They'll release them. Probably just get them individually over time.
They kind of hinted at that in the comments there on Facebook. People were asking if they were going to do it like that, and they said if it's successful enough.
Oh, they knew it was going to be.
Gee, I wonder if it was going to be successful or not.
Yeah, geez, I wonder. They've never been released ever on vinyl. They're one of the best Norwegian bands. Why wouldn't?
If they didn't think it was going to be successful, they wouldn't be releasing it in the first place. Yeah. They're not doing it out of charity, I don't think.
No, and once they release them individually, I'll get the first two. I mean, Arntor is my favorite. I mean, Arntor is like the perfect Norwegian black metal album. That thing is amazing. Great album. Absolutely great album. And the fact that it hasn't been out on vinyl all these years, and I tried talking me and Austin are like, we need to try to get the rights for this Winder stuff, and then I hear people saying, "Oh, it'll never happen. The family doesn't want them to release." So you hear all this crap, and we didn't know who to get a hold of. And Season of Mist, they're the right label for the job. So
yeah,
Season of Mist.
Yeah, a lot of times those things. I mean, they get stuck for years, but eventually the right offer comes along or something changes in the family situation.
Yeah.
I mean, Tom G. War spent 20 years saying he would never play again, and then Celtic Frost came back.
Yep.
Kira Thungle said they would never pick up, Ron Garvin never wanted to pick up the drumsticks again, and now they're touring all over the place. So
if Tom Warrior retired and ran out of money and said he would never release Cold Lake again, for fucking sure that bitch would be released again.
They actually now have like a Celtic Cross cassette tape box now. I've been hearing that they've just released.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I did see something about that. You're right. I forgot
Is
about
Cold Lake part of that box set?
I haven't checked for sure, but I do know that
I don't think it was.
You know that Omega Therion and War of the Tales is on there.
Yeah, I think it was just the earlier stuff. I don't think it had Vanity Nemesis or Cold Lake era material on it. I could be wrong. I'd forgotten about it until Stefan mentioned it.
Jake, you're really super quiet, man. I don't know what's going on when you talk. It's like really super quiet.
Try moving the mic a little bit closer.
There you go.
There you
That's
go.
better.
I got it.
Yeah, they're putting out an Immortal box set too. That same label.
Yes,
with like the first 3 or 4,
Really?
maybe 5 Immortal albums.
Like all their albums? Like it's quite a discography. But
I think it's either the first 3 or the first 5.
Yeah.
okay. All right, that sounds
One of the local record stores here a few months ago had something by Immortal that I wanted to pick up and didn't. And of course it sold. It was an original vinyl pressing of Blizzard Beasts.
Oh, wow.
And the only way you could get it on vinyl in 95, you had to order it from the Osmos, straight from Osmos. It's on like clear vinyl. And had never seen it like that before. There's a reissue on clear vinyl or white vinyl or something, but this was the original one from 95. And randomly, one of the local record stores had gotten a copy of it. Someone had brought it in, but they wanted $200 for it.
Yeah.
It's like, I can't pay $200 for Blizzard Beasts. But it was really cool. I'd never seen it before.
No, when
You
they
know
have,
what really sucks is getting. I'm sorry, Jake. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off, man.
I'm not going to pay $200 for an album that has 20 represses.
Yeah. Couldn't bring myself to do it.
Since I've been getting back into tapes, I've been getting on like the thrash metal cassettes and the death metal cassettes daily on eBay. And there's some stupid fuckers out there that think that some of these 25-year-old tapes are worth $100.
Yep.
I mean, what the fuck? They degenerate. Out of all the mediums, tapes are the worst. They're the worst.
They see one copy of it sell once upon a time for like $89, and they assume every copy is going to sell for that same amount every single time, regardless of condition.
And there's always that question in the air: if they'll even play, are the pads even still on there, or did it deteriorate?
I've ordered tapes that say tested, great condition. I buy them. Yeah, they tested, and you can see, you pull the tape out of the tape deck, out of the case, and they listen to maybe 40 seconds of it. It said, it works. And then you put it on, rewind it, play it. About halfway through, there's kicks off in the tape player. I'm like, you motherfucker. I tested
What you get for buying tapes,
you want to test it, listen to the whole first side. That's how you test the tape. If it's fine on one side, it's going to be fine on the other,
That's what you get for buying tapes. Otherwise, it happens on every format. You buy vinyl, and it's people like, oh, it plays fine. You get it, and it's beat to shit. Or
I try to be careful with my tapes now these days. Like I'm just more now listening to CDs because if I damage all my tapes, then I can't get them anymore.
Well, the thing of it is, Stefan, that the fucking tapes, they degenerate. Even if you don't play them, they degenerate. You don't have to play them to have them degenerate. They just eventually. Yep. Jeff, yes, I've heard Campfire. I've got a lot of the early stuff. It's good. Good shit. Anyway, sorry.
Oh, let me get something to show here real quick.
Yeah, those early Campfire albums are really good. Really enjoy that stuff.
I just got the text from Adam saying he wanted to know who was hosting next week.
I can try. Put me down as maybe.
He said he had fun hanging with us, so.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, hell yeah.
OG Press on Malicious Records.
That's good shit.
I like that one a lot.
This is on old Hammerheart. I don't know if it's the same Hammerheart that exists today, but
probably not.
Yeah, these are only 2 I got on vinyl. I got a bunch of other shit on CD.
Yep.
What you got,
That's
Alan?
so good.
Do you know this one, Marty?
Storm Warrior? I do not.
This is Walls of Jericho Part 2.
Oh,
Yeah, I thought that might get your attention. Let's face it, Helloween, Walls of Jericho is awesome, but they changed styles. They
wait
never
a
made
minute.
another.
Wait a minute. Is that the band? There's a video online of them playing at a festival. The Kai comes out and sings "Ride the Sky."
Could be because he does get some guest vocals for them here and there.
Yeah, because there's a Storm Warrior on and I think it's Storm Warrior, and Kai comes out and they do "Ride the Sky." It's fucking amazing. It's perfect.
It is. It is dead on Walls of Jericho worship. Some people would listen to him like, oh yeah, it's just a bad copycat. It's such a good copycat of an album that the band itself never really tried to revisit that style. That one in particular, they've done a bunch of albums. Some of the later ones, they're all good. Some of the later ones just are a little more generic German power speed metal. But yeah, the very first one, it sounds exactly like Walls of Jericho.
What's it called, Alan?
This first one is, I think it's just called Storm Warrior.
That's on Stormspell too, right? Like I have that on the list.
Yeah, they have several of theirs on the up there, Rick. Yeah, it's just self-titled, Marty. So Viking dude throwing up the horn. So how much more metal can you get than that?
That just sells the entire album.
Oh yeah.
This is the only Stormspell I have.
Which one is that, Jacob?
It's Steel Dresser, and it is god awful.
No, I don't know that one.
It's not too bad though.
And it is the only album I've ever bought that I will not give a second listen because I know from the first listen that it's never going to be good.
Yeah, they cover Heavy Metal is the Law, and this one is a bonus track, Marty.
Awesome. Thanks for the heads up. I'll definitely check that out.
Oh yeah, you like it. It's one of those little bands. They're kind of lost in the sea of European power speed metal bands these days, but they're really good. I actually got to see them. They played the Prague Power Festival in Atlanta maybe 8 years ago, somewhere in there, and did a really good live set.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
It's kind of like you were showing that CD where like I thought that was pretty cool, but you saying the music is not so good. Where you ever see it the other way around, where like the cover really sucks, but the music's amazing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
it's like that Infernal Majesty album.
Yep. Hold on a second. I'll show you a great example of that.
What's the worst album art in your collection, Jake?
I don't know. I probably have some god awful CD somewhere, but I can't place it. I did that the 10 questions.
Yeah, that's
video,
right.
And he had that question. I went through my vinyl and I tried to find something that was just terrible, and I couldn't really find one. But
I still stand by the one that I showed.
this I'm sending out, but this
There
this
we go.
would be my worst.
Is that their logo, Alan?
Yeah, this is the entire cover. The band
That's
is called
fucking
Not Friends.
horrendous.
That's the cover.
Yeah, Pullman stench.
Do you have
Oh,
this, Stephanie?
Actually, no, I don't have that album.
It's headed your way.
Oh,
But yeah,
You
Rick,
like it, right?
This is my worst album art.
no. What do you say, Jacob?
You like Dungeon Stench?
Actually, yeah, I do. I like a few of their things, actually. So yeah.
That's good. I actually had it packaged up in the box I'm sending you with the apron.
Oh, nice. I got a video idea for that actually, which I'm actually looking forward to recording.
I'll send that out to you on Friday when I get paid.
Sweet.
Jake, I still got to get you a bunch of stuff set up.
Like,
Hey Nick, where's my
yours on Fridays with Nick.
All right.
Nick? Where's my stuff?
It's coming. It's coming. Trust me.
No, I believe you. I believe you.
if you want the saddest sequence of bad cover art, I mean, lots of bands have a bad album cover. There's one instance where the album cover was changed 3 times, and all 3 of them suck so bad. It's that first Fates Warning album. This is the original. This is the
Oh,
first
what the-
pressing.
That looks
fuck
like
is that?
that looks like a children's book.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
they realized that was bad. Okay, let's get new cover art for it and put it back out.
It looks like he's holding his junk and it's on fire.
Oh wow!
That's
This was the
What a
this
comeback.
is the improved version.
how?
And so they're like, okay, that sucked. Let's try again.
Yeah, it actually was. Wow.
This is the third version.
Oh, that's even worse.
It's like,
They're
it
like,
got
let's do drunk,
progressively
but not
worse.
really.
That's awful.
They tried 3 times and could not get a cover that didn't completely suck for that album. And it's a good album, which is, but yeah, you cannot find it with good cover art.
It's a pretty killer shirt you got there, Rick.
Represent. Actually, I think it was
It
like
doesn't fit me anymore, though.
I saw a blurb. It said that the Trees of Eternity was having their 4th year anniversary. Oh, shit! I was like, let me take a snap of that, throw it on the Instagram because I'm like, we're hitting that mark. And then I saw Justin put up his video. He hit me up. He's like, oh, that just came in. It's just such weird timing. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll wear my
Yeah.
house.
Hey Rick,
Good
what's that
album.
album behind? Hey Rick, what's that album behind you?
Which one?
The black metal one.
This one?
Yeah, what's that one?
That's Afsky.
Can I see what the picture looks like? I like the. I'm always a fan of the corpse paint type of black and white.
He's a great band.
It's Swedish black metal.
That is really cool. I'm digging the cover. That's something I want to listen to.
Actually, pretty good. This particular one I like a lot.
Ooh.
That
There
album.
you go.
Can you see this, Rick?
You got the Velvet CD.
Yeah, the Velvet. I wanted to get the Velvet vinyl, but it was sold by the time I got around to looking for it.
I think
So I got this
the white one.
before I started collecting vinyl.
This is by far the worst cover, though, I've ever seen for an album,
The fuck
for a
is
metal
that?
album. It's a band called Cry of Terror. The album's called Terror of the Concrete World, and yes, I will bet anything I own that it's colored with crayons.
Yeah. That is
That's horrendous, man.
white. That's scary.
I mean, like, they didn't even get the lettering spaced out or anything. Like, the letters all crammed up on the band name. Yeah, there's nothing good about this.
Who the hell
can't really
approved
read it.
that?
Yeah. I thought that was
That's a heck of a question. It
Who
is.
was that?
They're all versions with a different cover. Ken has a copy that has a completely different cover to it. So somebody realized their mistake and tried to fix it, but this did get out into the wild somehow.
But like, who would look at that and go, "Ooh, this is cool. Let's put that out."
Yeah, I have no answers. Just a shitty picture of a shitty album cover.
Or like, what drugs do you have to be on to approve that?
probably.
Well, I bought it blind off of a sale list just because I thought it was a cool band name and a cool album title. Terror of the Concrete World, Cry of Terror. Okay, I'll give $7 for that. I got it and I just looked at him just like, this has to be a fucking joke. I'm like, really, is this part of the packing material or something? No, this is actually the cover of the goddamn album. I paid money for this.
Hey, Alan, what do you think of this one?
Oh no, that's a classic.
It is.
That's a messed up cover, but
It gets me every time.
it is a messed up cover. It's got a weird. It's a weird, trippy, psychedelic, creepy, cool, and very, very amateurish all at once.
And it's awesome.
I like it though. I mean,
I like
people,
it too.
like when you find out the year it was released, you have a little more of appreciation for it, you know. But
Yeah.
I mean, if it came out today, it'd be quite a different story.
Yep. Is that an original or a reissue, Rick?
It's the High Roller.
The High Roller. That's cool.
That's another one I like. We were talking about, labels that reissue old shit. Like High Roller was that pretty much nil out of the park.
Did they have the band picture on the back cover still, or did they give it a new back cover? The original's got a real creepy band picture on the back.
It's got they're kind of just.
With the guy
not
standing
back.
around the kid's coffin.
Is that what it is? Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, they're dressed like Ren Fair rejects, and they're just like looking down at this little coffin for like a very small child. Yeah, it's a messed up picture.
Whew, Storm Warrior CD, $18. Holy shit.
Yeah, they're a pain to find. Nobody distributes for them in the
Yeah,
U.S.
they got a
They
lot
made
of records.
Yeah, they made an album last year, and nobody in the U.S. has it available at all. I've been keeping an eye out for it for months, and nobody's distributed it.
Oh, fuck it. I'll buy this one. Free shipping. Oh, from United Kingdom? I highly doubt it's free shipping.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Be lucky if there's any shipping from the United Kingdom.
I've bought it from them before. So, seller you bought from. You know, eBay is probably my, still to this day, leading distro I always use. Not that it's the distro, but yeah, fucking, I'm buying this.
Yep. Rick, what do you think of that Black Hole album in terms of the music once you get past the wild cover?
You know, part of, again, it's because it's Italian Doom. I think they're their own little animal.
Oh yeah.
But even within that category, it's still quite different.
Yeah.
But it's progressive for its time. I mean, I'm sure. I wasn't listening to it obviously when it came out, but I was wondering what people must have thought when that dropped. Like, what is this?
Yeah, it's messed up. It was kind of cool. Just randomly taking out the trash the other day, driving over to the recycling place. The on Sirius Radio, the Ian Christie show. Roots.
This is the best show on that metal channel.
Yes, it's really good. He was doing episode, Rick, on Italian horror metal, and he played Black Hole's Demoniac City. And so I'm like driving around in a fucking Corolla, listening to Black Hole being played on the radio. I'm just like, this is the coolest fucking thing ever.
Yeah, I'd have to stop the car to be like, wow.
Yeah. He followed it up with a Paul Chain Violet Theater. Welcome to Hell or Enter Hell Theater.
Yeah,
before Ian got married and was in New York a million years ago, one of the Metal Maniacs Christmas, the one and only Metal Maniacs Christmas party, we all got together at Zoller's apartment. But the first night I got there, Stephen O'Malley and at that time Spider used to write for Metal Maniacs, and him and Stephen O'Malley and Ann were married at the time. They picked me up from the airport, and we went out to, me and Stephen and Ian Christie went out and started bar hopping.
Cool.
And, basically New York City at that time, you could get a gigantic beer, take it out of a bar and walk around.
Mm-hmm.
We ended up at Ian's place, his apartment. And man, you want to talk about a tome of fucking metal. It was absolute fucking, his collection was absolute fucking amazingly huge and chaotic, and it was a dirty, grungy apartment, just completely filled with vinyl. I mean, completely filled with vinyl. And he was a super nice guy, and it was really cool to go through his shit, dig a little bit, and I mean, a lot of crap I pulled out I never even fucking heard of before. I'm certainly not, don't know everything, and that's why you're very well versed in the new album stuff, and and Rick, I mean, a lot of the shit Rick shows I've never even fucking heard of, and it's a lot of modern shit. There was a time in my life where I was searching, hunting for new bands every day, all the time, and it just gets to a point where you got to be like, okay, wave my white flag, I surrender. Yep. I really connect with this era of metal and this era of metal and this era of metal, and that's where I'm going to focus my efforts on the shit I missed. The new stuff that comes around, I check it out, cool. If I don't, it's okay. But it was really cool. Ian was a super nice guy, man, and seeing he's since then, many years ago, what was that, 98 or 99, we did that Christmas party. I don't fucking remember. 97, 98, or 99. I don't remember, but since then he's gotten married and has a kid, and they moved and all that shit. But I can only imagine what his collection is now. But then standing in a relatively long but skinny apartment in New York City or Brooklyn or wherever the fuck he was, I don't remember, seeing all that shit, just records everywhere, like all these weird. He had like some little TV going with like some fucked up movie on it, and we're just standing there drinking, getting fucking shit hammered in Ian's place. It was cool, but Yeah, man, it was. I don't know how did I get off on. Oh yeah, you were talking about Ian's show.
Yeah.
Yeah, super crazy, huge collection.
That's
really impressive.
Very cool story. Yeah, Rick's videos keep my Bandcamp list just ridiculously full. I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck that is, but I'll listen to it. Oh shit, now I want this too. Thanks, Rick.
And that's what's cool because there's so many fucking channels out there. Like, oh, I got the Metalhead box. I'm like, great. Another video where you're showing the exact same shit as 20 other guys going, oh, look, this T-shirt. Oh, here's this other label's dead stock. You know,
Actually,
Marty,
Marty,
say that.
I know. Of course, I get it for free mostly. What'd you say, Rick?
I say that the video you just put up was very timely. I think kind of just shouting out with kind of just catch up on what's been going on with the YouTube sphere and who's been putting up stuff. I thought that was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate I try to think of all the guys I watch, and yes, I've had the fortunate gift of getting to know you guys, which is nice. Me and Alan, we've been in contact for Alan. How long?
20 plus years, over 20.
Yeah, I mean, there was a long gap where we weren't in contact. All of a sudden, here was it this year? You said, "Hey, hi, is this you?" And I'm like, "Fucking hey, it's Alan." Do you remember me from the Lapland board? I was Knight's Blood. I'm like, "Holy shit!" Of course, I remember.
Yep. Yeah, there's a while there was like, I'd order from something once a year or so from Bind Room, do the order, but then fell off the radar for a bit.
I always knew you as Knight's Blood.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I posted on I still post on Chorusseum as Knight's Blood.
Right on.
Not often, but some, yeah. I got back in touch with Jeff Wagner.
What's that?
Oh, sorry, what?
What did we say?
Oh, I was going to say I also got back in touch with Jeff Wagner this year through the Radical Research podcast. I hadn't talked to him in forever.
Oh, he's a great dude. Him and Zoller came over here and stayed a week. I don't know. They were here in Traverse. It was great, man. Great to see those guys.
Mm-hmm.
The debates and the trying to turn each other on to music. Of course, I'm at the advantage because it was my place and all my shit. So it's us trying to turn Wagner typically onto something because he's still very much a metalhead, but he's also very much a prog guy. And it kind of comes to a certain line with Wagner where you kind of stop caring about new stuff, or thinking, or just kind of just crediting it as whatever, unless it's really weird and fucked up and crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it was fun. The debates and Zoller. None of you folks know Zoller, but he's a super knowledgeable and I don't know what I'm trying. I'm fucking hammered at this point. It doesn't matter. Anyway, carry on amongst yourselves.
Well, I think what you needed to say in your video, I think kind of covered a lot of ground. Because I think there's so much material out there, but at the same time, we're producing our own content. There's only so much time to really explore. So you guys were pushing Chromium Dioxide quite hard.
Dude, that fucking channel is the best channel on YouTube. It is, hands down. It takes gigantic devil dumps on anything any of us do. It is the attention to detail, the models that guy makes, the models, how he interacts with the models, how he shoots it, the look of it. It's fucking awesome. It's fucking awesome. And he's a cool dude. He's a super cool dude, super knowledgeable. And have you watched it yet, Alan?
No, I've seen some of it. I had forgotten to subscribe. So when I saw your video today, I was like, oh yeah, that's why I never subscribed to that one. So I did.
I know when it first started, I'm like, puppets. But then I'm like, puppets. He totally works them in. It's totally fucking sweet. It's totally cool.
Hey,
welcome.
What's up, Al?
Hey, Jeff, how you doing, man?
Good, buddy. How you doing, man?
We're getting by. Trying not to catch coronavirus and all that fun stuff.
Are you in class? Or are you doing everything remotely?
Clemson's doing a little of this and a little of that. I've got my stuff set up. I'm doing it almost all remotely. I have to go to campus every now and then to do some stuff in person, but for the time being, they're pretty happy to have folks stay off campus as much as they can.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's hard to see what's going to happen over the next 2.5 months. I mean,
I'll tell you what's going to happen. It's going to get shut down. That's what's going to fucking happen.
I think it may be, but I mean, we don't really know. We don't really know 100% what's going to come of all this bullshit Trump's pulling here. I think it's going to fail epically, especially since Rudy Giuliani's in charge of all of it. And that, I mean, having him, that's like having a podiatrist do brain surgery, in my opinion. But
you mean to tell me a landscaping company is not a great place for a press conference?
That was perfect. Between a crematorium and a place that sells gigantic fish.
porn shit.
People's business is fucking perfect.
That was awesome, man. The Four Seasons, the Four Seasons
company.
Landscaping company. And then it came out that one of the guys that spoke, that was one of the main quote unquote affidavit witnesses, has a fucking history of sexual abuse and crime and all kind of shit like that.
Listen, that's fake news. That's fake news.
That's fake. Well, it's all fake news, of
There's
course.
good
But
people
yeah,
on both sides of that situation.
well, if they're going to shut down,
You ever seen a mole rat? You ever seen like a real mole rat? You know what they look like? There's really ugly looking rodents. He kind of
they're huge.
Like that's what really kind of. You see Giuliani? Get a picture of a mole rat. Put his picture next to it.
Yeah, he's a fucking dirtbag. But if they do shut down, man, I mean, the government's going to have to step up and help a lot of people, man. And they're fighting tooth and nail not to do anything right now. Just fall all over each other.
Yeah.
Well, you guys, I don't know what the fuck happened to Giuliani, but there was a time he turned New York around. He cleaned up New York big time. New York, I mean, when I was there the first time with that Metal Maniacs Christmas party, you know, Stephen O'Malley and Christie were saying, you know, so many years ago, we wouldn't be able to stand in this neighborhood right now. Giuliani cleaned all this shit up. I mean, you know, all the places we're walking around right now at 4 a.m. with beers in our hand, we would have been mugged or murdered or whatever. So, I mean, the guy did a lot to turn New York City around. But since then, he's obviously lost his fucking mind. He's been sucking hard on the Cheeto schlong and getting some of that Cheeto money. You know,
he just wants to be relevant right now. That's all it is about with this guy. He just wants to be relevant in the worst way, because Trump fucking passed him over for tons of jobs when he went into office, and now he's relevant because he's the king Cheeto lawyer, you know, which is not something a lot of lawyers have gotten out of contracts with Trump because of who he is. Because he sues everybody, and you know, he's got fucking like 22 lawsuits going right now, and some of the lawyers have already resigned. The other lawyers that were on it initially, they resigned because they see it's a losing deal.
It's going to be, he's not going to concede, but there's going to be a transfer of power at some point. I think enough Republicans are eventually going to come out.
It's not a surprise. I mean, you take a guy like that, it wasn't going to go away.
Yep. I mean, he'll go away kicking and screaming like a baby, but it'll change over. That way he'll get to still, claim that, poor little me, everyone's picking on me. Like,
well, he's going to run again in 4 more years. He'll run again.
I think he will. Yep, I think he will.
If he doesn't die in 4 years.
If he doesn't,
4 years for someone in that age bracket, 4 years is a long time.
It is.
Not just in terms of passing away, but you can go downhill very quickly from a million different angles.
I'll tell you what's really frightening about this is if he doesn't run because of his age and whatever, intricacies may lie in that, you know who's setting up to do it next though?
His kid.
His fucking kid. Yep.
Yeah.
His kids don't have the charisma to pull it off the way he does.
They're fucking morons.
For whatever dumb, I mean.
I get that, but the cult of Trump is large in this country right now, which is terrifying, man.
It is.
And I'll tell you what, if it's not him, it's going to be tough.
Once once Tweedledummer is pushed to the front and Dad's just standing on the back of the stage clapping for him, it's a different deal.
I wish I had faith in my fellow American like you do, man. I don't.
I'm sure they would have a following, but none of those kids can. Again, Trump's always sold himself, and he's pulled.
Sure.
I hated the dirtbag 30 years ago when he was
so
just
did
an annoying jerk in the tabloids.
Mm-hmm.
But he has always sold himself in large part as this kind of self-made billionaire savvy genius who's, did it all himself, even though it was all a lie. He had millions of dollars stuck in his name when he was, a kid. From his dad. None of his kids will ever have the ability to do, they can't write that self-narrative the way Trump did.
The only one of those three that have any sort of savvy appears to be Ivanka, to be completely honest. She's somewhat of a businesswoman. The other two just write books and, yeah, Dad, get him.
Yeah. I mean, the other two
That's
are
exactly it.
The other two are just Jerry Springer material.
Yep.
And so none of them are ever going to be able to spin themselves the way Trump spun himself, into this big mythological figure.
You talk
they're just the talking heads that just sit there and like, yeah, I'm daddy's boy. Vote for me because Trump's my daddy.
I don't get the whole Trump. Why people especially around here. Trump was here the week before the election.
Yeah.
In Traverse City, Michigan.
Saw him. Yep.
And the mall, which is the airport, is right over here. It's 2 miles away. The mall where all the people park to get shuttled over to the airport to see this dipshit was completely compacted. You could not fit another car in there. And there's the Trump flags and the fucking morons with no masks. And I'm just I hate my town right now. And I just don't get why this guy, he's not a very eloquent speaker. Like President Obama, like him or hate him, that motherfucker could go up there and talk. And you'd be like, yes. Whatever the fuck he said, I was buying. Whatever he was selling, I was buying at the time. Trump is not. He is a fucking hateful, vindictive shithead that says words like bigly and, all this other crap. And it's people are like, yeah, Trump, you tell him Trump. And it's
he appeals to three people, Marty. He appeals to three kind of people. The very rich, who he's one of, okay? And they know that he'll perpetuate whatever policies he needs to keep them rich and keep them in more control of asset wealth. He appeals to the lowest common denominator, which is that hateful, spiteful person that thinks everyone that's not white and everyone that doesn't work a fucking blue-collar job and college grads and anyone that may be gay or lesbian or anything that's not straight white male is a piece of shit.
And those people are golden right now. Those people are out in the fucking front right now because they're bold.
Right, and he appeals to those people that are disenfranchised with the system. Well, I'm disenfranchised with the system, but I'm disenfranchised with both sides of the system, not one. And that's the difference.
Me too. I'm not a big fan of Biden or Kamala Harris, but I would vote for a fucking diseased monkey turd before I vote for Donald Trump. This is the way it is.
Yeah, there is, and you're right. I agree with you. There's this mystique, this cult mystique that doesn't make any sense because the guy has been proven time and time again to not be who he says he is. He's not nearly as rich as he is, because if he was really as rich as he is, he would be blasting those taxes out everywhere so everyone could fall all over themselves and see just how much he's worth. He's not doing that because he knows that there's issues with his wealth and that people are going to see he's not as wealthy, nearly as wealthy as he says.
Taxes, because the taxes tell the tale. He's severely in debt.
Exactly.
He is
massively leveraged.
Huge businessman that all these dipshits think he is.
He's failed so many. The guy's had over 3,500 fucking lawsuits, and he's lost 2/3 of them.
Yep. And listen, if you voted for Trump, great. It's your choice. Yep. And I don't hate you for it. But if you're a shitty human that talks down to the brown people and hates and is a fucking shitty racist, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. That's
here's a personal story, because I think you shared that your family, members in your family were big Trumpers at first, and they've kind of changed.
Family are Trump people, and I love them. They're great people. But you know what? If you're, and even my sister-in-law is like, I don't like the guy, but I like some of his policies. Well, you know what? That's her choice. That's her choice. Is she a hateful person? She's not. But
yeah, my brother's 50, and he's a bit. In the last year or 2 years ago, he was talking about how Trump was a fucking raving lunatic, and guess where he was at today?
Where?
Washington, D.C.
protesting
with that whole fucking clown car show of nitwits that went down there to show their support for him. And he and I can't talk. I can't talk to him right now because his whole thing is, Biden's going to take every gun away. Biden is not going to take your fucking guns away. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Friends that are saying that too, and I'm like, dude, you're watching all these conspiracy fucking things. It's not going to happen.
They went on about that, with the Obama administration forever. Like, show me one gun law that got passed under Obama's administration. I pay a decent amount of attention to the gun law stuff for a few different reasons we won't go into, but everyone's...
Oh, great. Alan's going to be on the news.
Alan's got a fucking... Alan's got a fucking bunker arsenal downstairs.
Dude,
don't you?
In Alan Templeton's place.
But no,
I've never owned a gun. Never will.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in the rural South, so
that's cool.
I know guns. I'm comfortable with guns.
That's
Lots
cool.
of my friends and family
have no issue with it.
And so many of them, they freak out every time there's a Democrat on the screen. Just like, when is the last time a Democrat passed an anti-gun law that tried to take anything away from? No one's ever gone around and tried to round up your guns. No one's ever done that. Obama didn't do anything. Several of the cities that had stricter gun laws actually had them loosened under Obama's tenure, like Washington, D.C. and stuff. A lot of their gun laws had to be relaxed. There was no legislation along those lines at all that got passed for those 8 years.
Look, there's
You've got to go back to the Clinton administration when they banned the sale of like 30-round clips. They didn't ban the sale of the guns. You just couldn't get the giant... And the giant cartridge.
Now you can make those cartridges with the 3D printer.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many of them out there. You can get them if you want them. It's not hard to obtain them. It's just so nutty that they're so worried about something that's just not going to happen.
All those conspiracy sites, it's too easy to just put something up and perpetuate.
Yeah,
some kind of,
if they would just stop. If you just stop.
Right, the government. If the government wants to lord over its people, they will find a way to take your guns away. They will do that. And right now, Americans, the entire world, we have more guns than the government does.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. We have more guns in our country than any other country has.
And they kept the founding fathers of the Constitution left that in there for a fucking reason. To keep the government in check. If the government suddenly decides that, all this conspiracy shit, we're going to do that. We're going to step up. We want to keep our people down. They're going to take your guns away. They're going to take away the guns they know of. There's people that hoard guns. I'm sure have an arsenal of guns like Alan.
Well,
boards that don't have
But you know what? Here's the thing, Marty, and here's the thing, guys. There have been numerous episodes where militias or fringe elements like David Koresh or Ruby Ridge, they hoard these guns, they do this stuff, and how's that always end up? How's it always end up? Not very good.
Not very good. No.
Flamethrowers.
Trump put in more gun legislation than Obama did in his 8 years. Trump outdid that in 3.
Mm-hmm.
What was that, Jake?
Trump put out more gun legislation than Obama did in their, time in offices.
There you go.
If anybody is moving towards dictator, taking steps to embrace a dictatorship is fucking Trump.
Yeah, I mean there were several.
He's trying to he's firing people and replacing them with loyalists to him.
Yep.
To do a coup because he doesn't want to lose this.
Yeah. But yeah, there
he doesn't want to lose anything.
Instances where Trump, made big overtures about passing gun legislation, and then some Republicans, in the NRA, kind of drug him into the back room and told him, "What the hell are you doing?" And then he kind of got quiet about it. But yeah, on several occasions, Trump brought it up himself that he was open to trying to pass different gun legislation. And
post that massacre down in Florida, man, he was all over it. Arm the teachers. Let's do that stuff and post. The only thing I will say, as a non-gun owner and a non-gun guy, I just don't get it, but I get it how other people can get it. I don't see the need for automatic weapons out there. I don't see the need for AR-15s. I don't see the need. And when I hear guys,
you can't hunt with them.
well, not only that, but I mean, yeah, because you'd shred the animals apart. But I mean, the thing that gets me is the argument is, well, man, I like to go to the target range. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, you can go to the target range with all your other guns. Why do you need something that, you know, is simply a killing machine?
And you know what? I saw, I don't know, somewhere online this week, I saw, it was the funniest quote. It was a military person saying that all these people that are calling for, you know, revolution and Trump and yay Trump, and they can't, you know, they're talking about civil war if Biden comes in and all this shit. A lot of these fuckers can't run a mile. They can't run a mile. He called them gravy seals.
Yeah, gravy seals.
That was hilarious. And it's true. All these people that are screaming for the fucking Civil War, you know, they're big fat fucks that what good are they going to be in a fucking urban fight, you know?
That's true. Urban guerrilla fight. How cool would that be?
Yeah, unless you're doing it from your couch, good luck, you know.
Grabbing a can of Pabst Blue Ribbon.
It's not as easy as it looks on the Xbox. Let's just
right.
Yeah.
I'm
kick your ass in Call of Duty.
Call of Duty.
Hey Al, to take this back to metal, what you showed? What is it?
Eisentor.
I was telling Rick about this in the comments earlier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Superior. It's a good album.
Yeah, it's only got a few songs on it, Rick. It's like an EP, but it's Tony Taylor from Twisted Tower Dire, Rich Walker from Solstice. It's kicking.
What are they like?
Oh yeah,
very epic metal. They've got that Man of War
thing. Okay, I'm out.
Isn't the dude from Tony? The guy that's
Tony
that.
from Twisted Tower Dire.
Twisted Tower Dire. He's dead now.
Yeah, he got killed in a motorcycle accident about 10 years ago. Yep.
Marty, did you ever dig into some of the? You were saying earlier we were talking about that you were kind of really digging back into thrash the last year or two or whatever. Yep. What what kind of bands are we talking? Like, not just, are we talking the San Francisco second wave stuff or just overall?
Just stuff that I missed. I mean, I just picked up a DAM tape from England. What are some other shit? Wrathchild America stuff. I don't know, just shit I've missed.
Did you trying to remember now? I just want to. There's a couple because I know you're a big Forbidden fan, right?
Oh yeah, the first two albums. I haven't heard anything past. Oh, I do have their comeback Omega Wave album, which is really good.
Oh shit! What the hell's going on? There we go. Yeah. What about like? Did you ever hear like? God damn it! Now I'm forgetting the damn name of them. Oh, hang on, I'm looking it up. Because I'm struggling to remember the name of it. Not Rock's Regime. What the hell were they called? The one. Totally drawing a blank here. Talk amongst yourself, guys. Go ahead.
I just muted the mic because I had to fart. Was that classy or what?
You don't need to hide it, Marty.
Oh yes, I do. I have an image to uphold.
You gotta be kidding me! What the fuck?
How are you gonna look up something you can't remember the name of? Let me.
Well, I'm looking up.
Fucking work.
That's why you organize your album. That's why you organize your collection
thinking.
by how you feel about them.
Right.
It was they were San Francisco thrash band. It's 2 words, and I can't I see the logo, and I can't think of the name of it.
San Francisco.
Death
2
Angel?
words. Who? What?
I want to.
Death Angel.
What's up? No, not Death Angel. They were the second wave. Well, actually, they were one of the first ones, but they never really. Oh, come on! This is terrible.
Ulysses Siren?
No, but they're a good band.
They're a killer band.
Yeah,
they're really good.
I'm trying.
The singer, it's the singer that died. The singer was killed. Carl. Moving on. This is where I have trouble.
Bay Area band?
Yeah. Big, huge out there. They used to headline over stuff like Exodus and
Hyrax?
no, Hyrax.
They're southern. They're Southern California. They're like L.A.
Oh yeah, that's right. They're further south.
That's
Hold on here. Let me.
No.
Well, go ahead. Jump onto something else. I'll find it.
Yeah. Hey, Mari, you mentioned looking for like British thrash. You ever heard of this one?
No, but I wish I had some.
Don't we all? It's pretty good. It's 87, 88 UK band. It's thrashy. It's pretty clean, but very powerful. So it's kind of straddles the power metal, thrash metal line a little bit, but very good. It's got a very forceful sound to it.
Huh. Never even heard of that.
It's called
Marty, Laz Rocket.
Oh,
yeah.
I've got Why Play Around on tape. It's good.
It's good stuff.
Other than their shitty version of Holiday in Cambodia.
Yep.
Which is fucking stupid.
And their music video with Sting running around.
What? Sting is in that video?
Sting, the pro wrestlers in the video for Fire in the Hole.
Like Sting.
Yeah, wrestling.
Sting. Marty, Laz Rocket. Laz Rocket.
Yeah, Why Play Around? I've got that on tape.
Okay.
Yep.
Sadist too. Sadist is killer.
Sadists are great. Chemical Exposure and Illusions. Check out that, you young bucks.
And Blind Illusion, man. Blind Illusion was really killer, man.
They were good.
Craig Biederman.
Primus.
Yeah,
Larry Lalonde.
Les played with him.
I don't have that one, Alan. Is it good?
This one's decent. It's an earlier one. It's not as thrashy as like Know Your Enemy or Annihilation Principle. It's more kind of typical 80s.
Know Your Enemy. What did I say? Know Your Enemy is the one I have. I don't know if I said that or not.
Know Your Enemy is the one with the yellow cover.
Yeah.
But yeah, this one's pretty good. But again, it's much more. This is more like in the line with what you would have heard on Metal Blade in 1984, 1985. After this one, they kind of went more in a thrash direction, which they were okay with. But yeah, this one's still fun.
Cool.
I think it's the only one I've still got a hard copy of. I've had the others in the past, and
it's hard.
Now, Alan, what's your take on the John Arch versus Ray Alder Fates Warning?
Arch, of course, you can't really touch. That's timeless. That's classic. I do like, and actually, I just bought this. I like some of the Alder stuff. I'm not a big fan of No Exit. The one after that, Perfect Symmetry, I never could get into. Too boring. Cold, too boring, too sort of industrial light. But the two after that, Parallels and Inside Out.
Yeah, it's funny because those two are kind of thought of as their more pop mainstream albums, actually.
Yeah, and
I love them both.
Yeah, but these two, and I just got a copy of Inside Out.
Right.
This is the very first CD I ever bought in my life.
Is it really?
Tapes and vinyl.
Oh, nice.
Bought it July 9th, 1992.
I can tell you what CDs I bought. I bought 3 the first time I ever bought CDs.
Oh, did? Yep. That was the first. I didn't even have a CD player. I had to take it home, run it off on cassette, and just play the cassette tape.
I bought my first trip to buy CDs. I bought Slayer Show No Mercy. I bought King Diamond's Abigail, and I bought Death all on the same day.
Wow.
Yep.
That's good haul.
Yep.
But yeah, these two, Jeff, I've always liked both of these albums, Parallels in particular. And yeah, I can see why people think of them as like their poppy stuff. I mean, what I like about them is, the band is spot on in terms of technicality, but they're writing very good songs.
Concise songs. Yeah, Monument on there is fantastic, man.
Everything
I gotta get over it. I gotta get over my thing because
you got them, Marty. There's too much good music there. It's too good.
I've even heard those 2 albums, but when you come off of this album right here.
Oh yeah. It's a completely different band, really. You
can't beat that album. You just can't.
No, you can't. It's a fucking perfect album. Perfect.
Yeah,
I will say, their last album, Theories of Flight, and the one before that, where they were away for about 8 or 9 years, is good. It's not great, but Theories of Flight is fucking amazing. And Disconnected Disconnected is fucking killer.
Yeah, I heard some more of the stuff after Inside Out. I saw them on the Pleasant Shaded Gray tour. I mean, they sounded good.
I love that album too.
But I mean, after that, it's just one of those bands again that keep putting out albums. They'd stray a little further, afield, and just kind of lost tabs on them over time.
Well, if you like the more technical aspect of them, you gotta get Theories of Flight out. And that album it's technical, but it's awesome. That's a great album.
This completely crushes it all, man. This is so good.
That's Portnoy's on there, right?
Yeah, Portnoy. This has got Jarzembek.
Jarzembek, yeah. I think Joey Vare is on that too.
This is fucking great album. Holy shit, is this good? This album is great, but it's a lot to process.
It is. I listened to it the other night. Yeah. It's very good though.
It's kind of it's a very slow grower.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I know we talked about it last time, man, but you guys got to check out the new Armored Saint. Oh, it's good. So good. It's so good.
No, I don't.
Guys in your Armored Saint.
I'm telling you, it's fucking great, man.
I've heard a couple of tracks off of it.
And what'd you think?
I don't.
You didn't like it?
It's okay.
Oh, man, I thought it was fucking killer.
That one you sent me, Alan's pretty great.
What's that?
That one's not bad, Nick. I mean, that one has some good songs on it. That album's just too damn long for its own good.
That's my favorite, Marty.
There you go. Oh.
And this is
that's my favorite Armored Saint.
It's good, but it's just like kind of blah, meh. It's like,
yep. I've always liked John Bush's
piss and vinegar on this. They lack piss and vinegar.
I really like that album though.
Yeah, they did some good songs. I like John Bush's voice a lot, but yeah, the albums just never quite have enough punch to them.
You see that one?
On Pat Benatar's label, Chrysalis.
Yep. Yeah, they were Chrysalis.
This is probably my favorite Saint right here, Raising Fear.
I need to check it out.
It's cool. Well, you know what? You don't need to check it out. I'm going to send this to you.
I got a Blondie
because I have this one on CD. Huh?
I don't have it at all. No.
Well, I have it on CD, so I'll send you that one.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
Actually, I dug through that tapes while I was off. I want to go over some of those with you. Maybe I'll send you a list on email or something like that and see what you may or may not have. You know what's weird? I've got
another guy. Do you have a smartphone, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Email doesn't work for me, man. I mean, ask Rick. I ended up texting Rick because
I have
the email. I just don't have the time for that shit.
Yeah, Rick gave me your phone number, so I'll hit you up with my number then.
Cool, right on.
I got like 15 or 20 tapes here. I want to see if any of these you are interested in. Now there's stuff like Aerosmith. I hate to say, I have no idea where these tapes came from. There's Ted Nugent in here, and I know I didn't buy those. Well, I will say
you can pass those along to someone else.
All right. I will say though, Double Live Gonzo, man, the one tune on there, Stranglehold's pretty badass tune.
Hey,
I just can't stand.
By the way, I mean, you need to salute the shit out of Rick for that VCLT package because he is the spearhead in that. He is the visionary.
Oh, I know he was.
I basically just put a bunch of extra shit in it.
No, I know.
We had a little moment of panic, but wait a
minute.
Yeah. Did you have to pay extra for that?
No, not a cent.
How was that possible? Because he basically bought a couple things, and I threw all that extra shit in it, and I did not weigh it.
I didn't have to pay a dime for it.
That's fucking crazy. Because I told Rick after I sent it, I'm like, oh, I sent Jeff's package, and then like half hour later, I'm like, oh fuck. I did not weigh the package and paid for it.
You know how the postal service is so inefficient nowadays? That's made it happen.
Yeah.
Maybe.
They must not be double checking it because
Rick, did you watch my video?
You know what? I started watching it right before the stream came, so I got to finish the other half.
Okay, because I mean, I
had to close it because I had to replay.
Yeah, I mean, I stroked both your guys' cocks the whole way through it, so you're good to go.
I figured I ruined the surprise because I told Rick, I said, man, you gotta let Jeff know that there's a big package coming. He's probably gonna get a postage due note in his box saying he's gonna be like, what the fuck is this? I'm not paying this. What the fuck is this? And I said, so
Yeah.
you got to tell Jeff that there's a box coming that I fucked up on because I figured.
I didn't. When I went out, Rick told me that on a Friday, and that Monday I've got a delivery thing. You probably have it, like whatever it's called, prefer mail or whatever. I can see when shit's coming in, and I didn't see the notice until like 10 o'clock on Monday night, and I walked out, and it was sitting there, and I went to pick it up. I'm like, Jesus Christ, what the hell is in this thing? Because it weighed a good 10 pounds. I'm betting anyway. So,
Hey, Shred Boy. Shred Boy asked, what was that Arch/something CD? Basically, John Arch from Fate's Warning. After him and Jim Matheos got back together, and there was a John Arch CD, who was the original singer for Fate's Warning, and Jim Matheos is on this as well. And then they got together, Arch Matheos, and put out Sympathetic Resonance. Sorry, I'm fucking hammered. And then their most recent CD is
Autumn Ethereal.
Yep.
Basically, Shred Boy, it's Fate's Warning with John Arch back in the fold, more or less.
And it's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's killer. What's the name of the first one? Mechanical Resonance, or what's it called?
Well, the very first thing was John Arch.
No, the other one.
This is Sympathetic Resonance.
Sympathetic Resonance, yeah. That album is fucking insanely good. Insanely good.
Amazingly good.
I like that better than the John Arch thing, just a wee bit.
Man, those John Arch songs are so good. Oh, I don't know. It's tough.
Where the fuck did you get the shirt? Did you buy like a bundle from Metal Blade or what?
No, I just bought the shirt from Metal Blade.
Wonder if they still have them. I got to get one of them, man.
Maybe.
Because I got about 7 Fate's Warning shirts. I am gonna go the lame ass route of pulling all my shirts out and doing a video on them.
So does
I'm gonna do that eventually too.
Those Ray Alder shirts, so they make you go when you wear them?
Fuck you, Rifkinen. Hey, look, I love John Arch. But I fucking love Ray Alder, and I met Ray Alder, and he's cool as fuck. Dude is fucking radly cool. I will say though, I met the whole band, and Joey Vera is one of the coolest fucking dudes I've ever met in my life. Just a super, super cool guy.
For those that don't know, Joey Vera, part of Armored Saint.
Absolutely.
Another.
Oh, Christ. When you get Raising Fear and you are hooked on it, you're going to thank me.
I will. You know what? I did not hate this. I thought
you're going to love Raising Fear because it's a little heavier.
I thought it was decent. I didn't say it was great. I said it was
decent. They do a kick-ass cover, and you're probably going to yawn. Get ready to yawn. They do a kick-ass cover of Saturday Night Special, Lynyrd Skynyrd's Saturday Night Special on here. It's really good.
Of course they did.
but they have a song on here called Chemical Euphoria and Isolation. You're going to fucking love it. You're going to love it.
Okay.
Bless your heart. I'm from the South. I can say that.
Yes, you can. Bless your heart.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to
The only thing is, Marty, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not testing these tapes out when I send them to you. So if they're bad, tough shit.
Alan, are you leaving?
I want to jump off in a minute here. Yeah, it's getting late for me. But,
oh, come on. What do you mean for you? I'm in the same time zone you are.
You're in the same time zone as me, and you're 10 years younger than me. What the fuck?
I've got a 6-year-old who's going to be up at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh,
I got a 10-year-old. He can go watch fucking whatever.
I got a 26-year-old and 22-year-old, so you guys beat me there.
You know how many miles I've walked playing Pokemon Go today, trying to catch
my kid asked me today if we could go for a Pokemon Go ride around town. I'm like,
What the fuck is that? What is it?
It's stupid. It's a game on your phone where it augments reality so that you can actually see the little Pokemon critters around you, and you move around on your screen to capture them and stuff like that.
So it's like tripping on mushrooms for kids?
It's more like an excuse to play in the street for kids.
Oh, lovely. Just what they need.
Yeah, the first thing you get when you start the app is this big warning sign. It's like, do not chase the Pokemon into the middle of the street or other dangerous places.
Yeah, it's been a lot of accidents reported.
Do you seriously have that, Jake?
Yep. But hey, before I do jump off, I'll show off one thing. Actually, I haven't shown any new wave of British heavy metal. Everyone knows this, right?
Diamond Head.
Yep.
Of course. Lightning to the Nations.
Right.
Awesome.
Yep. Here's here's what it looked like before they got a real cover for it.
What is that? Test pressing?
It's the band considered it a demo that they pressed, rather than pressing it on tape, they pressed it on vinyl. They made 1,000 copies and sold it.
Sorry, that's too funny.
But
Sorry,
no.
you got to read that. Glorious Dead doing Sweet Home Alabama.
Bless their hearts too.
The Glorious Dead probably couldn't play it.
Sweet Home Alabama.
Hey, got to get a little more guttural there, I think.
Yeah, I'm not very good at the gutturals. I can't do them.
Yeah. But no, Diamond had originally pressed it as they really meant for Lightning to the Nations to be a demo rather than an album. They just pressed it to vinyl instead of putting it on tape when they circulated it.
Okay.
So, yeah. But there's always been disputes about this version, that the label that put it out was a German label and they didn't actually quite have all the rights the way they were supposed to. There's always been some insinuations that, the copyrights weren't lined up right. But before that, these copies were circulated around in the UK on Happy Face Music. It had no cover. It just came in a plain white cover.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So wait, did you get that at the time it was issued back then, or did you get it since then?
No, I got this years later. I've had 2 copies of it. So I traded off the other one. But
So how much did you spend on that?
We'll talk about that.
Yeah, come on.
But
come on.
The thing was, you had to order these from the band, and depending on who was around at the time, they would sign it. So the trick was to get copies with all 4 signatures.
But they wouldn't
on
necessarily
the cover.
be the signatures that played on the album.
In this case, I think they managed that. But the bigger trick is that's actually a second pressing of it. The first 1,000 they pressed up didn't have any information at all on the label.
Oh, weird.
It's a plain white cover with some signature. Well, again, you could have random signatures, but the labels didn't even contain a track list.
Okay, young people that are on this stream and watching, I gotta say, welcome to the den, the collective hive of collector scum.
The den of a nerdity.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, this is Oops.
Yeah, that's.
I think Al, you and Al got me beat on that front. I have some collector stuff, but I don't go that crazy.
I don't either.
The funny thing on this one was, it's been 15 or so years. I got this about 15 years ago. Jim Cranford, at the time, he had arguably the best heavy metal collection on the planet for vinyl. But he was sold off his whole collection over a couple of years to retire, moved to New Zealand.
Right.
He used to run OPM Records as a small record label, put out some nice stuff. They did vinyl only releases for about 10 years. But when Cranford was auctioning off his collection on eBay, this was something I always wanted, the first press on this. He put his copy up. I tried like hell to win it and could not. I mean, his stuff was going for a real premium because of his name and his pedigree.
Right.
There was no doubt all the shit was going to be legit and well packed and shipped and all that. Couldn't win it. It sold for It sold for well over $300.
Actually, that's cheap.
It was pricey for it at the time.
Okay.
And just that afternoon, while trying to log into eBay to check up on it, knowing I was already too far behind to be able to bid anymore. Another copy had popped up on eBay that some other guy was selling. I'm just like, is that legit? I checked into it, emailed the guy, talked to him, and it's amazingly for like one day you had 2 copies on eBay at the same time. Jeez. And everybody chased Jim's copy. This copy was closing like 4 hours later.
You realize
nobody else noticed it.
To bootleg that, Alan, it'd be so easy.
Oh yeah, mm-hmm.
I mean, it's fucking white labels and scribble some shit on the fucking cover and you're good.
Oh yeah, easy. But I won that copy about 4 hours after Cranford's copy and paid a fraction of the price. Nobody saw that auction because everybody was fixated on Jim's auctions.
Right.
So that's a British heavy metal oddball for the night.
So what Marty just established is that's probably a bootleg and you don't know it, and you paid $150 for it.
I was trying to be nice, but yeah.
I checked the matrix numbers on that bitch as soon as I got it. The matrix numbers are legit.
Right on, right.
Okay, that's cool. That's awesome, man. That's
taught him how to check that shit, so he knows. He knows.
Yeah, I haven't posted yet. I've got a video on Jag Panzer's Ample Destruction that I'm putting together.
Oh my God, Alan, you're gonna kick me in the nuts.
Uh-oh.
There was a place in town called New Moon Records, and every once in a while I would get a phone call. I had a buddy that worked there. He's like, yeah, some guy sold his metal collection. He probably got saved or decided to, switch over to CDs, come down. And I'm like, all right. And I'd go down and I would buy a stack of fucking records for $1.99 a piece. The lady that ran the place, she was the wife of Bob Seger's touring manager. Mike was his name.
Huh.
Mike and Teresa owned New Moon Records. He was the guy for Bob Seger. And I would come out of there with a stack, and I was working like shitty hours at that point and didn't have so much money. I held an OG copy of Ample Destruction.
Mm-hmm.
I had never heard of the band other than the label that it was on. I'm looking at them like, this looks like a metal record.
Yep.
I'm gonna come back and get this next week when I have. So I tried to hide it. You know how you do that? You hide it.
Yep.
Couple sections over in the back, hiding in
Carried
the
over to like the reggae section or something. Yeah.
Yep, reggae section.
And I bought a big stack of shit. Came home. My buddy Jay called me. He's like, "Yeah, some other dudes came in here, bought a bunch of shit." I'm like, "Fuck."
Yep.
We're back, and that Jag Panzer was gone. I could have bought that for $1.99.
Oh man. Yeah.
And that fucking record goes for hundreds of dollars.
Yep.
Here we go.
Here he goes. The Walk of Shame.
The Walk of Shame. I've got 15 copies of it. Different fucking.
Well, yeah.
15 different copies of Jag Panzer's debut.
Ample Destruction.
And this one here has a secret double handshake matrix number. Oh, it's only 7 or 8.
Shut up, Jeff.
I've never heard this album. To be
Really?
really
wow.
honest. Never.
Yeah. Oh, and before it gets lost in the weeds, so Shred Boy asked about Cranford. No, he doesn't regret it at all. I still email him once in a blue moon. He's very happy in retirement. He may have kept a small handful of records, but no, he let him go and never really thought twice about it. He got good money for it. And
where was he at?
Cranford was in, I think, San Diego before he relocated to New Zealand, but he retired to New Zealand. So,
okay.
But yeah, OPM Records was run out of Georgia. His business partner did a lot of it out of Georgia.
Okay.
But so yeah, we got one.
Look at that. Look at that sexy cover.
It is one of the most awesome covers.
It's awesome.
Original picture disc, different artwork.
It's so dumb. Sorry, Alan, but that's dumb.
Later picture disc of Strange Origin. That's a one-sided promo version with different labels and a different title.
Marty.
Oh,
He's
signed
a little bit different than us.
Alan, we wrote this album for you. Enjoy.
Purported to be a clear vinyl test pressing, but it's not.
Ah, God damn it.
You're the inspiration for this, Alan.
Black label test pressing, but it's not. Canadian pressing, Bonsai.
Wow. Of course.
That's not brutal.
Never even fucking seen that.
Full cover picture disc out of Greece, or maybe Europe. Actually, may not be Greece, but out of Europe. Limited to 175 copies or so. Not legit.
Not legit.
French pressing, different cover.
It comes with a fossil.
And if you this isn't the end of the stack, but if you want to see the others, you'll have to wait until I get the video put together. They're in a different stack.
So wait a minute, that's all the same album, Alan.
That's all some of them have bonus tracks or slightly different track lists, but they're all copies of Ample Destruction.
Man, you really are sick. You know that?
That's awesome.
Yeah, I do.
We're all sick. We're all sick.
You saw the
Yes.
Witchfinder General video with 7 copies of 2 albums, right, Jeff?
Yeah.
That's another album I bought. One of those albums, not Death Penalty. What's the first album called?
Death Penalty is the first one. Friends of Hell is the second one.
I think Death Penalty is what I had then. I bought that for $1.99 at that record store and didn't like it and ended up giving it to Stephen O'Malley.
Ah, yeah.
He benefited.
Bless
That's
your heart.
cool.
Have you
Yeah.
revisited since then? I mean, have you revisited the materials, or you just still don't like it?
I just didn't care about it at the time. I listened to it. Doom on the pantheon of metal I listen to. Doom, I love it, but it's at the bottom of the list. Life sucks enough. I don't need to be downtrodden by what I listen to as well, and that's why I've been kind of off the black metal tip, because some of it kind of depresses me, and I've been trying to embrace more of a heavy metal, power metal, thrash metal sound right now, because it makes me think of younger, happier days. We'll just put it that way.
You know what Eric Bauer would say if he were here right now, Marty?
What's that?
He'd say, get on the tip and start listening to more teasing and pleasing right now, buddy.
Yeah, teasing, pleasing. Yeah. Old Dangerous Toy.
Dangerous Toys. So weird that Jason McMaster was in Watchtower and then he went to that.
Yep.
Fucking love Watchtower, man.
Controlled and Resistance was a great album.
Control and Resistance. Awesome album. Oh my God. So good. So fucking technical, man.
So,
Ron,
hey, Jeff and Alan, before you leave, Alan, I'm going to show you a shirt I'm going to print. This is a bootleg, and it's not that widely for sale, just so you know.
Okay. But, yeah, you're right about that, Jeff. I read an interview with McMaster years later after the fact where folks asked him, like, did you ever regret that? Because you probably had to deal with a lot of calls of sellout and all that stuff. He's like, yeah, I had to deal with some of that. But he's like, the bottom line is Dangerous Toys let me tour the world. Watchtower,
nice.
We were never going to do that.
is that Noise Records?
Oh. That's
Alan,
cool.
you interested in a shirt with this?
That's cool.
Yeah.
I would be interested in a shirt with that.
Just white and black or what?
I was going to do silver, but I don't have any. Oh, fuck. I don't have any 110 mesh right now, so it's going to have to be white. I was thinking about doing
definitely.
black on a charcoal shirt, too. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Oh, charcoal would look cool.
Yep.
But it took me a while to find. I had to scan it off a record and blow it up, and it looks like balls, and I had to fix it.
Mm.
But that's the best I could do, and it's not so bad.
Looks pretty good to me.
It should look good.
You're just making this for a few choice people?
For me and a few friends, and that's it.
Cool. I'd be definitely down for one.
Right on.
Yep.
When the time comes, I'll hit you up for sizes.
Cool.
Sounds
It's
good.
my favorite
Awesome.
label of all time. I mean, that is my formative years. Is the Noise and Metal Blade were my fucking jams for sure.
Yep. Exactly. All right, fellas, let's go get some sleep.
Whatever.
Alrighty, Alan. Great to see you, buddy.
Good to see you.
All right,
Thanks for
Alan.
letting me hop on
Yeah,
for a
Alan.
bit. Yo, have
See
a
you,
good
Alan.
night. Stephen, you take care too, man.
I think you too.
Jake, I saw the Pokemon Go stuff. That's pretty trippy, pretty weird.
Go.
My kid loves it.
Same.
Who's the one who said something about what about acid?
I said it was for little kids like taking a mushroom trip.
I just thought that was like thinking about
Excuse me.
the pictured.
He's pretty into it.
Look at that. Look at that young buck. He comes.
Look at young Nick. Young Nick took a snooze on us for a little bit. He's arrived fresh.
Look at that
Like
guitar.
fresh troops.
Cat's litter boxes.
Nick was too busy watching Chef.
When was the last time you played that guitar, Nick?
Which one? I have 3.
Nick,
Hanging on
what's your blood alcohol level right now?
0.
Not enough.
Don't
I don't know about that.
Marty, I played that yesterday morning.
Right on.
Way too loud, way too early.
You need to
That's right.
start making your own music, Nick.
Hopefully never. That's a bad idea.
I actually pulled my the one guitar I still own out of storage. It was my original Ovation
right back.
that I bought in 1999, so it's older than probably two of you guys anyways. When were you born, Jake?
89.
Actually, I'm sorry. This is from 89, so it's the same. It's 30 years old.
The year I graduated high school. Woohoo.
Yep, 31 years old. I bought this from Chuck Levins down in Washington, D.C. when they first started doing mail. You had to mail order. You had to send away for it. No internet. And it's been in storage probably for like 6 years. I pulled it out, and it really plays rough because the strings on it are about 10 years old, and the neck needs some work on it. It needs a fret job. I don't know if I'm going to bother doing it, but it was kind of nice to pick up a guitar because I haven't played a guitar in damn near a year, man. It's amazing how your chops fall apart.
Oh, it's terrible.
Oh,
It's not like riding a bicycle. Like, you need to
not.
really
No.
keep up.
no, I mean, I was trying to do. I'm not the world's great.
I've seen with Adrian Smith, he'll be interviewing doing this. While he's interviewing, he's like shit like that. I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
you gotta keep that. You gotta keep that muscles or whatever.
Muscle memory.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not the world's greatest sweep picker, but I can sweep a little bit. And I tried to sweep right away, and I'm like, holy shit, that was bad. Plus, you're doing it on an acoustic guitar. It's kind of hard to sweep on acoustic guitar.
Oh, yeah.
Sweet picking is for people that wasn't getting any ass back in the day.
Nah, that's why I'm only a partially decent sweep picker. I'm only half ass at it. I was getting half
I
ass.
can't even think that fast.
I can only do
Nylon-
triad sweeps.
Nylon string sweep picking there.
What's that?
Doing the nylon string sweep picking.
Nah, it's not nylon. It's steel strings. So, but I had a nylon
was
string
doing,
guitar, but it was a real cheapie. Yeah, you have a guitar, don't you, Rick?
I was showing this earlier because you guys were talking about guitars.
Oh yeah.
And, you got another thing coming. Was one of the first things I tried way back in the day.
Sweet.
Which is pretty cool. But then I a little in over my head, and I wanted to learn the intro to lay it down.
That chord's a monster.
I need a few more years.
Warren D.
Well,
Martinez
it's
is a guitar player, man. Is a good
Guitar
Actually-
great, but
there he goes. You got a goddamn mouth organ. Look out. Yeah, Rick, that intro chord on Lay It Down, man, you have to have long ass pinky. You have to have a long pinky to get that stretch. It's a bitch.
You need
I can't really do it.
It utilizes several techniques within that one riff, like at the same time. So like, if you're just getting started, you get developed. You don't know all those things simultaneously.
Well,
Kind of sucks.
Warren DeMartini was a big-time legato player, so you got to have that legato stuff down. Great guitar player, man.
Yeah.
Really good. Probably, other than maybe Lynch, probably I think the best of the hair metal guys, I would say.
Dokken,
Yeah, I'll put him up
I
there.
enjoy Dokken, but Don Dokken always had a wimpy voice to me. He liked
Yeah, I can see that. He had the more melodic sort. He wasn't, he especially coming from death metal and stuff like that, Marty. I could see where you wouldn't enjoy that as much.
Well,
but I don't know.
I listened to Dokken before I got into death metal. I mean,
Did you? Okay.
I had Tooth and Nail and Under Lock and Key when I was younger, but then I got into death metal. I'm like, oh, I can't have any of this glam shit, and got rid of all of it, And now I'm like, oh, I want to listen to some of that fucking Dokken and Ratt shit again that I used to be into. But
I'm not Motley Crue. I like the first two albums, and I like the John Corabi album. But man, Vince, and I like a few songs off Dr. Feelgood. But I mean, Vince Neil's voice always just grates on me. What little he can.
Pain. How could you skip Theater Pain? I even had that album. I
have it. In fact, I was going to send you that cassette tape.
Theater of Pain.
all their
What's
albums
that?
are at least good.
What
Well,
about
let's
the
see.
John
I got
Corabi
that.
album? Did you like that too, Jake?
What album?
The John Corabi album?
Yeah. I
See,
think
that's
it's
my
good.
favorite album. It's dark. There you go.
Yep, there it is. I used to have
There
that.
we go. We got such awesome tunes as "Smoking in the Boys' Room."
Home Sweet Home.
We got "City Boy Blues." "Louder Than Hell." I don't even remember some of these songs.
Way.
"Keep Your Eyes on the Money." I don't remember that song at all.
I should be seeing them down in Arizona this year sometime, or not this year, next year.
It ain't happening this year, man.
Next year, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
I don't remember any of these songs. "Tonight We Need a Lover," "Use It or Lose It," "Save Your Souls,"
Use It or Lose It's a good one.
"Fight for the Rights," and "Raise Your Hands to Rock." Why do I not remember any of these songs?
Raise your hands to rock.
I guess.
Maybe you need to listen to this tape.
Nah, I'm sending it to you. I'm good. But I did see them on this tour, and it was with Loudness opening. I think I've said that before a couple times.
Probably during the Lightning Strikes era.
It was the was it? Wait, was that the one with
Rock and Roll Crazy Nights.
Yeah,
Yeah.
MCA. That one.
Yep.
Rock and Roll Crazy Nights.
You guys have any of those Loudness tapes?
What about
There
that?
was
Now, I was asking if you guys have any of those Loudness tapes.
I've got Hurricane Eyes.
I have The Law of Devil's Land. I have that one, and I have Lightning Strikes.
I used
I'm
to
gonna
have
keep
Lightning
those.
Strikes. I got rid of it.
Let me see.
Well, that was their like big label. I think they came out on, what was the label they were on? Was it MCA for that,
I have no.
or
fucking-
Elektra or Warner's or
It had
something
to
like
be a
that? I
bigger
can't remember.
label or I wouldn't have gotten it.
What are
Man,
you guys talking about?
What's that, Jake?
What are you guys talking about?
Loudness
No.
Japanese
from Japan.
Japanese metal band, kind of probably their biggest. I would say when you say that's they're probably their biggest, certainly rock and metal, they'd be the biggest band out of there.
Yeah, I actually did. I heard Crazy Nights, but I wasn't familiar with them until I heard the Therian cover to that.
Ah,
Therian covered it.
I did not know that.
Ooh, that's got to
actually
be a
not
bit
bad.
weird.
It's not bad because that's the first
No.
version I've heard, and I thought it was pretty good. And I realized it didn't sound like one of their typical songs, so it had to be a cover. And so I looked further into it. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, it is a cover.
You got this one, Marty?
On vinyl, not on tape.
You want that one?
Fuck yeah, I'll take it. It's great.
All right.
Oh,
I'm just trying to figure out which ones. And I do have this, Marty, and I know you probably want it.
I'm good. And the funny thing is, I used to own that back in the day.
And this is really weird. Look at this. Look what I have. Can you see it?
Leather Wolf. It's
So I knew this band clearly because that was the band Adam was talking about. I knew it, but
it's upside down.
oh, is it? Oh, yeah, it is. Oops. Leather Wolf. How about
Secondhand Lion?
you're not an Aerosmith fan, right?
No, I'm not.
This is a good album though. Draw the Line. It's probably their best one.
I've never heard.
How about
that
Van
album.
Halen? Marty, how much Van Halen do you have? Any?
None.
All right, I got 4 or 5 Van Halen tapes I'm sending you too. So you're gonna inherit some nice Van Halen shit or some nice tapes.
Sweet. Sweet. I'll take it.
Got every
Rick,
Van
I'll find
Halen
something for
on
you.
CD.
What's that,
But hook
Jake?
up Rick. Rick is your man. He's the one that got the ball rolling, brother. You need to get Rick.
Yeah, I'm gonna hook Rick up.
The mega storage of tapes that you found that you don't remember, God knows where it came from.
Well, no, there's another box in there.
I'm like, what?
Well, no, I think what happened was I worked with this cat 25 years ago at a telecommunication company, and he just came in one day and just handed me a box full of tapes. It was like Jethro Tull and all this stuff, and I couldn't find all of them because I know that I have a bunch of Black Sabbath tapes, and they weren't in this box. How about Wasp, Marty? What Wasp do you have?
I've got the first two, which are great, and I've got Headless Children and Crimson Idol, and I've got Hell Dorado, and that's it.
Well, I'm sending you the bitch ass Inside the Electric Circus too. It's a good tape though. It's got some good stuff on it, but it's their glam album, I guess.
Man, I fucking love Wasp. Blackie Lawless's vocals rule. He's great.
Yeah, I like Wasp too, but I don't like him enough to keep this tape.
I get that.
But yeah, but I have a bunch of shit that I am looking for. Like, you guys ever hear of Stone Fury?
No.
That was an LA band that put out 2 albums, and it was Lenny Wolf. You know who Lenny Wolf is, the singer of Kingdom Come? You know them, don't you, Marty? Kingdom Come.
Kingdom Come from MTV, Hell's Headbangers Ball.
Yeah, they did that song that everyone said was a ripoff of Kashmir. Get it on.
Yeah.
But his first band, when he came over from Germany, was a band called Stone Fury. It had the drummer, I think, ended up in Extreme. Pat Badger, I believe his name was. And the guitar player, Bruce Gowdy, was in a bunch of different bands. He finally ended up in King Cobra, which I think you were talking about recently, right?
Yep.
He was in King Cobra with Mark Free, who ended up becoming Marcy Free. You know that, the singer for King Cobra got a sex change, right?
Did not know that.
Yeah. And then the Carmine Appice was in there, I believe. Also, I think Mick Sweeta might have been in there or something. I can't remember. I had that tape somewhere.
Didn't dye his hair platinum blonde was Carmine Appice.
You're right, exactly. Everybody else was platinum blonde. That's right. It's funny.
Hey,
but yeah, that
Fred Boy asked. Wait, where the fuck was it? I'm drunk. What do you guys think of a German band that has been around a long time, Rage? I gotta say, the 2 Doomsday News album comps I have are the 2 best Rage songs I've ever heard, and neither of those songs are on an album, which is amazing. But I've got Perfect Man, and I've got Secrets in a Weird World, and I've got Execution Guaranteed, and I enjoy all 3 of those albums. Rage.
Shred Boy brought up Axel Rudy Pell. I have a unique story about Axel Rudy Pell. I'm actually good friends with Johnny Gioeli. Went to school with Johnny Gioeli, who is the singer for Axel Rudy Pell's band. Fucking incredible singer. He kind of rose to fame by being in one of Neil Sean's post-Journey band when Journey split up when Steve Perry left the band. And it was before he went to Bad English. He had a band called Hardline. And they put out 1 album with Neil Sean. It was Neil Sean, Dean Castronovo, Todd Jensen, who I think was the bassist for Bad English, and then Johnny's brother Joey on rhythm guitar and Neil on lead guitar. It's called Hardline Double Eclipse.
Bad English?
Awesome.
They had the other guy singing.
No, Bad English was
he went
John
solo
John Waite. John Waite.
Yeah.
But no, that's not what I said. I said that my buddy Johnny sang in Hardline, which was Neil's band between Journey and Bad English.
Oh, okay.
They put out 1 album, Double Eclipse, and it's a fucking killer album if you like melodic hard rock. I mean, it is just incredible. And Johnny Gioeli's vocals are hard to match, man. He kind of sounds a little like Dio, only maybe a little bit more mainstreamy. I mean, if you want to check out Hardline, pull up the song Hot Cherie. Fucking badass tune, man. Some of Neil's a killer guitar player no matter what he plays. What's up?
He's a great guitar player.
Oh my God, he's fucking awesome. But in this album, he kind of unleashes, I wouldn't call it a metal album. I'd call it a really, really heavy melodic hard rock album. So yeah, Axel Rudy Pell, I've got 2 or 3 of his CDs. Only problem with him is I think a lot of his stuff is Dungeons and Dragons-y sort of stuff, and it kind of gets... Masquerade Ball is a very, very killer song, though, man. Marty, I bet you'd kind of like Axel Rudy Pell. I could see you digging that.
Maybe.
It's very Dio-ish. It's kind of like Dio...
That too.
Yeah, it's like Dio with Yngwie playing, German Yngwie. Playing guitars.
I got the first 3 Yngwie albums. Those are great on vinyl.
Oh yeah,
It's pretty shreddy.
yeah. What's the second one called? Is it called
Rising
It has
Force.
that's the second one.
Marching Out or Rising Force.
Oh wait, what's the one that has "I'll See the Light Tonight" with Jeff Scott Soto singing?
I think that's Marching Out.
Is it Marching Out?
I think. I'm not sure.
I didn't think Soto sang on that though.
I'll look it up.
Hold on. I'll get it.
Oh, that. Hey, Jeff.
No.
I sent you a text. I'll put you in contact with Adam if you'd like.
Yeah, definitely, man. He and I definitely probably have a shitload in common, man. Sounds like he likes a lot of the bands I love.
We're definitely going to get him back on at some point.
Cool. I'm just trying to see what album that was on. Oh, there it is.
It's not on this one. That was Marching Out. This is Marching Out. It's the lead-off track on Marching Out.
It is. Okay.
Look what I paid for that at New Moon Records, $1.99.
Oh my god, that's awesome. What, and the other one you had there, that has you don't remember, I'll never forget.
Yep.
Who sings on that one? Is that Bonnet? Or is it Soto?
Wait, that cover, is that, wait, what's he doing?
Fighting the dragon.
Oh, you're a fucking three-headed dragon.
Fuck yeah, man.
This fucking shreds.
I have that on tape somewhere. That's in that box I can't find.
Let me tell you who's on this singing. Oh, the other side is no information. It's just Ingve.
It's just Ingve.
15 other tracks on this album.
That's shocking.
That must have sold a lot of Aquanet.
Totally shocking that Ingve didn't include all the other band members in the photo.
Mark Bowles is the singer.
Mark Bowles, that's it. That dude has a ripping voice.
Oh, yeah. He can sing.
You don't remember, I'll never forget.
I actually like that cover quite a lot.
Oh, it's great. That's a great album, man. Ingve's first, 3 or 4 albums are pretty good. And then the one he did with Joe Lynn Turner, what's it called? Odyssey?
Can you imagine the phone call? Can you imagine the fucking phone call? Hey, this is Ingve Malmsteen, artist. I want to have a picture of me, a portrait of me slaying a three-headed dragon with my fucking teeth.
I'm pretty sure that's exactly how it went.
So how many heads on this dragon? 3, because 1 is not enough, and 2 is better, but 3 is best.
I went to see they call it Generation Axe.
God,
Look at his face.
Yep.
Like
He's slaying him with a Stratocaster.
His face, he's not sure if he's gonna be able to slay it with his wrist, but then as he realizes that he's Ingve Malmsteen and he will.
That's right.
Look at that fucking power stance.
Exactly. Power stance.
Jeff,
I went to. What's that?
Was Zach Wild on that?
Yeah, it was called Generation X. It was headlined by Steve Vai, and then it was Ingve, and then it was Zach. It was Nuno Betancourt, and the opener was Tosin Abasi. You figure out who the odd guy in there was. I'll tell you, it was Tosin.
Zach is a killer guitarist.
Dude, he was fucking epic. And not only that, he's a goddamn good singer too, man. Him and Nuno did a cover of a Citizen Cope song called Sideways. Look it up online. It is fucking epic, man. It is so damn good. And they both solo on it. And I'll tell you what, if you think of Ingve, if you think of Nuno as that extreme guy, that guy is a fucking stunning guitar player. He is just absolutely shred-tastic. And I'll tell you, the only guy I didn't enjoy, if you could guess which guy I didn't enjoy, who said I didn't enjoy, just take a guess.
Ingve?
I don't know.
Fucking Ingve spent literally half his set screaming at his fucking tech off the side of the stage, side left, and kicking fucking amplifiers and kicking pedals and shit because he was having some sound problems, but he was fucking terrible. And I've seen Ingve 4 times. And every time he got worse every fucking time. I didn't go to see him. I went to, in the early days I did. I saw him open for Dio once. I can't remember who else. I saw him with Lynch Mob once, and I can't remember the first time I saw him who he was with. But in this, man, every other guy just destroyed him. And Zach did the coolest fucking thing. He walked out into the audience. He was three feet away from me, right next to me. jamming during Purple Haze, or he was doing a Hendrix tune. I think it might have been Voodoo Child or something. Just fucking smoking, man.
Zach's a great guitarist. Say what you want.
I saw him with Black Label, band, and he played a fucking 12-minute guitar solo.
Yep, that's how long the solo was. Probably 15 minutes, man. He just went off.
Freebird.
I'd love to see
just
Black
keep going.
Label.
So Rick,
But
what's
I'm not-
going on up there at the Dreadful Minutes? I haven't seen a video in a while. What's going on? Let's
Well, I've changed rooms, so I've been working on my setup. That's one reason. So cool is we lift this up. Shit. And I started to bring up all my basement. So I've been kind of keeping the small stash here and there. So I keep a little bit in my closet now. So when I do these streams and videos, I can actually. It does nothing. So that's like maybe half of my shit, and that's only like the metal stuff. So, and then the CDs is still in the other room. So I'm trying to making. So when I was doing my channel, I didn't know if it was going to be something long term or serious, but it looked. Okay, I guess I'm going to be doing this for a while. So let me make a proper setup. So in this room, due time, it was hard for me to really focus putting up some shit, but I'll be putting up this week.
That wall behind you is looking pretty killer with those records.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, thanks.
Well, that's that.
Cool. How'd you
Try
set
to work
that up?
out-
What'd you do?
A couple of things like the corner and whatnot. This closet, I'm probably going to stick some of the music stuff in there, like put my record player in there and whatnot. So I'm not quite done yet.
Yeah, what are you using to hold those items up there?
Yeah.
What's
So
up?
I was wondering.
Oh,
How are
I
you
didn't get the
holding
question.
those albums up? How are you holding those albums
Oh,
up to the wall?
With
It's like little pockets you can buy. Here, I'll show you. I bought 2 of them because I wasn't sure how the setup was going to go. So it comes in one of these.
Oh, it's like a thing you hang your slide records into.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
That's cool.
That's fucking ingenious.
So what's cool is I plan on changing them out every video and stream and shit just to kind
Yeah.
of, I don't know. It's just like because I find that if there's ever any silent moments, it seems to be not.
How much those run? How much they run?
These things, well, they're not expensive. It's like maybe 20 each. So I pay about maybe 40. So I'll send a link to the guy to send.
Right.
Yeah,
But
please do.
one thing I would say is if you're gonna hang these up and you don't have a stable setup, just take the records out. Just put the sleeves in. So I put the records aside.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, so you don't fall.
like right now. See, I don't have anything in them just to cut down on the weight.
Do you have this magnet, Stefan?
No, I do not.
Cool.
But he's adding it to a spank bank.
I saw you.
Yeah, we may not. When are you sending that out to him, Jake?
What's that?
When are you sending that to him?
This Friday.
We may not see Stefan on the next Friday or Saturday night stream. He might be having some alone time with Corpse Grinder.
He'll be making some drain babies.
Drain babies. I've never heard that. That's really. How can I be 55 years old and never hear that?
I'm still on that, Marty.
That's a Martyism right there.
That's hilarious.
Drain babies. Christ. That's terrible.
You're welcome.
The funny thing is I'm not even a Corpse Grinder fan, so yeah.
Oh, that's right. He's a Barnes guy. Oh no. How's things going with the latest 16 under stuff? And I know you bought it. Don't lie.
Actually, I did not. I don't even have it.
Good. Keep it that way.
If I had to buy something from 6 Feet Under, I would buy Haunted instead.
There you go. I'm going to steer clear of 6 Feet Under entirely. Sorry.
That's the only one I have on vinyl. Again, Metal Blade was my label for a long time, and I went to for a lot of my shit.
Metal Blade rules.
I love Metal Blade. They've got a lot of good bands.
Marty, you're a fan of Triumph, or is that way too fucking proggy for you?
I don't own any Triumph, but what I've heard, I just recently watched a Triumph at that US Festival, the guy from Apple threw. I watched the Triumph performance. It was pretty sweet.
Well, now you own some Triumph, bitch.
We'll check
Never surrender.
Right on.
You're gonna get about 15 tapes, I fear. I think I am gonna sneak those Nugent tapes in though.
Don't do it, because they won't be able to. Rick might like those.
I don't think Rick's much of a Nuge guy.
I got a neighbor that'll take them.
I don't have that. I don't have Damn Yankees. I don't have any of the stuff.
Oh, motherfucker!
I prefer Damn Yankees to Nugent, to be honest. But
how about this one, Marty? You got this one?
I've got that one. Breaking the
You got
Chains.
the Breaking the Chains?
Yep, I got that one.
Do you have that one?
I have that on vinyl.
Yeah, I'm vinyl. Right? Yeah, and you have Invasion of Privacy, obviously, right?
I have that on vinyl too.
Damn, you're hardcore, bro.
Out of all the glam shit in the world, Ratt is the only band I have stuff by, to be honest. I don't even own any Motley Crue.
Wait, say what you said there again? Out of all the what?
Out of all the glam shit in the world, the only shit I own is Ratt. I don't
okay.
That's all I have is Ratt. They're a band that I liked. I like that band for some reason. And Dokken. I own Dokken.
Yep, that's true, Dokken. You got Dokken. Well, now you got some.
Dokken's pretty great.
Let's see what all I got here. You're not a Deep Purple fan, I bet, right?
Deep Purple, I don't own anything by.
Well, now you do.
Right on.
I have all this shit on other stuff. How about Journey? I know you're a closet Journey fan, Marty. I know you are.
My wife has got some Journey.
I only have one though. I have Departure with the tried and true Any Way You Want It. It's a great album.
How many of those have you had tonight, Marty?
I don't know.
Not enough.
This has been the problem.
Jim.
Oh.
The escalator, the grand escalator.
The escalator is a.
Yay.
You need to
We're
get
riding on the escalator of life.
Oh, it's just shitty Jim Beam.
Jim
Vanilla.
Ugh.
It's awful.
I'm sure.
But, hey,
Old Scorpion Shred Boy. Yes. Holy fuck. In Trance.
I don't have any Old Scorpions.
Vicious
for
Attack.
you.
Holy shit. Old Scorpions rules. I like Scorpions up through Love at First Date.
Man, that was a mistake.
Thin Lizzy. Hell yes. I only have a handful. I've got Johnny the Fox. I've got Jailbreak. I've got Thunder and Lightning. And I like all three of those records. They're great.
Really, anything from
Forefather.
say-
Jacob. Forefather fucking rules. I can pull out my collection if you want to see it.
fuck yeah.
Oh yeah, bring it.
Great.
You know what? What happened with Ken tonight? Ken didn't even drop by and say hello to us. Was he
Ken said he was gonna just do one stream a weekend.
hanging with the Flesh Rot boys?
He said it's been a lot for him. He wears them out.
Yeah, I bet. You know, he's got a lot going on with his channel.
Oh yeah.
I worry about him, you know, being able to keep up with what he's got coming in.
Yeah. I mean, it's awesome, but it's got to be almost like a job.
Is this one of the ones you have?
Yeah. What is that?
Deep Purple.
No, it's actually the newer Deep Purple. The two I had to send to Marty, unless you want them, Rick. They're Perfect Strangers and Perfect Strangers and one other. I don't know. House of Blue Light. I think it's the ones when Blackmore came back. Remember, Blackmore left for a long time, and then he came back. But that's the best. Burn. That's the best year with Coverdale and except for the very early.
I've got
David Coverdale's an amazing vocalist.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Jacob Forefather. There's one tape I have upstairs, a recent-ish mini LP on tape. But here's the Forefather stuff.
Was it the Full Finger tape?
What? Yeah.
That's a good tape.
Yeah. This is Legends Untold Forefather.
Fuck yeah.
The Fighting Man.
We got that one.
This is on Eisenwald. This is Deep into Time vinyl. Engla Tokum blah blah blah. I don't know. I can't pronounce it. It's probably Gaelic. Oh man, this one rules. Ours is the Kingdom.
Oh yeah.
Steadfast. This fucking is probably their best.
I need to get that one.
It's great. Last of the Line is also great. Curse of the Quelled. And then that tape I have by Folkvanger, which is up in the shop. But yeah, that's my Folkvanger collection. Those are a great band.
I don't see them talked about nearly enough. Those guys are fucking amazing.
They are amazing.
The riffs they bring.
Great riff.
Marty,
Oh
you
man.
still got that awful tape you played in that one video?
Venusian Death Cell, yes.
That shit's all
Then
over
you guys-
YouTube.
What
That's
is it?
Then
hilarious.
you guys, Forefather. You guys need to listen to Forefather.
Forefather are great.
Nope.
Any way you want it.
Yeah, this one, Marty.
I do have that on tape, as a matter of fact.
You got that on tape. All right, there you go.
Yep.
Rick, you got this on tape?
CD. Not on tape though.
All right, that's what I figured. That's the only tape no more. I have everything on CD. That one somehow ended up with it
Anyone
on
have this on
cassette.
CD? Speaking of
Oh,
classics,
gee. No, but I'm thinking Marty wants that one.
No, he doesn't. I promise.
No, he
10
doesn't.
out of 10 album. 10 out of 10 album.
Oh, fuck yeah. I'm excited
Look
about
at
that one.
Look at that sexy man in that cat suit. Look at that. Are you kidding me?
Sexy giant.
Could you imagine Blackie shoehorning his fat ass into that?
That's why he
Spandex
got the
suit.
ass out of all of his pants back in the day, because he couldn't fit in them.
And here's another one, Marty. I don't know if you want this one.
I would love to hear that. I've never heard-
Chastain.
Has that got Leather Leone on vocals?
No, it's a dude. Mike's. Let me see who the singer is. He's good. It's not bad.
The only Chastain I have is the thing he did with Mark Shelton from Manila Road.
It's Russell Jenkins is the singer, and Les Sharp on drums. Les Sharp? Who did he play with?
No fucking idea.
And then a guy named Mike Skimmerhorn. And I remember Skimmerhorn. He played with a bunch of other hair metal bands back in the day. It's not bad. It's just
That's got to be a fake fucking name. Skimmerhorn? Really?
you
That's
would
not your
think
name. That's not your fucking name. Skimmerhorn?
Skimmerhorn.
Mark
Hey, it's
Skimmerhorn.
old. Look who's coming! It's old Skimmerhorn.
That sounds like a euphemism for something.
I come from a long line of Skimmerhorns.
A long line of Nordic Skimmerhorns. What you got there? We care a lot. Is that We Care a Lot, or is that the?
Introduce yourself.
Oh, introduce yourself. Yep. That's
got
what Chuck.
a lot on it.
That's what Chuck. Chuck on it, right?
Yeah, Chuck Mosley or whatever.
Mosley. Didn't he just die?
He did.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I think he OD'd, didn't he?
Adam had hung out with him a couple of times here in St. Louis. He said he was a super cool guy.
Is this one any good? I haven't listened to it yet.
I haven't listened to it either.
What is it?
Oh, Soul Invictus.
I think it's their newer one.
That's their latest.
Out
Yeah.
in 2015.
No. Oh, that's their latest. They put one out. I didn't know they put an album out.
They did.
Yeah. I followed all the way up through. I believe it was album of the year, which has like Last Cup of Sorrow, and so there's a collision. There's some good songs on that. I think it's just called Faith No More.
I've got Real Thing. I've got Angel Dust. I've got King for a Day, and that's it.
King for a Day is great.
That's a good album.
Oh yeah,
It was a huge
I've
change in sound.
got like 5 of
It
them.
was.
My favorite Faith No More will always be King for a Day.
That's a good album.
That's good album. Best Faith No More story though is that when I saw them open up for Soundgarden and Voivod, at the end of the show, Voivod was wrapping up whatever song they were finishing with last. I can't remember. Probably Voivod or Killing Technology or whatever they did that night. And all the guys from Soundgarden and Faith No More came out on the stage. And it was a very small stage, and they came out. This was awesome. They came out with those ketchup and mustard bottles, the yellow and red bottles, full of fucking condiments, and they started spraying the guys all over the stage with ketchup and mustard. And Big Jim Martin comes out dressed only in a lab coat, like a white lab coat that a scientist would wear. And the next thing you see is the bass player for Voivod walks over and lifts the fucking lab coat up. And guess what? Jim is not wearing
clothes.
No pants.
The bassist for Voivod was Blackie, by the way.
Blackie. Yep. Blackie. At that point in time. Yep. He must have known. They must have worked this out that they were going to do this because it looked kind of choreographed. And the next thing you know, there's Chris Cornell. Everybody's out there, and Big Jim Martin's out there with his fucking cock hanging low. Woo! That was pretty trippy.
Well, the thing of it is, typically you don't do shit like that unless you're swinging some serious meat. Because if a guy's got, like an anal type of dick, he's not going to be going out there like, I got my little dick.
I got to be honest with you. I tried to wipe it from my memory. I haven't quite been able to do it, but I can't remember the size. I'm not going to try to remember.
I was just going to say something.
But I do remember Chris Cornell's face was kind of like. Oh man, best part of that story was afterwards. This was just a little club in my small town of Lancaster, which is about a 60,000 person town.
I can't believe there was even clubs in Lancaster.
Yeah, it is, believe it or not.
Who is
and I walked.
Is that black people named Jebediah and Ezekiel?
No, I don't think his name Jebediahs or Amos. I saw a few Amoses there though. Amos Stoltzfus. But best part was I walked backstage. Nobody even stopped me. I just walked back to the green room, and there's Kim Thiel and Chris standing there, and they're getting beers. And I just walk up. I'm like, yo, you guys are fucking awesome. Doing the usual fucking drunk fanboy thing. And Kim Thiel starts talking to me. Next thing I know, man, he just literally, I kid you not, I'm not lying, strike me down right here. He just takes a fucking beer and pours it over me. Just pours a beer over my head. And I looked at him, and I'm like, I didn't know whether to be fucking lividly pissed off because I had to drive home and I was drunk already, and now I smelled like a fucking brewery, and I was soaking wet, or to just start laughing. So I started laughing, man. I'm like, oh, that's pretty fucking cool, man. If I ever saw him again, he wouldn't remember it, I'm sure. But that was
being a dick, basically.
He was being a dick, and I didn't really realize. I thought, oh wow, I just got a beer dumped on me by a guy in Soundgarden, but he was definitely being a dick.
He was banking on the fact that you would think that.
Probably, yeah. I don't think he'd do that now, but again, we were young guys. I mean, he's a little bit older than me by like 2 or 3 years. I think he's like 3 years older than me. So I was like, shit. What year was that, Marty? Was that 90?
It was 90, I think.
89, 90, 90?
Yeah. Well, no, it was probably 90 because it was like one of the first shows I ever went to. So
Yeah.
we
I
had
think you're right. I think it was 90.
it was in
It was
Detroit.
early in the year. It was January, too. I remember it was freezing cold out.
Yeah, it was early. It was at St. Andrews Hall in Detroit. So it was a shitty part of town.
Yep.
As always, it's Detroit. So
But I got up on stage and sang the second verse of Astronomy Domine because I'd met Snake earlier and was talking to him. I don't think he understood a word I said because he's French.
yeah.
He just did a lot of, yes, we, sure, like whatever. But he pulled me up on stage and I got 2 or 3 lines out of Astronomy Domine.
That's
And then
cool.
then he chucked me off the stage before I was really expecting it. Lucky people caught me, man. I didn't do a facial into the ground.
Facial.
A facial.
Marty's
Yeah.
hammer.
I almost hesitated to use that word, and I probably should have.
Well, if it was that kind of show, then cool, man.
Well,
Whatever.
it was with
Whatever floats your boat.
Big Jim hanging his Schwartz out and taking a facial. Shit. Good stuff. I think once I get done here, I'm going to listen to some teasing and pleasing. That's what I'm going to do.
Give the dog a bone. Yeah.
Teasing, pleasing.
Sorry, Jake.
Wait, what happened to Jake there?
Jake's
he's
just
having
like,
trouble.
what the fuck did I get myself into?
He froze up.
I'm here.
Are you? Wait, Jake, are you drinking? Do we expect you to just disappear all of a sudden tonight?
My internet might be, being weird.
Flaking?
I don't know.
Or he's getting ready for his next video.
Yeah, have you done any videos lately, Jake? Because I have I'm a sub, but I'm not. I think he's locking up.
What is it?
Look at his face. Oh my God!
Looks like Jacob's ladder over there.
Exactly.
You guys there?
Still there. You locked up there for a minute.
My internet.
Have you done any videos lately? Have you done a video lately? I haven't gotten any indication yet.
I think I did one about a week ago.
Yeah, he did.
I was going to do one tonight, but you guys started before I was able to shoot it.
I better double check. I may not. I'm subbed to you, but maybe I don't have the little bell on or whatever.
I need to start putting out more. I've got, half a dozen ideas that I've got to make videos.
I'll tell you
on.
what, if the more you do, it is favorable to the YouTube algorithm, and it gets you, it recommends you to more people.
Yeah, I'm not worried about my subscriber, number, but it's always nice to get that little boost. It's a nice little dopamine boost you need to your subscribers go up.
Yeah.
We try to look for moments when it's worth a mention, like when there's a situation where album worth mentioning that maybe something you recommended, so we'll link up to your channel and hopefully that brings people over to watch your content too.
Well, in my latest video, I wasn't able to put hyperlinks in the description, but I put your channel in there, Jacob. Obviously, Rick and Marty's, Nick's. Stephen, I didn't know if you honestly had a channel, so I don't recall. I don't. Okay, well, I'll have to, next time I'll do that. And a bunch of other people, but I will say this. As of this afternoon, I think as of last night, I had 13 subs. I've got 34 right now. So, Marty Worm, clearly all your bros just said, hey, if Marty says it's cool, it's fucking cool.
Well, Jake, I'm sorry. I didn't, Stefan, I don't think I'm sub to you.
It's just his name.
Yeah, it's just my name.
Okay.
Aren't you?
I'll send you the right one because there's like 4.
Because I think you said you're redoing or you're redoing something with your channel, or you doing something different.
Oh no, I
Who,
wanted
me?
Stefan.
Oh, sorry.
I wanted to make like a cool trailer, basically, and do like a collaboration with like all of everyone how I know, and just saying like subscribe to me. Like it's like a huge video I want to do. Like it's supposed to be like one person goes after another, and another person goes after another, and then it's just like that.
All right. I know it was something along those lines. You said we are going to try something different.
Yeah, I just wanted to see where that would go. Actually, I just need everyone to collaborate with me. That's really it.
I saw you mentioned you had, a bunch of
Hey,
videos
Rick.
coming on Facebook or stuff.
No, I actually do. Except it's just that things have been like I don't know. I've been having like certain days that like I've been thinking a lot about things, about stuff that I really just I don't know. It's just been dwelling in my head. So I want to get to it, but then there's something else that gets to me, and not just even life itself has been getting to me. So I kind of just want to get them out, but sometimes I'm just like I don't know. Should I really? Because it's just. It's a lot. It's also a lot to do. Like I've had to put in everything, wait for it to download, type in the title, do this and all that. So I was thinking, like, do I really want to right now, or do I just, just want to take it easy? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, Stefan, I fucked around and fucked around and fucked around and fucked around. And I will say now that I did it and finally got off my ass and did it, because I was making up all kind of excuses about doing nobody's going to watch them. And even if they didn't, it wouldn't matter. But, there's a good community here. We'll all support you, and we'll watch them, and we'll tell you how terrible they are. Don't worry. It's all right. And it's a joke. It's a joke, man. It's a joke, okay?
I know. It's all good.
But the bottom line is you do to kind of get moving on. Then once you do, it kind of gets I won't say it gets addictive, but it gets kind of fun. You're kind of like, you want to see if you can do better, because like I watched back my second one from my first one, and I'm critiquing myself going, okay, I say 42 times there. I got to watch that next time, that kind of thing.
It's natural stutter that we all do.
I'm
But
still
like
in
my
the digits of ums.
right.
Especially if you're
I
not
mean, it's
scripted.
natural stuff.
If it's not scripted, you're going to do it. Like,
Well, but the other thing is, like, when the first one I did, which was very impromptu, I wasn't looking at the camera much, and I noticed that it was like I kept realizing in my head, I'm looking all over the place, but at the camera. The second time around, I looked at the camera a lot more, because you want to make that connection to whoever is watching. You don't want to be staring off into space or
That's my
staring
problem.
at
My camera's right here, but my monitor is up here, where I'm always looking up because my fucking monitor is up here. But
Yeah.
my camera.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I've noticed that.
Yep.
My
Yeah,
problem is my camera's here and my monitor's down here, so I got to look up here.
yeah. But you want to look at the
Down here.
monitor in case a fly lands on your nose or something. You want to know. Because
Yeah.
you don't want to redo the whole thing again.
Or if you got a booger hanging out or some shit.
I need to put a sign that says "Look here, dumbass," and actually attach it to the camera. But
No, my
I'm always
camera's
looking to see if
on.
the record I'm showing is in the fucking view and whatever.
My
Then
camera-
you'll look at it and you'll be like, wait a minute, who the fuck's he calling dumbass, man?
I usually know who's calling me dumbass. and it's
Okay,
usually
that's
me.
good. That's good. You're not. But yeah, just do it, Stefan. Just get some stuff up, and
It's a lot of
we'll
fun.
support you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. No, I appreciate that a lot, guys. I have like a lot of ideas for videos like in my head, but then I'm thinking, is it going to come out exactly the way I want it? Then that's the hard part about it too.
Stefan, I try to do everything high concept in the beginning, but then I'm like, I should probably do a collection update here and there every once in a while too. Sometimes people just want to see that.
Typically that is the highest shit. What's spinning or collection updates is usually the ones that have the highest content. Although I've done some other shit that isn't. I mean, like that Dark Side of Collecting video did a lot of views, and defending terrible albums video did a lot. I mean, I don't know, but a lot
Anything I do with black metal in the title gets a lot of views.
Yeah, the black metal one I did, Overlooked Black Metal Classics, that got a lot of views too. But I don't know.
I plan on doing one on recent raw black metal pickups, and I'm going to test that out.
Yep.
Probably next month. Because I got
maybe I need to go the black metal werewolf route and just put metal
In
on
every
everything.
fucking title. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just videos about metal. If you want to watch metal, this is
That's
metal.
the biggest, I'm sorry, but that's the biggest bullshit channel ever.
It is.
Fucking stupid.
It's getting
It's
really
fucking annoying.
I'm sorry, but I never, I mean, if you want to look up the definition of a poser, that guy's probably in the fucking picture next to the.
Yeah.
You know, he's probably a nice kid. He's probably a nice kid, but it's pretty cheap. And I will tell
Probably
you,
a cheesy douchebag. I'm sorry.
well, you're never ever gonna get a fucking metal unboxing out of me. It just ain't happening.
It doesn't.
I'll do.
Most of these videos consist of just like him talking about a random subject or just opening up a metalhead box.
Why is it so hard for metalheads to get girlfriends or some bullshit like that?
Well, because you're a fucking needle dick. That's why.
And
Well,
we
it
smell
wouldn't be
bad.
so bad if it actually answered the question, but sometimes they don't. It just doesn't quite get, it's a little long-winded and
I
doesn't
was
quite get
thinking
to it.
about something today while walking home.
Hey, I do have a question for you guys as a panel here to help me make a decision here. Now that I actually, like an idiot, started my videos with the Metal Madness 66 channel name, do you think it'd be a dumb idea to change the channel name quick? Because I really wanted to do it and should have done it and didn't. I mean, do you think that's I'm not going to get too deeper into it. I have two names that I'm looking at. You think I should just stick with what I got or not?
If you're gonna make a change, now is the time to do it. If you wait to do it 50 fucking videos later, that's a bad.
Well, yeah, I'm not doing that. Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know.
You can always re-upload your video from this, what you just did, into the new one, if
Right.
that's the case.
Well, I don't even think you have to re-upload with the name change.
You can or can't?
I think it just exists under the same thing. Like if you change your name,
Right.
it'll still be the same channel. I think.
All right.
I had a question for you guys too that I wanted to ask. What are you guys' thoughts on people playing the music while they do the update? Because I know a couple of you guys don't do it.
It's hit or miss.
I actually like it sometimes because I like hearing music in the background because when it gets too quiet, it gets too low. I like to hear music sometimes.
Does YouTube complain about that, like with the whole copyright thing or whatever? Doesn't matter.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, sometimes they do and sometimes they don't.
I think if it's less than, well, here's the thing though. If it's less than 30, I think the artist would have to put in a claim on it though, wouldn't they?
You get demonetized. I know that if you're
Well,
playing
yeah, definitely.
music.
Well, I don't monetize, so
None of us are monetized anyways, are we?
You know, I don't have a subscriber base to worry about that, but
Yeah, right.
typically it's on the background. It's so fucking quiet, no one can hear it anyway. It's just another talking point. Oh, in the background, I'm playing this, and no one
Yeah.
can hear it anyway.
my volume. I run a test video before 15 seconds to make sure the volume of my music is like audible
Right.
with my voice. You can hear both, but I don't know if it's worth it. I know a couple of you guys don't play your music in the background, like Marty and
Well,
Rick.
I do sometimes.
Yeah, actually, the second video I did that I had Panopticon playing, but I shot that video 3 times. You guys don't know that, and by the fourth, I was like, "Fuck!" I turned it off. Actually, shit. You lose me.
You lost you. You went robotic and then you dropped out. What'd you say?
Yeah, I'm suddenly getting weird dropout. Now am I back?
You're back.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think I kind of like when somebody's doing something a little bit in the background, but not loud.
Yeah, it depends on where. For me personally, it depends on where I'm watching it. Because I watch a lot of videos while I'm driving around work. I don't watch. I listen.
Right.
The video and I listen to it as I drive around at work.
It's
And,
hard with
most-
showing sometimes when you need to show something.
But when I'm, at home, I got it playing on the computer and I got my own music playing, then it, listening is great. I just kind of wondering what other people thought.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I don't mind it as long as it's not overbearing and the whole thing. And I can't imagine you would do it. I think you did it when you did that Folksanger or Folksfanger or whatever it's called.
Folkvanger.
Yeah, you had some playing on that one, didn't you?
Yeah, I've had it playing on every video I've done. I play
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to throw it out there and see if it's worth worrying about because leading up the video, you're like, what am I going to play? I make sure to think about whether it's too big of a label that's actually going to take down my video.
That's a good point.
For that, because I didn't have one that was like flagged for a certain country, where a certain country couldn't even watch my videos. Not that I probably had any subscribers from Denmark, but so I avoid, you know, century media. I'm not going to play anything of that. So leading up to the video,
Maybe Metal Blade.
I have to put in that thought about it of what am I gonna play? Because I also try to keep it relevant to the video as well. But I'm just wondering if people care enough that it's worth putting in the work.
Well, if you're talking,
what I do is I think about, you know, the Helloween video I did a lot of thought on, but most of my videos I just turn on the video and start fucking talking.
Roll.
I mean, I know Jeff is in the process of starting videos where he's overthinking fucking everything, where really all you gotta do is turn on the fucking camera and start talking. If it sucks, then it sucks. You fucking do it anyway. You know,
Start over, or you just fucking upload it. I mean, that last video I did, I had mistakes in it, and after I turned it off and started uploading, I'm like, oh fuck, that information I gave was incorrect. So then I put the correction in the fucking description, but then today I issued a correction, but it happened.
Yeah,
You know what's really weird about that, Shred Boy? That's exactly the fucking name I was thinking of going to. God damn it. Hey, Jake, I did want to warn you about one thing, man. I heard there's one label, I think they're called Bindroot. I heard that guy that owns that, real fucking prick. Don't play his music in the background.
Jake, you can play anything you want. It's all good. If it
I
gets
have your
stopped,
permission too, right, Marty?
What's that? What
I have
what,
your
Nick?
permission too, right?
You do, but the thing of it is, if it's a newer release and it gets dinged, it's because I've submitted shit through DistroKid, which gets it on all the major digital distribution sites.
you can't tell the difference between the artist, you know,
Dude,
and the.
I get dinged for playing my friend's band.
See,
Really?
I played Metallica Master of Puppets in the background and said, if you can hear what's playing in the background, I'm not going to say what it is because I don't want to get dinged. And it doesn't matter because I'm not monetized. But
I'll play some local stuff that my friends are in, and I'll get a copyright claim on it.
Wait, on your channel, Nick?
Yeah.
Are you monetized?
Nope.
It'll
What the
show.
fuck?
It'll show that you have a copyright claim, but the actions
It's not
like
a
taken
threat.
are like there's no actions
Oh.
because we're not monetized.
I just
They
dispute
basically-
them all the
it's-
time.
they basically put ads on your videos, all they do.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's
But
how
if
it
you
ends
get-
up going that way.
If you get a bunch of copyright claims, they'll pull you. But
And speaking
What?
of ads, I hope Classy Lonnie's making some money off his because his ads are going crazy. He's at like 3 ads a video for me.
Man.
Yeah.
You know
But
what?
it's fine.
I
You
hate to
can't
say
be
it.
mad at me.
The only channel I watch fairly religiously that adds ads on it is Sea of Tranquility. And I noticed about 6-7 months ago, man, the ads started going fucking crazy on him, and it's turned me off to watching his channel, to be honest with you.
well, it helps him because he's making money on doing it, which is good. He's he's like putting out a ton of videos a week.
Dude, I think he does that job more than he does his actual real job now that he's working from home.
Yeah.
Because he almost and he does. He has some great content. He puts some really cool stuff up, but he also, in a weird way, I think he's kind of oversaturating a little bit, to be honest with you.
And
Yeah.
honestly, I've gotten to the point, a lot of his shit is ranking the Judas Priest albums. I don't give a fuck. I don't
Wait, what
care.
was that, Marty?
A lot of people are doing these ranking videos right now,
Yeah.
and
I'll never do them.
who cares? Who fucking cares? I don't know.
Marty,
It's like
did you
a-
see my last video?
What's that?
Did you see my last video?
Pretty sure I did.
The non-metal records part 2?
Like the hat.
Maybe I only saw part 1.
I did a part 2. There might be some stuff in there you like.
I'll check it out because I only saw part 1, I guess.
Okay, note to self. Marty says ranking albums is stupid. Don't do it. Okay, just mental.
You know
Oh,
what?
yeah.
It's popular. It might get you a lot of views. Do it if you
I
want.
know. Nah, I got you.
Because yeah, I guess it's a point of comments. If you disagree with them, you're more likely to comment on their video. But
yeah.
Yep.
What's that hat, Jake?
No, I got you. I totally get what you're saying. It's a little trendy. It's trendy.
I love that.
It's trendy, and everybody's views are going to be a little bit different. Like that Metal Mickey, I just pimped his video. He ranked the corner albums, and they're totally wrong.
Fuck you, man.
Like, what the fuck? I think he ranked Grin highest. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you listening to the same albums I am?
Well, the funny thing is, when I first started watching Pete's channel last October, about a year ago, he would do these rankings periodically. Not a lot. It became the thing to do over the winter when everybody was stuck inside. But one of the big things I noticed was he had to start putting these disclaimers in every video saying, "Now, this is just my ranking. This is just how I hear the music. We all hear music differently." And it's like, because people would start fucking writing horrible shit in the comments, like, "You're a fucking idiot. You can't possibly think Facelift is better than Dirt, or Dirt's better than Facelift," or whatever the case may be.
I watched with Pete the Sea of Tranquility. He did with another guy a Helloween albums ranking, and they were both wrong.
You hated it.
They were both wrong. I'm just like, wow. And I'm like, why am I watching this? And two, they're wrong.
But I mean, he is right about one thing. It is music's very subjective, and we're all going to hear things differently. I mean, Marty.
That's why these are fun.
I can't help, Marty, that you're not getting it that Ray Alder's just as good as John Arch, but that's not my problem. You know what I'm saying?
It's not. He's not though. He's not. It's just good.
Do any of you guys watch Reaper Metal Productions?
Watch what?
Reaper Metal Productions.
Yeah, I've watched a couple of those things. Those guys are all right, but they kind of seem like pretentious a little bit. The one guy, the meathead guy.
They're dorks.
Don't they have that one girl that comes on and she has zero personality? She's
I think that's Reaper's wife or girlfriend.
Yeah, I think it's the one dude, the skinny dude's girlfriend. Those guys, the Reaper guys, those guys all work at Hell's Headbangers, don't they?
Well, J-Dog is the owner of Hell's Headbangers.
Oh, he is.
And the other guy, Reaper is his brother.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't know that, actually. The skinny one.
The skinny one is his brother. J-Dog, the big muscular guy, is the owner of Hell's Headbangers.
He owns Hell's Head? I didn't know that. Holy fucking shit.
Wow. I actually did an interview with Reaper, actually, not long ago.
How are they?
The Reaper, he is Crucified Mortals, and he was also in Nunslaughter for a while.
No, yeah, he was actually. He was actually a really nice guy to me. Actually,
he's a nice dude. He's a nice dude.
I talked to him quite a bit. Actually, he's very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, they seem like pretty cool guys.
You get some great interviews.
No, really, I don't know how I actually do it. I think to myself, and I'm like, how the hell did I get these people?
That was a good interview. It was wasn't 2 hours. It was pretty long.
Oh, no, it was like a 3-hour interview. Me and him just went off for hours talking about all different kinds of topics.
I think it's one of those interviews that kind of you kind of just let him do his thing, and he just went on, and I think he was switching studios or something. I think he was still setting up.
Yeah, that's what he told me actually.
Yeah, that's definitely.
Stephen, when is your 8-hour interview of Ken coming?
That one? You mean the newest one?
Oh, you did other ones? Oh my god.
Yeah, apparently I also did another one actually, but apparently I'm gonna redo it because the information on it is very old. So we're gonna redo it again with brand new information.
There you go.
When are you gonna put out the one you did with Rick?
That one's coming soon.
If you want to redo that, we can do that. Stuff.
All right, it's up to you, but I'm saying it's coming soon.
I don't think it went that well.
You got an exclusive with the Dreadful Minutes.
Huh?
He's got one with me too.
Brutal.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Just get ready for your channel to explode when you do the one with Nick.
No, one thing I'm happy about is I don't even know how sometimes I think back in my channel of interviews I did, and I'm like, how did I get these people? How did I get them to actually come on my channel and just say yes.
I think sometimes we think people as being very unapproachable. You know what I mean? But you know, you'd be surprised. You know.
Yeah, I surprised myself, and I'm like, you know what, Stefan, you did a good job. Like, wow.
We're just all metal nerds.
Well, anyone who loves metal, I love to talk to because I like if anyone has the same interest, that I actually love talking with them because then at least I know I have a good conversation, and then in the end we become good friends, and there you go. This starts something good.
Right on.
Yeah, it's a good community of people, man. There's a lot of good people out there, and I mean,
Steph,
the truth
you
of the
should
matter
interview
is,
Marty.
Oh, I would love to.
Marty's got to check his extensive schedule and see. He's probably booked out to like 2024.
You're in an interview with Marty and Old Mill, actually.
I never got a copy of that. How did it turn out?
It was really cool, actually. I don't know if this is the one. I have 2 copies. I think the other one's upstairs by my bed. But, yeah, your interview in there went really good.
Sweet.
I enjoyed it.
What is it, Jake? I'm sorry.
It's called Old Mill.
Fanzine?
Oh, I love fanzines.
They're actually pretty hard to get now, I think. I got the first 2 copies on Cliffhanger. So I
This
think
guy. Marty,
that's the problem
you gotta throw those worm gears up on eBay, man. Start cashing in on those bitches.
I don't know. They weren't meant to be sold.
Well, how many copies do you have of like how many issues were there?
I've got a few of each of a few copies. I got a few copies of a few issues. I'm sold out of some, but
Well, how many did you do in full? Do you remember?
at the height when we ended, we were doing 10,000 of each issue.
But how many issues? That's what I mean. Like how many?
We
Was
did
there 40, 50, 12?
12.
And you did 10,000.
I did.
Wow.
And wait a minute, that was free?
It was free.
How the fuck how did you do that?
The advertising.
Oh, ad revenue. Okay.
And I would get them done before each Milwaukee Metal Fest, and we would show up at Milwaukee Metal Fest with 3,000 copies, and we'd walk around and hand them out to everybody. And then Relapse Records and Century Media would take a whole shit ton to give away with their outgoing orders. So
Okay.
everybody that would order like something from Relapse would get a copy of Worm Gear with it. But then the Milwaukee Metal Fest took a shit, and yeah, that was a big avenue for us to get rid of issues. And I had a couple advertisers that were getting harder and harder to pay up because a lot of people would say, yeah, we'll do an ad, and then it'd be 8 months after the issue came out before they would pay.
Fuck. Oh.
And I would need to show up at the printer and get 2 pallets of magazines and actually have to have the fucking money. And if the money wasn't in hand, I mean, I had to come up with that money and, contribute to the credit card.
Gotcha.
But, but it was quite a successful thing. And I really miss it. And I think often about rekindling it. And even I've talked to Jeff Wagner about rekindling Metal Maniacs, but he doesn't really seem to want to do it. So I don't know.
Well, now, when did you stop? When was that?
Worm Gear?
Yeah.
Let's see, 2002 maybe?
Oh, so it's been quite a long while.
Yeah. And then I started writing for Metal Maniacs again under Liz when she was the editor. I just did a few reviews. When I was writing for Metal Maniacs with Jeff Wagner, I was doing a lot of reviews, a lot of interviews. I was doing the zine column. I was doing the demo column. I took over for Ula Garrett and was doing the zine column, the demo column. And
Was that monthly? That was monthly?
I was doing like show reviews. I'd go to Milwaukee Metal Fest. November to December, I go to Metal and Hardcore Fest in Worcester, Mass.
Damn.
For Metal Maniacs. But yeah, I was getting
Was
paid.
Metal,
That was a good part-time job, to be honest.
yeah, I bet.
They
Was
paid
Metal Maniacs a monthly?
monthly. I think they did 9 issues a year.
Okay, so it was like every 6-8 weeks, 6-7
Yeah.
weeks. And how long? When did that fold up?
Jeff left. When Jeff left, I left, and then Liz took it over, and then I came back for a little while. And I don't know, but it's a sad thing they left. I don't know. I don't remember the date. Mid-2000s.
But Metal Maniacs, just so I'm clear, was that an actual publication that was sold, or was that a freebie as well?
Oh, it was a newsstand magazine.
That's what I thought. Okay, I kind of remember.
Back in the day. That was my access to a lot of the metal stuff. I didn't live in the city, so
Yeah, I don't recall ever seeing them. That's kind of weird because I used to buy a lot of shit back then, like Kerrang and.
Yep.
Okay, maybe I did see them before. What'd they go for back in the day? $4?
$4.99.
$4.99. And now what? Decibel is what, like $6.99 or is it $7.99?
Yeah.
more than that. So, yeah.
And you see, what was the name of that? I don't know. Did you watch Simon's latest video where he showed that magazine that I think you can get on? I forget the name of it. Did you see that one, Marty?
Which one? What?
Did you see Simon's latest magazine? Or not magazine, his latest video?
No, he put it up today. I have not watched it yet.
Well, no, it would have been the one before that.
I love that.
And he showed a new zine, and the zine is like $25 on
Oh, yeah.
Extremely Rotten Productions.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I mean, it comes with a demo tape and it comes with posters and shit, but it's like, man, I don't know, who's gonna drop $25 on a magazine?
It's a lot.
Not me.
Not me either.
Yeah.
I mean, really, Decibel is the only game in town anymore, are they?
What's
I got a
that?
copy of Decibel. $5.99.
I actually have that exact. I got
Was it
that.
$5.99? Okay. If you get them online, they're cheaper, I think.
But these guys are high volume. Yeah.
Rick,
I've got a handful of decibels, but
Rick, I
I
actually
always
have
get them from my.
Oh, cool.
I actually have that exact magazine too.
You got the Frozen Soul Flexi?
No, I actually just got that one actually not long ago.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a good magazine.
guess we're talking about Armored Saint earlier.
Yeah, I'm like fully subscribed to like Decibel magazine. I get one like each month or so in the mail for a whole year.
Do you get the Flexi, Stephanie?
Not really. I try to play it once, but I don't know how it works on my record player. And then I just like, how does this work?
Just put on like a normal record.
No, I tried to, but the thing that it was like my record player that spins around wouldn't like work with it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's weird.
And I was
Maybe
like,
you have too much down pressure on your arm. It's like making it not spin.
Yeah, because those things are like paper thin.
Yeah.
oh no, I actually just placed it down slowly on it.
What's the guy's name? Is it Arthur?
Albert.
Albert, that's it, Albert, yeah. Nice dude. Met him a couple years ago at the Paradise Lost show. Cool guy.
Yeah, he's a big Paradise Lost fan too.
Oh, big time, man.
Yeah.
Him and the marketing guy, James, I don't know James' last name, but we hung out. And it was kind of funny because we were all hanging out. And they're like, yeah, we're going to go backstage now. And I could tell it was like, I think they were waiting for me and my buddy to go, hey, can you get us backstage too? They were just like sort of standing there like waiting for us to say something. I'm like, I'm not going to be that guy.
That James guy is the guy I deal with to place ads in the magazine.
Bald-headed guy, yeah.
Which Paradise
I don't know his last
Lost
name.
tour was that? Which
Medusa? What was the one before this last one?
Was it when they were with Solstafir and Atlas
Yeah.
Moth?
Yep.
It was a good tour.
Yeah,
What'd you
I
think
got to
of
be
that?
honest with you. I was shocked at Stolstafir. I actually kind of dug them. They're not metal, I don't think, but they're cool.
Yeah, they're definitely more of a rock band.
Yeah, they're like indie
Especially
rock,
when-
little stonerish. What was really weird about it was I recognized the bass player as the last lead guitar player for Pain of Salvation. And I know he left Pain of Salvation because he had a big falling out with Daniel Gildenlow. And I like Pain of Salvation, but I've heard Daniel Gildenlow is kind of an asshole. And so after the show, he was standing back by the bathroom, and I walked up. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. He has like a female name as a first name, but he's not female. But walked up. I'm like, hey man, how's it going? And I said, hey, whatever his name was. He's like, oh, cool. And I said, so is Daniel Gildenlow as big of an asshole as he seems? He goes, bigger. So he hadn't worked his way through it clearly. Yeah, that was a good show.
Did you
Atlas?
dig the Atlas off?
I don't know. I didn't know the material at all. I thought they kind of reminded me. They were kind of cool, but I wasn't digging the singer's vocals much. The music was pretty cool. They were kind of proggy, if I remember right.
You're cutting out real bad for me.
They were kind of proggy. The Atlas, what do they call the Atlas Moth?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they kind of were proggy. I didn't like the vocalist voice that much, though. Is that the guy that looked a little bit like Max Cavalera, sort of?
I don't know what Max looks like, so
No.
I couldn't tell you.
Chicago
But
band.
their latest album is worth revisiting.
Is
It
it?
was a really good album.
Yeah, I really love Paradise Lost. I felt bad, though, because, to be honest with you, more people were there to see Solstafir than Paradise Lost. Half the crowd left after they went off.
That's crazy.
Which fucking pisses me off, because the last time I saw Voivod, Marty, Vector opened for them, and Vector's located in Philly. And I bet you 3/4 of the fucking audience left after Vector left.
Man, Vector are fucking awesome.
They are awesome, but that was fucking uncool, man. I mean, there was probably 300 people there when Vector were playing, and when Voivod came out, there was about 50 people there.
That's a good album.
So what's it called?
I bought it digitally on Bandcamp.
Chroma Noir.
Yeah, it's a really good album.
What would you genreify them as?
It's like it's been a sludgy, little prog elements to it.
Yeah, it's a hard one to classify really, but sludgy, proggy. I don't know how to put it.
Am I wrong, or did I sense a little Coheed and Cambria in them?
Maybe a little.
Okay.
Maybe a little.
I still need to check them out again.
I wasn't paying attention to them like I probably should have. Hey, Marty, did you ever see Devin Townsend live?
No.
No?
I love him though. He's great. Oh wait, I've seen Strapping Young Lad live once.
Ooh, where did you see them at?
Milwaukee Metal Fest.
Was that when Opeth was on that bill?
Yep.
Okay. I went to see Opeth on a one-off show during that bill. I didn't go see that tour that was going around. I think it was like Sounds of the Underground or something was part of it or something. It was Opeth, Strapping Young Lad. There was 4 or 5 other bands on that, wasn't there?
I don't know.
Can't remember who all was on there, but yeah, I never saw Strapping. I saw Devin several times. Last time I saw him was...
They're fucking great. And that was a great band, man.
Oh,
all this shit's good. It really is. He's one of those guys.
Man.
It's great. He's great. People seem to either love him or hate him. He's proggy. He does what he does, but I love that shit.
What did you think of the last one, Empath?
I finally picked up Empath, and I ended up liking it.
Did you like it? Okay. It's the one of his I haven't gotten yet. What's that? What is that, Jake?
Atlas Moth.
Oh, that's the Atlas Moth.
I'm just putting on the player to listen to it later.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I can't say I didn't like them because they seem pretty cool and they seem pretty heavy. I wasn't paying a lot of attention to them. And to be honest with you, at first I really wasn't paying attention to Solstafir, but they kind of They drew me in. I was they were hypnotic sounding.
Shred
They
Boy,
just
yes,
released an
he was
album
playing. Shred Boy, Gene
last
Harlan
week.
was playing.
Their album came out. They had a new album come out this year. It's really good. I need to pick up a copy.
I've never heard of them, and I am kind of upset of that because I just looked them up and they sound like something I'd really like.
You'd like them, Nick. Definitely.
Well, I know what I'm listening to tomorrow.
Check out the album Ada.
Okay. Send me a link to it. I'll probably forget if you don't.
Album Ada is really good. Okay.
Hey, Shred Boy, how old's your kid? You said you took him to his first show. I'd be curious to know that. I took my kids when they were. My daughter was 6 and my son was 8. I took them to see Porcupine Tree, but I had backstage passes and was hanging with the band and the exclusive. Yeah, well, I worked for the band. I was good friends with Steve Wilson at one point in time. We've kind of lost contact the last 2 or 3 years. He's too big for me now. He's too
Did I
cool.
tell you guys what my first concert was?
The Wiggle.
My first concert was Linkin Park.
My first concert was Weird Al Yankovic.
Yeah, you did tell us about Weird Al. That's right. I don't know, man. I don't know how to take that, Nick.
It was awesome.
That's all right.
Linkin
I mean,
Park,
how old were you, right?
Cambria, and Chiodos.
Yeah, man. I can't do Linkin Park. I just can't do them, man.
Yeah.
They're pretty rad with their first 2 albums.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, Chester was a good singer. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know. What do they call them? What was their niche?
New metal.
New metal, yeah. I really struggle with new metal, man. I won't lie. I had one Korn album. I think it was I know. I don't have it anymore. I do have. Go ahead.
I think it's a generational thing. You know.
Yeah.
It probably is.
Before new metal came around, you were gonna hate it. But if
you were in your god awful.
Nobody got System of a Down. They have one of the albums.
Okay, System of a Down is cool. That's as far as I go.
You know what? I may actually own that one Toxicity album. I think. Ay. Look at that.
That's the new metal.
It's Ace. I won free tickets to see System, and Meshuggah opened for System of a Down, and I was way more into Meshuggah than I was System of a Down. POD was the middle band. Remember those guys? We are for the nation. Yeah, Weird Bill, man, totally fucking weird. I got the tickets free though, Marty. You give me that cockeye there. Don't be judging me, man.
Free isn't always good.
Well, I found that out, but that did introduce me to Meshuggah on the Chaos Sphere tour, and I do like Meshuggah, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, Meshuggah's fucking awesome.
That's the only gent band that I listen to.
20 strings. They'll be playing 20 strings.
10, Def Leppard and Tesla. That's a good show, man.
Yeah.
Saw Def Leppard twice, man. Back in the old days, back when I was a whippersnapper.
I rocked Pyromania back in the day.
Fuck yeah, Pyromania and Hysteria.
Somewhere. I don't know where.
And actually, that was the first on the Hysteria tour. That was the first tour that Tesla opened for them in the round. And that was when Tesla dropped Mechanical Resonance, which is a great fucking album. I like Tesla, man.
There was a lot of hysteria around Pyromania.
Tesla fucking ruled.
Hell yeah.
They were cool because they were kind of like Led Zeppelin. They had a little bit of hair metal on them, but they had a Led Zeppelin vibe to them, and they were great fucking tunes, man. They haven't done anything that I've been interested in several years, but, you know, Mechanical Resonance is good. What's the other one? The Marconi, I forget, the Edison's Medicine or whatever it was called. This is a thing there. Not digging on them, Marty.
Hey, Jeff, your jowls are over the mic, I think. It's all muffled and weird.
Oh, Maybe that's what it is. Ah, that's what it is.
Yep.
That's what it was.
Is that better?
Yeah, there you go. You're not as
But-
muffled. You're like your jowls were muffling the fucking. You're like, wah, 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 like Charlie Brown. Wah, wah, wah,
Fucking the Metal Madness jowls.
There's your new channel name.
That's my new channel, Jowls of Pain.
Jowls of Metal Madness.
Step into the jowls of Metal Madness.
At least I don't have Trump vagina neck.
Jowls. That was awesome. I didn't even realize. I probably do have jowls. I'm not that heavy, but laying down it tends to put an extra 15 on me.
I like my weight.
You guys like Solstafir? Do you like Continuum at all?
Yeah.
I don't know them.
It's another Icelandic band. Kind of
Ooh.
How about
vein.
Are they like Solstafir?
Yeah, particularly their later stuff.
what about Arster?
I don't have that one.
Man, Jake, I got to tell you, you come up with bands that I've definitely never heard of.
Him and Rick both.
Yeah, both of them. Rick, you're right. Rick does pull out some shit that I'm like, where did he come up with that?
He sent me a thrash band a while ago. I'm like, I've never even fucking heard of this band. It was good.
Also, the one from France.
Was it the one from France?
Yeah.
It started with a K.
Horror Saya.
Yeah. That's it.
Hey,
It's one of those,
speaking
like,
of
they put out
French,
something and it disappeared. It's like, it's good and they just vanished.
Yep.
speaking of French
Yeah, I got
metal,
something I might dig.
Oh, cool.
good, Nick. What is it?
Lurid Memory. It's kind of
Oh,
like
didn't
it's
Jake-
melodic thrash, but it's really fucking cool.
River of Memory.
Lurid
Where are they
Memory.
from?
I'll send it to you.
Oh,
If
okay.
it's on
Where are they
YouTube.
from?
Hey,
I have
Jake,
no
if you type it
fucking
in,
clue.
in the
All I
comments,
know is I got that from Lonnie,
I'll
and
copy
it's
it.
awesome.
Copy it over.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll just send it to you. No, I'll send it to you in the comments. I was gonna say
Alright,
I'll
really,
send it to you on Instagram, but
Or on
I'll
Instagram.
just put it in the comments.
Have any of you guys ever checked out Sortilege?
I checked them after
Reading about Chuck, right?
Chromium talked about them. I checked them out. Pretty
Dude,
cool.
they're fucking good. Holy shit, that singer's insane. And apparently that was Chuck Schuldinger's favorite band, man.
Chromium dioxide. You fuckers. Check
He's
him
the
out.
man. Did you say he's from Canada?
Yeah.
I'll watch
Dude, I
that
didn't know
instead of doing homework tomorrow.
You guys,
You haven't watched Chromium dioxide yet?
No, I need to. I
oh, you
don't
definitely gotta.
Great. It's fucking great.
He puts all the rest of us to shame.
Oh God, it's not even funny. It's not even a competition. It's like
Yeah, it isn't.
slaughter.
Is it gonna
Who's,
make me depressed?
Probably.
It's not gonna make you depressed. It's gonna fucking entertain you. His fucking episode on Samantha Fox was spot on.
I didn't see that one. Is that new?
No, it's like 3 back or so. He does like a little expose on Samantha Fox. It's fucking sweet.
Did you guys check out the
Of course, Marty would say that.
the fuck was that called? Something Innsmouth?
No.
Let's see what it's called here.
Someone sent me in the comments saying that it was the best thing on YouTube.
Yeah, I went and watched it, and the only thing that struck me, guy seems like he knows his shit big time, but the only thing that struck me was I wasn't sure there's some kind of weird jokes in there, and I couldn't tell whether the dude was being serious or not, because the one thing sort of seemed semi-racist, and the other seemed pretty misogynistic. You have to watch a couple, Marty, and see if I'm just interpreting it the wrong way. Shadow.
Watch the jowls, Jeff. The jowls are starting to encroach on the mic.
We've got jowl encroachment.
The jowls are
It's like a
suffocating.
chin warmer.
There's a band.
Jowl encroachment, 15-yard penalty.
That's a band name for you.
What's that? Jowl
Jowl
encroachment.
Encroachment.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to run this by you guys. I got 2. You're probably going to shit on both of them, but I got 2 names.
Yeah.
The one is The Twilight Zone. Believe it or not, nobody has a music channel called The Twilight Zone. But there is a TV show called The Twilight Zone, so there's that. but I love Rush, so there you go. And the other one is called
the Golden Earring song. They use that anywhere.
Ah, that's true. I didn't think of that. Okay. What about The Lurking Fear?
I like that.
Ooh, I like that.
Marty's twisting his lip up. He don't like that either. I always know when I'm not in favor with the worm, man. The lip goes up a little straight.
Might be too close.
Jowls.
The Lurking Fear is a H.P. Lovecraft killer story. That's why. But maybe that's too fucking. There actually is. They're out of Germany, and I found that out, and I'm like, fuck. I mean, on Century Media, I think they suck, man.
How about Collection of Cthulhu?
Why would you make it The Lurking Fear and be like connected with a sucky band?
Man, that's okay. Well,
that's what I'm thinking.
Thanks for fucking shit all over my night, guys. I appreciate it.
Hey, nothing like being a little honesty from the.
Nothing like having internet friends like you.
Metal Madness 66 it is.
I guess that's what we're sticking with. I mean, because that's so fucking original.
And then the next 15 videos are going to be all prog.
That's right.
All these people are like, I wanted to watch Metal Madness, and all I heard about was fucking Rush for 4 videos.
Hey, I wouldn't be upset about that.
There's gonna be metal on. There's gonna be metal. There's gonna be quite a bit of metal. I will say this though, I am not as deeply entrenched in like Marty, like Eric, like Ben. Fuck Ben. You guys, you really are in deep. Yeah, I got a lot of metal, and yeah, I got a lot of good stuff, but I don't think you're gonna be coming by anything super, super. Wow, what the hell is that in my collection?
Is his kid still up?
That's not always the goal, like sometimes people just watch it because.
Yeah, I got it. I mean, there's probably some interesting shit in there that, a lot of people haven't heard of or maybe not delved into, but I mean, I'm not going to pull stuff. I'll be honest with you. Marty's right, Rick. You and Jacob come up with some of the fucking stuff that's out there, and you've turned me on to a lot of stuff, but I'm like, wow, what the hell is this, man? Like, how did he even hear about this?
I wonder that about myself too. I look at some of the stuff in my collection. I'm like, how in the hell did I ever hear about this band? But I think, talking about the more mainstream stuff on your channel gets you more, viewers.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah. Or just add black metal. Even if you're not talking about black metal, that'll just get.
Just put it in the title. You'll get views. I guarantee you.
Yeah, that black metal video I did got a lot more views than the other shit does. Just
no kidding.
Weird.
That's strange. Hey, are you still kicking the idea around with Aaron about doing that Manila Road deal?
I'm
or
probably
is that...
just going to do the Manila Road video. I've talked about it. I just need to do it. It's just so fucking huge. There's such a big catalog.
I can't wait for it, man.
What's your favorite Manila Road album, Marty?
I don't know.
Mine's Crystal Logic, easily.
Everybody's going to say Crystal Logic, and it's great, but
Open
I
the
like
gates.
Atlantis Rising. I like The Deluge. I like Mystification.
That's a great one.
They're all fucking. There's so many great records in that catalog. It's hard to pigeonhole it. It really
a lot
is.
of them are so different from the others.
I think Open the Gates is a masterpiece.
That's
the
great.
one I heard. I like that one.
It's great. Their first 2 albums, the first album is like jammy 70s rock and kind of hard to process. It's okay. It's good. The second one, Metal, is where they kind of found their sound. I think there's a couple songs on that album that are very much what became epic metal. And then from there, and it was Crystal Logic, and it was all over from there. It's just amazing to me. Like my buddy Jeff Wagner made me a tape mix of that back in the days. Like, check this band out, and S. Craig Zoller was telling me to get into this band. And, when they were putting out all these classic albums, no one gave a shit about that band. Like a very small clique of people.
It's sad.
It's sad.
That people did.
And they broke up, and then they got back together and put out Atlantis Rising, which is a great fucking record. And that's when I think Shelton kind of discovered that people were starting to come around to his band. So he actually when he got back together, realized that's when I saw them. When Atlantis Rising came out, I was at the Kalamazoo Classic Metal Fest. And I saw Manila Road. They're fucking great, man. So good. And I'm glad that Shelton got to actually see people enjoying his music. It's really
it would have been sad if he didn't.
It is. And he got overseas. What's that? What's that, Jake?
They deserve to be as big as anybody out there.
I agree.
Looking back on their music.
Even their bad albums aren't bad. Yeah. Absolutely. It's great. And I've got all their stuff, all of it. And it's all varying quality, varying levels of quality, but it's all great. And it was a great band. He was a fantastic guitar player and songwriter.
Great singer.
His voice was very unique. And then when his voice was ruined from years of smoking, he got that Brian Patrick Hellroadie.
Dude, that guy can sing.
He can sing just like Shelton, but clear and more power. And he can also do death vocals. He can do whatever.
Honestly, I think I like his voice a little bit better.
Did any of you guys watch the tribute show after he passed?
I did.
Yes.
It was
I saw some of it on YouTube.
It was great.
You know, I only found out about Manila Road, you know, in the last year, thanks to you, Marty. But I watched that live show, and it was fucking amazing.
Which albums have you heard, Jake?
I've listened to Mystification, Open the Gates, Crystal Logic, and one or two others. Those are the ones I can remember.
Check out Atlantis Rising. Check out Atlantis Rising. That's really good. A little more modern sounding, a little heavier. That's Hellroadie's or Brian Patrick's first album with the band. It's great. It's a great. That was my first full Manila Road album. I got it as a promo when it came out, and then I said, "Wow, this band is good." And I started really listening to that tape that Jeff Wagner made me of all the old classic shit. I'm like, "Holy shit, this stuff is fucking great." So, I mean,
my history of film teacher's a Manila Road fan, which is awesome.
Fuck yeah, he must be a killer dude, man, because the shit's great. And the band, I mean, still, they've gotten a lot more popular, but no one really talks about them, you know?
Yeah. I remember first day of class, I walked into class, and he's blessed in Necropolis.
Nice. Nice.
I was like, okay, this class is going to be good.
But their first album is it's a lot different. It's very 70s influenced. It's like jam.
Yeah, and that's not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing. It's jam rock, and it's good. It's got the song Street Jammer on it, which Lord Weird Slough Feg covered on one of their albums.
Yeah, and that's another great band.
Yeah.
That was one thing I noticed, you know, listening to Open the Gates, is it just sounds like dudes jamming together.
Yeah.
You know, as a band, that's what they sound like. They sound like dudes just, you know, in the garage jamming together.
And that's how those songs were born. I mean, you could tell. I mean, Shelton he's an old dude. He came from the 70s, and that's like the first album is a jam album. You know, it doesn't sound like what they became, but it's still good. And all of his solos are so good, but they're just like wandering jam solos. You know, they're not like super planned out or whatever. You could tell a lot of them were probably improvised when they recorded them,
which is cool.
Which is very fucking cool. It's a guy in tune with his instrument, you know, and that's what a lot of those 70s dudes did.
I think before the AOR became, you know, the thing, like a lot of the bands were a lot like that. There's still bands kicking today. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with Earthless. Like, they do a lot of that kind of, you know, especially the earlier material was more of that jam out kind of stuff.
Right.
Retro kind of sound to it.
Rick, have you heard? Are you a Manila Road fan?
I've never gotten deep into them, but I have listened to. But I couldn't tell you, like, it's more like a playlist thing rather than per album thing.
Right.
What's your favorite Manila Road song?
My favorite Manila Road song? I don't know.
Mine's The Ram, easily.
I mean, there's too many to name, and it's hard to nail it down to one song because there's so many great songs. And Shelton also did a side project called Hellwell. Holy shit, that shit is really good too.
I need to listen to that.
It's fucking great. He did 2 albums as Hellwell, and it's fucking great. There's like all these people listed in the lineup of guys that were in it, but it was just him apparently, other than the drums and stuff. But great stuff. He's a very talented guy. Had a very strong vision, a very unique voice.
And it's a shame that he left when he did.
It is, but you know what? He died doing what he loved, which is respectable, man.
How many people can say that?
Not many people. Him and Lemmy, that's about it.
You ever check out Aaron Vicious Rumor?
Jowls.
God damn it. What the fuck? Can you hear me?
That's your new nickname.
Do you ever check out any early Vicious Rumor, Marty? Vicious
I don't
Rumors.
know any Vicious Rumor. I've been wanting to like wade into their catalog, but I have
I would think that'd be a band you might dig a lot.
I might.
The early stuff's really good. The newer stuff sort of sounds. What's up?
What is Vicious Rumor? What style are they?
Pretty much American power metal with a little bit of a proggy vibe to it, but not like, prog, not wanky, more.
I always thought they were
ahead.
thrashy, but they were more. I think they're more like he said, more like power metal, but
Yeah.
not power metal in the traditional sense.
No.
More like early metal church, I would consider.
Right.
Early
And they're very melodic, but they do have some thrash.
Right.
I must be getting a bad signal.
But it's
Is this
better
better?
when you move your face away from the laptop.
Oh, maybe. Oh, shit. Maybe the laptop's doing something funny. But I had the laptop there so you guys could see me. I didn't want to be cloaked in darkness all the time.
Witness protection program.
I feel like
What did you do, Jeff?
Well, it's like Matt's.
Was a lot
It was like
that.
Matt said. He said, this new camera thing's freaking me out. I'm used to seeing you as a grainy blurb.
Yeah, that was weird.
You know, like the HD crisp clarity version.
Well,
But Rick, if you want some direction on Manila Road, hit me up. I mean, that shit, God, it's so good. There's some shit that's just mind-blowingly great. And
I like them, but I don't follow them per albums. I suppose mainly a playlist thing I play in the background.
Well, how many
But I do
albums
like
they have
that stuff.
out? How many albums they have out?
a bunch.
20?
That's
20?
what it is.
Hold on, I'll tell you.
It's such a dive.
Here's my cheat sheet for the fucking thing. That's how many albums they have.
Holy fuck.
They started in 1980, and 2017 was their last album.
Wait a minute, 1980 or 1970?
1980, they their first album came out in 80, but they started in the 70s.
Oh, shit, I was going to say, I thought they had put stuff out in the early 70s. Wow, holy hell. He was prolific.
18 albums. They broke up for a while, too.
Wow.
Hey, Marty, look who it is.
I know, Eric. God damn it. I need to do it. It's a huge task.
Mr. Bauer, you will be proud of me. I brought up teasing and pleasing twice in the stream tonight already.
You did. What the fuck? It's almost like you're here, Eric.
It's almost.
You're a bad influence, Eric.
Except
Give me a joint and
got less jowl action on the fucking mic.
give me a joint and a fucking bottle of really bad whiskey, Jim Beam, and I'm ready to go, bitch.
Marty, was To Kill a King a good album?
I enjoyed it. Yes. Was it a mind-blowing album? No, but it was a solid album. I mean, it wasn't bad.
How about The Deluge?
Fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Great album.
Do they have a bad album?
There is an album that came out. It was supposed to be his solo album called Spiral Architect, but he ended up, I think the record label convinced him to call it a Manila Road album. And he had a couple other dudes singing on it. He sang a couple songs on it. A couple other dudes sang a couple songs on it. It had kind of a glammy feel to it, which is weird. But when I first listened to that album, I hated it. But when I went to start prepping for this fucking video, I listened to it again, and I ended up listening to it like 4 times. It clicked with me. I ended up liking it. I mean, there's some glammy type songs on it, but I ended up liking it. It was good, well-written stuff.
So it's Manila Road's Cold Lake? Is that what you're saying?
It kind of is, but it doesn't suck.
I think the way you were describing it, it sounded like Black Sabbath's Seventh Star. Like it was supposed to be a solo album.
You know, King Foley told me to listen to Seven Star, how great it was. I bought that record and I hated it. I own it, but I hated it. I don't
Stefan,
know.
what are you drinking there?
That was the one with Glenn Hughes on it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just coffee.
I don't like that one nearly as much as I like Eternal Idol. I love Eternal Idol,
I don't drink some
which was Tony Martin, but actually Ray Gillen sang on. The Ray Gillen stuff is way better.
But Jake, if you need any tips, let me know. If you need any questions on that shit, let me know.
Right.
If you're gonna like see something you're gonna jump on and buy, I'll let you know if it's good or not. But chances are most of it's great.
I think the first one I'll pick up, I still haven't picked up, Open the Gates. Out of the ones I've listened to, that one was my favorite.
Right.
That was the one that stood. That one stood out to me too. Open the Gates was the one I liked.
That was a little more, a little thrashier. No wait.
Yep.
Yeah.
That might
like
be why
that.
Jake liked it.
That grittier feeling to it.
Yep.
Yeah, it just sounded heavier.
A lot of people say Crystal Logic is their favorite, which I get. That's their first full-on epic metal album.
And it's a good-ass album.
It's fucking great. What's
the
that?
vocals were a little hard to get around on that one.
He sounds like a deranged wizard on that album.
And I love it.
It takes a little bit to get through, but once you get through, it's really good.
Yeah.
I loved it the first time I heard it. It was great.
It's only one of the Tony Martin stuff that I have.
Yeah, me too. I need to get Endless Cross and Tear.
Oh.
Tear is fucking great. I love that record. I don't
Which
know.
one do you have, Rick? I didn't see it.
Oh, Eternal Idol.
I love that album, man.
But Headless Cross and Tear, like those, I never come across those. Like for some
Yeah, and
reason.
Headless Cross is awesome, man. Tear's not that good. It's okay.
I like that record. What I've heard of it, I like it. It doesn't sound like Sabbath at all, but I like it.
Shelton Chastain.
I've got it. Let me show it. I'll show it.
Ironically, we were talking about Chastain earlier, though, but not in that mystification.
Eric, we need to get you on one of these.
Here it is. Shelton Chastain.
That's David Chastain, Marty?
Yep.
Nice. Chastain's an Ohio guy, isn't he? Cleveland?
I think so.
Shelton was from Kansas?
Kansas City.
Wow. Kansas City, Missouri. Okay.
Yep.
Which is, 5 hours from here?
Does it really take you 5 hours to get across your state, Nick?
About.
So it's 5 hours to get to Arizona from northern Utah.
Because where I'm going for school is 2 hours away, and that's dead in the middle of the state.
Nick, you're on the eastern border, right? On the Mississippi there?
Yep.
Hey, how long do you say it takes to get across the state?
About 5 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Missouri's big, dude.
I was gonna say, is there a lot of dirt roads still out there, or what, man?
No, it's a lot of grazing land for cattle.
That is one state I've never been to. I've never been to Missouri.
Missouri's fucking gorgeous.
Do you not
Don't
have a
come here in
freeway
August.
from St. Louis to Kansas City?
What?
Is there not like a freeway interstate from?
Yeah, there is.
That's weird because I can take the interstate from Salt Lake and get to Las Vegas in 4 hours.
Oh, damn.
You're only 4 hours away from Las Vegas. How are you not there every weekend?
I've actually only
He's
been to Vegas.
responsible, Marty.
I know some of
Vegas
us have to catch
once in my
planes.
life, and that was the day of the shooting.
Oh, you're kidding me.
I've been to Vegas.
Wow.
Oh, I was.
You
off
were
by
there when
2
that
hours.
massacre happened.
Yeah, I was parked
Holy
literally
fuck.
like 100 yards from where it happened.
No
Were you there for that event?
I was. Well, I wasn't there for that event. No, we were actually me and two of my friends. We went to Mesquite, which is like half-hour north
My aunt lives there.
of Vegas. We went to Mesquite for the weekend. We were hanging out there, and we're like, we got bored because all it is casinos there. So we're like, let's go to Vegas where there's different casinos. We went down there, and we were down there for a couple hours, and then that's when it happened. And we actually had to spend the night in like the lobby of some hotel that was a little bit off the strip because we were trying.
Did you hear it? Did you hear it happen, or did you? Obviously, you're okay.
We were inside.
But you heard the aftermath.
Yeah, we actually walked through the aftermath to get back to my car in the morning.
Shit.
It was seeing people's shoes on the ground, like people running that they were so scared that they left their shoes behind. That was nuts. People tore down, metal gates to get out of that place.
To get out. Yeah, he shot up some concert, right? There was like an outdoor concert going on, right?
It was a country concert.
Yeah. Chris, what year was that? Was that 18 or 17 now? I'm losing track. 18, I guess.
18.
God damn, man. That was fucking
I
brutal.
off a little bit. Kansas City's 3 hours and 36 minutes from here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I did not think Missouri was that far across because Pennsylvania,
It's
I can
big,
get from Pennsylvania is about a 5-hour trip across from corner to corner. And the
we've done
longest
that.
state.
We did that this summer.
Yeah, the longest
We
state
were
I've
going
ever
up
been
by
through
Erie.
driving wise is Tennessee. Tennessee is deceptively long. It's just that long, skinny thing. It's
You know
like 8
what's
hours.
Weird is it takes about 8 hours to get across the state of Vermont. You wouldn't think that looking at it on a map.
Vermont?
Yeah.
How long does it take?
Nick, what
About
drugs
8
have you
hours.
been smoking tonight?
Nothing.
Are you talking about from top to bottom?
No, across, like going into New Hampshire.
Takes 8 hours? Is that what you said?
Nick, that's not possible. I've been there many times. It takes 2 hours.
You take the back roads going
Wow.
You drive through the mountains.
You take the
8
back roads and you're on a fucking wagon and you got some horses that are half dead and thirsty.
Drive through the mountains
It'll
this
take you 8
way.
hours.
You take the back roads, and then you take the ones that you have to use an 18-wheeler to get through, and then you drive about 6 miles an hour.
And you stop
And you
15
listen-
times for snacks.
And you listen to nothing but Dark Throne. And yeah, man. Nick, I'm not being a dick, but there's no way it takes 8 hours to get across Vermont, dude.
18-wheeler.
Walk across Vermont in 8 hours.
Somebody must have duct taped you and drugged you up to make you think that it took that long to
Probably.
get across
No,
that
I
state.
don't remember that trip. That might be the case.
That might be the case.
The St. Louis version of Siri is giving him false information.
Yeah, my ex-wife's family has a cabin up there in New Hampshire, and yeah, you do a lot of circular driving where you're driving around mountain ranges and stuff, but you're talking
Dude,
about
it's
2.5 hours.
ridiculous.
That's gorgeous country up there. That's beautiful.
It's awesome. I just wouldn't want to live there
Why?
because there's nothing.
There's mountains.
There's mountains and hiking and climbing and skiing all winter long, and shit, there's a shit ton to do there, man.
Yeah, like it takes you a whole 8 hours to get across the state. You do
Well,
that.
we were there in the middle of it.
Yeah, you're just tired after your 8 hours.
Yeah,
trip. Wait a minute, Nick. Hold on a second. Were you flying with like a wingsuit on? Is that why it took you 8 hours?
No, I was in the backseat of a Ford Flex.
I think somebody must have gave you roofies or something, dude.
Maybe.
It just seemed like 8 hours.
It just seemed like, yeah.
Well, it all looks the same.
5 hours in Wyoming feels like 8 hours. 5 minutes in Wyoming feels like 8 hours.
Does it really?
Gorgeous though.
Fucking state.
Is
Unless
it-
love
you
Wyoming.
Jake, have you ever been up to like Idaho or Montana at all?
a little bit into Idaho.
Yeah, I've never been to, that's the area of the country I've never been. Washington, Oregon,
You ever been to Yellowstone?
and I've actually never been to Utah either, man.
Utah's a pretty cool state besides the fucking Mormons.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, that's
Utah's
the only-
fucking gorgeous, dude.
we have, landscape wise, we've got, the desert, so many national parks. We got the mountains, everything.
Dude,
here.
you got fucking Moab. That place is the most beautiful place on earth.
Moab, we got Zion's National Park.
Zion's insane.
Moab is unreal.
Yeah. And we got skiing. I don't go skiing and stuff, but we got, Park City, where all the rich celebrities go.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, we got everything here in Utah.
Are you born and raised there? Are you born in Salt Lake?
I was born in a little farm town about an hour and a half south of Salt Lake.
Okay.
It comes across
Jake, you
in
got
your
everything
voice.
from mountains to desert.
You don't sound like a city boy.
Yeah.
Marty, are you a Michigan boy? Born and raised?
Yep, Traverse City, Michigan. I'll die here. I was born here. I'll die here.
You sound so dejected.
Inevitable.
Never.
I am not
How
a
far-
Missouri boy.
Marty, how far are you from that fucking epic bridge that goes over into
The UP,
I can't.
the
What's it
Upper
called?
Peninsula, Michigan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called the Mackinac Bridge. I'm about
That's it.
2.5 hours.
Have you been on that?
Oh yeah, fuck yeah.
That fucking bridge scares the shit out of me,
It's
man.
sweet, man. It's beautiful when you're on it. It's a little freaky when you're on it because this is a suspension bridge.
Right.
It's cool.
And it's
You
long
wouldn't-
as hell. Isn't it like 5 miles?
I don't know if it's 5 miles. What did you say, Jake?
4 miles?
On the mainland in Michigan, or are you up on that, whatever they call it, the peninsula? whatever.
We're in I'm in the northern lower peninsula. There's like, okay,
Globe.
if this is Michigan, there's another part on top of it like this or whatever. This is the upper
You're
peninsula.
way up at the top of the
I'm
state.
like here in the lower peninsula, and then there's the Mackinac Bridge connecting the two.
I'll tell you, Traverse City is really beautiful. I don't know
is.
why I looked. I went on did a Google thing and looked at what it looked like after you were talking about one night. Gorgeous, man.
is.
Beautiful town.
It's a beautiful town, and the bay is from Lake Michigan. I'm like an hour away from Lake Michigan. It's awesome. A lot of lakes here, a lot of forests here. It's a clean town. It's awesome. I like where I live. No problems.
Are you like an outdoorsman at all? Do you do like fishing or anything, Marty?
No. Don't hunt, don't fish, none of that stuff.
He's a black metal dude. Come on, man.
What's that?
He's a black metal dude. Black metal dudes don't go hunting and fishing.
My in-laws own 80 acres
Oh, nice.
out in the middle of the woods with a cabin on it. It's amazing there. We go there a couple times a year. I get the guys together every year. We go out there for fat camp, we call it, and smoke dope, drink, eat meat on the fucking fire, and it's great. But
Is that where you had your last weed experience?
Yeah.
That you were talking about last week?
it was bad. It was bad. Yeah.
I've had moments on that shit.
What'd you say?
I resent that statement. I hunt and fish. I'm a black metal dude.
Right.
Oh.
No. Hunting and fishing is great. And like I said, my dad tried to get me into fishing and stuff. And my
I haven't
dad
gone fishing in
was
forever.
a butcher for many, many years, and they owned a store that I worked at, and he butchered. I helped him butcher. I've butchered many an animal, and during the hunting season, deer season, we deer process. So I was out in a very cold, small shed skinning hundreds of deer. So I mean,
Wow.
I've had my fill of the backside of hunting, and we've had people and friends over the years that give us meat, but I don't hunt because I was so over the whole process from processing deer for so many years. the last thing I wanted to do was go out and shoot one of those motherfuckers.
Yeah.
I've hit a couple of them with my car. That's about it.
Yeah,
If
I
you
hit
get it
one.
during deer season, you can tag it and keep it.
Yeah.
I know
I
most
hit
of
one
people,
and fucking did $4,000 damage to my van. They're brutal.
What'd you say, Jake?
I was gonna say I know most people that are in like the butchery business aren't, hunters and stuff, and I think that's that like what you're saying. I think that's the reason why they just get so burnt out with processing it. They don't want to deal with that.
My dad being a butcher and owning the store, we would actually go to farms and do farm kills. So me and my dad would roll in.
Oh, wow.
The guy would have a steer to process, and the steer would be sitting there chewing grass out in the middle of the field. Down it goes, and me and my dad would go and fucking cut it up into quarters, skin it, cut it into quarters, gut it, put it in the back of the truck, get it back to the store, clean it up, process it, let it hang for a week, process
That's
it.
a lot of work.
We did hogs, goats, the occasional bunny, which was always the fucking sad deal, cattle. I mean, I've had my hands in many of animal.
I think dealing with that end, you don't want to do any more than you have to.
No, and I know what good meat is, and like I said, we had friends that were farmers and that would always give us some meat. So, and farm killed meat is always way better than store bought meat, because store bought meat is Kryvac, and it comes to the store Kryvac, which sucks all the blood and the flavor out of it. So when you get burger and meat from a fucking grocery store, it tastes like balls. It tastes like shit.
Yeah.
That's why you need to add all those condiments and stuff, because
exactly. A1 steak sauce is your friend when that shit comes around. But
or a long slow cooking something.
Yep.
I'll tell you, watching, I did some delivery service a while back to Amish farms, and when they have a cow die, if it's not dying of a disease, like if it dies of old age or whatever, they bring in a service that, and maybe you guys did this, I don't know, Marty. There's a gigantic fucking like pickup truck that they hang the cow from, and I drove up watching this one time. It was like, it just wasn't for me, man. Watching them butcher this thing and gut it, and then drive up with their bobcat and scoop all the guts and the head and the eyes and everything up and drive it out and dump it in their property. It makes you wonder. My daughter's vegan, and she's been trying to get me to change for a long time. I doubt it's going to work, but I don't eat the kind of meat I used to, man.
Meat's meat. And to be honest, the vegan diet, I have nothing against it. If I was a better cook and actually could plan and buy all that fucking shit, I would go vegan because it's a little bit better for you. But
oh yeah,
I wouldn't.
Who cares? I mean, as long as you're eating. I mean, if you separate yourself from food as fuel for your body, it doesn't really matter what you're putting in it as long as it's smart stuff. I mean, I grew up in a butcher's family. I was weaned on meat, and I've been a butcher. We didn't have the fancy truck that loaded in, but we'd have to go there and make sure the farm had a tractor that went high enough so we could butcher the cattle.
Right. Yeah. Right.
The pigs we'd shoot, stick. My dad would shoot them. I'd stick them, drag them in the back of the truck. We go to a place where we had set up where I would gut and skin them. It's the way it goes, man.
I don't have anything against hunting. I just couldn't do it myself. I tried. I went out a couple times. I just couldn't do it.
Hunting's a lot of work.
Yep.
Hunting's a lot of work. Half the time you're half crocked up. You shoot a fucking deer. You don't hit it in the right spot. It runs 100 fucking yards, 200 yards, a mile, dies. If you find it, you go get it, you drag it up a fucking hill.
Drag it back to the truck.
Yep. Chances are you gut shot the fucker, which makes a horrendous mess. And people wonder why, when they get their processed deer back, why they only got a couple little boxes of meat. Well, you fucking gut shot your deer. It laid for a day in warm weather. One side of it turned green. You don't want to eat that shit. You got to throw that shit away. People fucking suck. People don't realize I went out, I worked hard, I drug this thing a mile, blah, blah, blah. Well, sorry. You got what you got because that's what you got. You get what you get and you don't throw a fit.
If you can't process a deer yourself, you're paying more for it to be processed and butchered by the butcher than you're getting out of your hunt. Because you pay, I know here in Utah, you pay $75 for your tag.
Yep.
You get 75 pounds of meat from a deer, and that's a big mule deer. I know you don't. You probably have whitetail more there.
We have whitetail. We have no mule deer up here.
Yeah.
Mule deer are, bigger than the whitetail. You get 75 pounds. You're already paying $1 per pound to kill it yourself with the tag.
Yep.
If you can't process it yourself, then you're paying, an extra $2. At that point, you might as well just buy beef, which tastes better.
Yep. And when I was young, my dad was butchering. My dad, there was a slaughterhouse here in Traverse City called Ludka Packing. My dad worked there forever. So, I mean, that was like a big slaughterhouse where they slaughter, 50 to 100 head of cattle a day. And then they bought the store. My parents bought a store, and my dad would work at the slaughterhouse and then come on butcher at the other store. When they started processing deer when I was a kid, it was like $15 for a deer. Then it went to 25. Then it went to 50. And I just saw a commercial on TV. My dad's retired. They sold the store. I just saw a commercial on TV for a place around here that's charging $125 to process a deer.
Holy
I told
shit.
my dad, I'm like, holy fuck!
Yeah.
You should see that they're charging over $100 to cut processed deer now. Man, I fucking hated it. People would bring in deer frozen. You can't skin them when they're frozen. You can't. It's like a fucking corpse sickle. I don't know if Nick's people want to hear about this. Sorry.
They don't care. So I work at a cemetery, right?
Yep.
Skinning is
We
the
have
worst.
woods that surround our property. The boss, his son, and two of the guys that drive backhoes there, they have special permits that allows them to bow hunt on the cemetery property.
Okay.
And they bow hunt deer, and they say it's some of the best deer hunting you'll ever experience. In the middle of the city.
But Jake, if you're a hunter, I'm going to give you a little tip if you don't know this already. The best time to skin the deer is when it's warm.
Yep.
If you're going to process it yourself, it's even better. You get that body heat out of the deer, it sets up a lot better, and it skins super easy. If the deer's warm, skin it. It skins easy. A lot of these dipshits would get, a lot of these dudes around here, like from the city, they fucking blow a million holes in the deer and expect to get a bunch of meat, and they don't, because it looks like a hole on the hide this big, but you skin it and there's like a blood shot this big, and a hole gets a lot bigger when you take the skin off, and it's just a mess, broken bones and shit you don't want to eat. But
I'm not a hardcore hunter. It's more of a family tradition.
Well, sure, it's good. It's a good tradition.
And my brothers, and we go out. I've only actually killed three deer in my life, and that's with 12 years of hunting.
Yep.
Well, the thing is, I think a lot of people that are anti-hunting, like the PETA people and all that stuff, see it as this cruel thing to animals. But the reality of it is, that if you don't have some type of thinning of the herd,
Population control.
Yeah, you're gonna have rampant disease that may make it to the human species. Like what was that mouse thing? What was that called, Marty? Do you remember that? Not MRSA. What the hell was that with the mice spreading that disease in New Mexico and shit a bunch of years? Huh?
The plague.
Oh yeah, it was. But there was a name for it. The actual MRSA. I think it might have been MRSA actually.
I don't know.
But yeah, if things don't naturally get cleared out a little bit, you got that kind of problem. So I don't think I'm just
wild hogs in the South. It's
right.
Kind of
the boars. I'm just one of those people that's like, I just don't think I can kill animals. I just don't dig it.
It sucks, but what are you going to do? It became my job. I had to.
Yeah.
Here, you want? I'll show you something I've never shown on here. No one's going to probably like this.
There's definitely when you kill an animal, there's definitely a I don't know what the word is. There's definitely a feeling that you feel when you feel it, whether it's sadness or like a.
I was going to say some people probably get off on it. They probably enjoy that power thing, but
there's definitely those people, but
Oh,
for me, it's kind of a respect for
Pig skull,
Wow, that's fucking huge.
goat skull. And this is obvious.
Wait, do you shoot him in the head or what do you?
Yeah, between the eyes.
right there. That's the most humane kill.
Let me ask you a question about that, Marty, and not just out of morbid curiosity. Do they immediately die, or does it take, or do they
If you hit them in the right spot, the lights are out. They're dead.
really?
Yep. You shoot
Wow.
one of these guys, they curl up their legs and drop right down, and they're dead when they hit the ground.
Wow, holy shit. Yeah, I don't think I'd enjoy doing that at all. But it's got to be done by somebody,
Yeah.
unless we
Yeah,
all
I've
become
been-
herbivores.
Industries that I don't think will ever go away.
So yeah, I've got
been
a bunch of
fortunate-
skulls, but these are just 3 that I partook in. So
I've been fortunate that the animals that I've killed have all been pretty quick. There hasn't been any, gut shots where they run off and
Well,
live
yeah.
next hour, 2 hours, whatever.
Talk about jowls. You got jowls, boy. Oh, shit. The jowls done fell off that one. Well, Jake, the 2 times that when I was trying to ramp up to be a hunter, I got a bow. I got into archery and compound bow stuff. And I got a flu arrow. You know what that is, right? The ones you use to shoot at birds.
Right.
And I whacked a robin. First shot I took with a bow and arrow. I mean, it was dumb luck because the next time I did it, I fucked it up completely. But I whacked this thing right in the middle. Dude, I was probably like 12, maybe 13. I was basically almost in tears. I just felt so awful. And my mom's like, well, I don't think you're really cut out to do this. I'm like, no, I'm going to do it. I had to be a man, I had to be cool. And that was just my perception in my head. And the next thing I went out, we had a lot of groundhogs around the back of our property that we lived on a cornfield. And I shot at this thing, and I had a broadhead. I had a broadhead. A blunt tip, not a fucking broadhead with the razors. And I hit the ground below this thing as it was running across from me, and it ricocheted up in through its belly, and it tried to run into a hole, and it got stuck because of the arrow, and I was freaking the fuck out. I didn't know what, because this thing is screaming, going, just making the most ungodly noise. I ran and got my stepdad, and he'd been a hunter, and he came out, and he clubbed it, because there was no other way to, it was going to die. And here it turned out it was a pregnant groundhog, and because when we got the arrow out, all the embryo shit came out, and I was like, you know what? That's it. Don't want to do this anymore. Not for me. And that was it. I went on a couple of hunts, and even had shots at deers, but I just told the guys I didn't see any. I just didn't want to kill anything, and that's when I knew it was like, you know what? I'm not going to sit in a tree stand for 6 hours freezing my ass off when I'm not going to do anything. It's just dumb. That was the last time I ever went hunting. But I'm not judging anybody that does.
I spent quite a bit of time in Maryland, so I did something that I don't know if you guys ever do, but I used to spend time crabbing down the Chesapeake area, and you don't hear the crabs scream. It was much safer. There's a bridge. I don't know if you guys ever gone through it down the Chesapeake, but it's like a 5 mile long bridge. It's only like 2 lanes.
Mm-hmm.
Here I am as a kid going through this thing, and it's scary as shit.
Yep.
Going over that water. Also, because you were mentioning you were in Vegas when that shooting was happening. Do you guys remember the DC sniper?
Yeah.
Situation happened. I was.
I got a great DC sniper story. Go ahead, Rick.
No, I was just saying I was in Maryland around that time when that shit was going on. They were telling people not
The
to
night
I
was at a porcupine tree show on the November 2nd. I think they were called on November 8th. We were in Baltimore, which you had to get on 95 to go around. The night that I was at that show, I got arrested for DUI. I'm going to tell you something you never ever do. First of all, you don't drive drunk. But secondly, if you do drive drunk,
Wait a
and you
minute.
get pulled,
I got to take a note on this. What did you
Marty,
say?
please. I think you need. I got. This is a good one for you. I got
You should be a
hit
life
by.
coach, man, because I never heard of this before.
No, but it gets much better.
Doesn't matter what.
Don't drive drunk.
Oh.
But if you do drive drunk and you get pulled over by the state police, when you go to the police barracks and you're chained up there and you ask to take a piss, and they say, no, you're going to sit there until, and they start to piss you off. When you get up and they start doing your fingerprints and they can't get your fingerprint properly, don't say, what the fuck do you think I am, the Beltway sniper? Don't ever say that when you're in the state police barracks. You just don't do that.
Yeah,
That's what happened. I was sitting there and I had to piss really bad and they wouldn't let me take a piss. And they knew I had to piss and they knew I was about ready to piss myself. And they had just gotten an automatic fingerprint thing. And this was 2002, by the way. So almost 2 decades ago. They could not get my fingerprint to take. And I'm like, what the fuck do you think I am? The Beltway sniper or something? And the whole fucking entire office just got deadly silent. And this cop looks at me, he goes, you think that's fucking funny, boy? And I went, no, actually, you're right. That really wasn't funny at all. Can I just go take a piss, please? They made me sit there another 35 minutes before they let me take a piss.
Took notes.
There you go. In other words, don't be a fucking dumbass like I was, because that.
How do you spell don't? I'm still hung up on
What was step one again?
Here's how you spell it, Marty. JOWLS.
I've drove drunk or like buzzed a lot of times where I probably shouldn't have drove, but hey, but I don't do that anymore.
Don't anybody do it. I've spent
It's
way too goddamn much money.
Too expensive.
What's that? It's so expensive. $15,000 it cost me. Imagine how many fucking LPs and CDs and concerts I could have gone to with all that money.
Yep.
Yeah, I was lucky that I didn't start drinking until I was 30, and at that point I was wise enough to know.
You wised up.
I had a job that required that I have a driver's license.
Yep.
So
Your job keeps you in line a lot, but I think you're way smarter than I am. Most people
all
are.
the things you get drunk, and what are you going to do? You're out, you're drunk. I got to get fucking home. Back in those days, there wasn't Uber.
No Uber.
No.
But here's the thing, Marty. Serious question, because you're close to my age. Do you think you would have used Uber anyways, or would you have been brave muscling and gone, fuck it, I'm good. I'm only going a couple miles.
Yeah. But times have changed a lot. When my dad was a kid, he said, if the cops pulled you over,
they let you drive home.
They would take your beer and dump it and say, get the fuck home. I know your parents.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Or they would drive you home and drop you off. So at times,
I had that happen.
It's become such a lucrative business for the prison system in the states that they're going to make money.
Yeah, because you know what?
People shouldn't be driving around drunk. That's just common sense.
No, and you know what? There are systems they could put in cars that are very simple to operate. That if you've had any alcohol, you can't turn the car on.
Well, they do that.
But they don't want to.
If you've been busted a lot, you got to give your car a blow job. You have to blow before you can start.
I had to do that. It was called the breathalyzer. Yeah.
Yep.
But there are systems, ignition lock systems, that you don't even have to blow into now. It can sense the alcohol in your bloodstream through your skin contact with a thumbprint. But they don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. They want to make money.
Or whatever. Like, is there a way to get around it? Nothing's.
Have your friend blow the car.
I don't think you. I'm trying to remember back to that. I don't think you could have somebody else. It was calibrated to your lung capacity, something like that. I don't think you could get anybody else. Maybe I'm wrong.
Sounds like science.
It's science.
Yeah.
She blinded me with science.
Are you talking about like the breathalyzer things that you have to blow on to drive?
Yep, I had to do that.
Yeah, I had a coworker that did that. He actually went to prison for a DUI where he manslaughter.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
why you don't
shit.
drink and drive.
Yeah.
We got
that's-
one of those at work.
That's the worst part. Yeah, when you kill somebody drinking and driving, I couldn't have lived with that
That's
myself.
why
I would
you're
have.
lucky you got
I'd
busted.
have checked
I
out.
mean, granted, it costs you $15,000, but it's a very expensive lesson because you
Yeah.
could have killed somebody. Well, we all could have. I've drove Buzz a few times. I shouldn't have.
Yep.
And then you have,
I
to,
knew-
you have to live with that. That's the hard thing, you know.
Yeah, when I did AA for a while, I was in there with a guy that killed 3 people. All 3 people in his car died except for him. They burned to death. He got out. He was the drunk guy driving. I don't know how you live with something like that. He did 9 years, I think, for it.
I don't think I could.
I couldn't.
I don't think I could.
No.
He would talk about it. He would get up in front of people and talk about it. And you could just still see one of them was his girlfriend, his fiance, and you could still hear the pain in him 34 years later, you know? Brutal. Bad shit. But, again, the object lesson is here is if you are driving drunk and you get pulled over, don't say you're the Beltway sniper to the cops. They don't like that shit.
Noted.
Not funny.
I'll tell you what. I got pulled over 2 weeks ago,
Good job, Jake.
and
My job is done here tonight.
I got pulled over 2 weeks ago. I wasn't speeding. The cop came up to me. I rolled down the window. I said, "Why did you pull me over?" He's like, "This is not how this conversation is supposed to start." I said, "Dude,
Uh-oh.
I'm not speeding. Why did you pull me over?" Well, I went to pull out left into a 4-lane, 5-lane highway, and I realized when I pulled out, the truck that I pulled out in front of was coming too fast. So I stayed in the left-hand turn lane for a minute till this douchebag went by with the Trump flag flying in his back fucking truck.
Oh, God.
And then I merged into the lane to proceed, and you're not supposed to do that. I did not know that. He's like, "No, you pulled in, you used that lane to stop when a car went by."
It's a passing lane, right? And you're not supposed to use them to merge.
It's the left-hand turn or left or right.
Yeah, the middle lane, right.
Yeah, the middle lane. But I said, you know what? I did do that. I'm sorry. I said I pulled out. That guy in the red truck was coming too fucking fast. He's like, "Well, you're not supposed to do that." And he's like, "Listen," he said, "it's a $135 ticket and 2 points on your license. I don't want to fucking write you up for that, but tell your friends you're not supposed to do that." I'm like, "Done. Sorry." I said, "Sorry, I was a jerk, but I looked at when you pulled me over, your lights went on. I looked at my fucking speedometer, and I was not speeding." He's like, "Oh, no, you weren't speeding." I'm like, "No, I wasn't, because I saw you sitting there."
Yeah.
You're lucky. You're lucky. If he was an asshole cop, he probably would have fucking hit you anyway.
He was an older guy, so no, he wasn't.
That's cool.
I was gonna say, like, it's so easy to where things can go south if you just say the wrong thing. You know, like
Yep.
just whatever.
It's hard though, man. I mean, you know, everybody, the relationships between people and cops right now are all-time bad low, and it's hard to trust these guys, and you just don't know what their end goal is. But they have a tough job, man. They have a really tough job.
Well, you know what it is. Sometimes I look at them as they're the ones that let me know when my headlights out. Sometimes I legitimately don't know.
I've gotten fix-it tickets for fucking taillights out. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to see that, bro? I said, "I'll get it fixed." He's like, "Well, you need to take this into the courthouse and let them know you fixed it." I'm like, "Fucking thanks."
That's a pain in the ass. You get what, like 5 days or something?
Yeah. Cops are assholes.
I get to spend hours on the side of the road waiting for a mechanic to come fix my shit when I'm at work. You know, when they pull me over,
sucks.
and they'll pull me over for no reason. I've had them come to the window. I'm like, "What was I doing wrong?" And they're like, "Nothing. I just want to do a random inspection on your truck." And then they walk around the truck. They spend an hour looking at it until they can find something wrong with it, and then they shut me down until somebody can come out and fix it.
They're fishing, yeah, for something.
Jake, do you have to report in that you've been pulled over like that because of your hourly stuff?
I don't lose like pay or anything.
No.
I'm an hourly employee, so.
No, but you got to let them know you've been pulled over so you can't make a delivery or whatever.
Yeah. We're not like on that type of a schedule. We're on like 48 hour, 72 hours, something like that.
Oh, okay.
On when we tell people that we can get their dumpsters emptied.
Right. That's got to be frustrating as hell, though.
Oh yeah.
But
And
that's just the state trying to make money, dude. That's all that is.
that's exactly it. And half of them are just being dicks.
Yep.
You know, you're doing nothing wrong. I've been pulled over for doing nothing wrong, and they're like, "Oh, we just want to look at your truck." Like you're just being a fucking asshole right now. If I had something wrong with my truck, go ahead, pull me over. But if not, you know, let me be, leave me be. I've got shit to do.
Have you told them that? Sometimes they need to fucking hear that.
Yeah, I don't want to get pulled out of my truck and beat in the head.
No, it's not. I mean, I've been nice to cops. I've been short with cops, and the sheriff department typically will always write you if they're pulling you over, they're gonna fucking write you a ticket. State cop is a little different. State cop, I've talked to people that were in the fucking system, and they say there's a difference. There's sheriffs and there's state cops. The sheriff guys are the guys that don't pass an IQ test high enough to be a state cop.
Yeah,
So
right.
They're the ticket writers. The state cops are the guys that are typically the guys that have a little more of a overview, and they're more used for like crime scenes and shit. But I've been pulled over by state cops too. I've been given tickets by state cops, but they're typically nicer. In that store that I was telling you about that my parents owned, I ran the front. It was a convenience store, so I sold booze and beer and cigarettes and random grocery items. But the sheriff department came in, they were always like the fucking Napoleon, like they come in wearing their glasses looking like the fucking Terminator assholes.
Tough guys.
And I'd say hi to the sheriff guys and be like, that was about it. State cops would come in, I'm like, how you guys doing? Oh, I'm good. How you doing tonight? You know, they were more approachable, more intelligent. Where am I going with this? I don't know.
They had less to prove.
Yeah,
Opposite. If we get pulled over by a sheriff, then it's going to be a warning. If it's a highway patrol or a city cop, then they're going to fuck us over however they can.
Yeah.
Well, because they're looking to justify their stop, get
They're
money.
trying to make money. It's all money.
Yep.
The prison industrial complex, it makes money for the state. That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
And
There's
our
a
country
reason
is
why
the
people are
worst.
pissed at them.
Here in Utah, our liquor has to make money for the state.
Yep.
You know, we can't buy our liquor from anywhere but the state-owned stores.
Yep.
It's fucking bullshit. We can't. You know, when I was younger, the first time I went to a grocery store out of state or a convenience store out of state, it blew my mind seeing bottles of Jack Daniels right there in the gas station. I was like, what the fuck is this? What kind of lowbrow white trash place is this that they have?
Yeah, you go to the grocery store, I can buy tater tots and buy fucking Jim Beam if I want. That's all
I don't think you can do that in PA. Can you, Rick? You can't get hard liquor except at the state stores, right?
You still can't get hard liquor. I mean, they have beer. And
You can get beer and wine at grocery stores and convenience stores, and the malt liquor. You can get the malt liquor in the convenience stores too, like the Seagrams and the red apple cider and shit. You can't get like Jack Daniels or anything.
All liquor, all spirits you have to get at a fucking spirit store.
Right. You have to do that in Michigan or no? No, you don't there?
It's all mixed in here.
No shit. Wow.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up a bottle for tonight, and the line was too long. The place I usually go because they got the it's like 6 people at a time or something. It was something ridiculous. So the line was like literally out the door. I was like, I'm
no shit. Just goes to show you how wonderful the system is going right now. How, you know, with the lockdown shit, everybody's loading up on booze.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we can only buy beer from the grocery stores. And even then, it has to be 5% or less.
Oh, no shit.
Wow.
You can get.
They can sell, you know, the higher percentages. The state.
Yeah, you can get craft beer here. You can get up to 10%, I think, because you can get wine in the grocery stores. I think wine's like 14, but yeah, you can't get like Jack Daniels or any of the as Marty called the spirits. You can't get them anywhere else. And I'll tell you what, they only just did that with wine and beer in Pennsylvania. I think 2 years ago, Rick, or is it 3 now?
It was pretty recent. It was, yeah. I think it was
2 maybe.
not too long after this guy.
What's that?
Is that when they took them out of the grocery stores recently?
No, when they allowed them in.
Yeah, you couldn't even buy them.
Yeah, it used to be you could only get beer at a beer distributor or at a bar. You'd have to go in and buy a 6-pack at a bar, and you could, or cases. You couldn't. You know what I mean? That was the only place you could get beer.
Yeah,
wine you could only.
Go ahead.
I work in New Jersey, so
Wine-
I had to get my stuff through New Jersey. It was much easier. And then when
No shit.
I took that into PA.
Well, we used to always go down to Maryland because you could be 18 to get shit from Maryland back in my day. But, you know, we'd run down to the border because it's like 45 miles from here. We'd fucking Johnson's Liquor was right across the border from Pennsylvania. And they never carded anybody, man. I mean, you could walk in there and be 15 years old and look it, and they would never do a damn thing about
I
it.
remember when
You
I
know?
was in Pennsylvania a couple times in the late 90s. I was hanging out with the Relapse guys in Lancaster and then in Upper Darby when they moved to Upper Darby.
Yeah.
We had to go to a liquor and beer store. It was
Yep.
not, it was at that point, they weren't in the grocery stores yet.
No.
It was just like a separate store we had to go to go
Yeah.
beer.
The liquor or the beer and wine thing is really new. I'd say it's 2 years old at most, maybe 3. It blew my mind because I wasn't really paying attention to the news, and I walked into the grocery store one day and I looked to my left and there's all these cases of beer. I'm like, wait, what the fuck is that? You know?
Yeah, it happened around the same time they implemented that sugar tax. I don't know if you remember.
No, I don't remember that.
Right around the same time.
Sugar tax? What the fuck?
Yeah,
is
what
that?
the hell was that?
Well, okay. I don't know if it's specific to just Philly, but basically anything with added sugar or any sugar substance, soda, whatever, fruit drinks has an additional, and the tax is pretty stupid. It's like 70 cents to a bottle. It's, you know, so if you buy like a $2 or $3 bottle.
Wow.
Shit, I didn't know that.
Pretty heavy. That's why I was getting my shit in New Jersey.
Talk about cleaning the fuck
Pick up my
up.
shit, bring it here. You know, it was basically contraband at that point.
I wonder if Pennsylvania, you know, with your Amish population, is a lot like Utah with our Mormon, you know, population, where they kind of rule in our government here.
No, it's not. It's not like that. Pennsylvania is a pretty conservative place, other than Pittsburgh and, you know, the big cities, Pittsburgh and Scranton and maybe Philly. But the Amish don't have that much pull. Is that what you were saying, the Amish, or just the Mennonites?
That's what I was kind of, you know, getting at, because I know here in Utah it's the Mormons. They're pretty much our government.
No,
You know,
we don't have that. We don't have that high a population of Amish that they can overrule. You know, they don't have that much political power.
I was just wondering where you guys had those extreme, you know, alcohol laws, if that was the case.
I think it came from the fact that if you go back into the 1800s, William Penn was a Puritan. There were a lot of Puritans in Pennsylvania. And so, yeah, that probably affected the culture going forward. You know, Pennsylvania is a pretty conservative state, generally speaking. Like, if you looked at this past election, if you look at a Pennsylvania map, virtually all Pennsylvania, with the exception of 2 or 3 areas, is all red. It went all red to Trump.
The cities went blue.
But the big cities went all blue, exactly, yeah. But, and I would say that, you know, most of the government, Harrisburg, that even probably went red, but it's probably, it's close. The line's pretty close there. But, hey, somebody mentioned Spiral Architect a while back. Who said that?
I don't know.
Wasn't me.
Somebody said, do you guys ever hear that band, Spiral Architect? They have 1 album out.
I know of them. I've never heard them.
I saw that comment.
Somebody said something about Spiral Architect, and it's there's a band. It was a Norwegian sort of supergroup called Spiral Architect that had an album out called The Skeptic's Universe. Man, if you like technical fucking metal, that shit will make your fucking mind do somersaults. That shit is so fucking good.
Just the name sounds like it is something.
Oh, it's so damn good. I can't think of who all the guys are from the band. I'm not sure I would know who. I know they were in
that band for a minute.
Say what?
Michael Ammett, wasn't he in that band for a minute?
No, hang on.
That was Shred Boy, by the way, that mentioned
Was it Shred Boy? Okay.
mentioned him.
Um,
Yeah, it wasn't my time.
No one's commenting, so no one's probably watching.
We got 5 people watching.
I think because we haven't talked about metal in a while.
It's the way these go.
that's true. We did get off the track there. It's dudes from some of the guys are in Arcturus. You ever hear of Arcturus?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the guitar player was in Arcturus, and one guy was in Satyricon as a touring guitar player or something like that. Man, that fucking album is incredible. Arcturus is pretty cool too. That's Garm,
Yeah.
the dude from Ulver.
Yeah.
Well, he was on the first album. That was about it. Well, yeah.
Now he was on 2 of them. He was on La Masquerade Infernal
Yeah.
and the Sham Mirrors.
Yep. Was he on the?
And
Sham
he was on all. What's that?
Was he on the Sham Mirrors?
Yeah, for sure. Because I just listened to it the other day, and I was recommending it to somebody. He was actually on 3 because he was on all those demos, the Ad Aspera hymns or whatever, all the real black metal ones that are real black metal-y.
Angel 7-inch too, I think.
Yeah, yep, he was on that, and then he was replaced by Simon Hestus, I think, the dude from Demu.
Yeah, he was in Demo. He was in Borknagar too.
Wow, that's right, he was in Borknagar.
And Lamented
Actually,
Souls.
what do you think of Borknagar? What's your take on them, Marty? That first album's pretty incredible.
Oh, the first album rules. That's my favorite. And then the Archaic Chorus I really like.
But who's the main guy in that? Who's the main dude in that? The singer?
Not a Buckler fan.
Simon Hestus. Vortex is in that now. Borknagar? Yeah.
Yeah, but who was the guitar player? The main dude?
Jens Ryden.
Is he in another band? Was he in another major band back then?
Hold on. Let me look it up. Let me consult the Oracle.
Because I'm thinking there was another dude that was in Borknagar. His name, he had a band called Wintersorg.
That was the fuck was his name?
Yeah, what is his name? I have 2 Wintersorg albums. They're actually pretty good. And Swano wasn't in Borknagar, was he?
No.
Did he do production?
No.
Okay. I was thinking he was involved in that one.
Ornstein Brunn.
That's it. Was he in? He wasn't an Emperor, was he?
No. Vortex, Lars, Nordland, Bjorn, such and such. The guy that was a former member from Vortex was Wintersorg.
That's the dude.
Which I'm
he
sure
was a
was
singer.
a Christian name.
Yeah, he was a singer.
Yep.
That's good shit, though, man.
No, Borknagar, the first album is my favorite by that band. And I liked Archaic Chorus. I like parts of Quintessence. When they got back together with Vortex, I really liked Erd. And that was about it for me.
Yeah.
I like True
It's
North.
amazing. I mean,
Very different from the Departure. You know, they've gotten a lot more acoustical and melodic. And
I'm so drunk that I thought you guys were talking about Belphegor right now.
No.
I just barely realized
it's pretty close. Belphegor, Borknagar, yeah, what the fuck? Who knows?
We'll start with a B.
Fuck me. Right?
It's out, which is
I was
like,
like, this band's a fucking snooze fest. And then I realized you were talking about Borknagar. I'm like, oh.
Wait, which one was that, Rick?
well, Origin, it's basically, it's all like acoustic. There's no like metal in this whatsoever.
Oh, wow.
You know, Jacob, now's a good time to get in your car and go for a drive. Oh, wait.
Hang on.
Check your
notes. Check your notes. There you go. See, Jake, one of these days you're going to look back and go, you know that fucking old clown, that fucking Jowls Kiefer guy, that guy.
Jowls like a pair of bat wings.
We call him Jowsy. We call him Jowsy for short.
Jowsy, Big Jowserson.
Jowsy Jowserson. Oh yeah, good stuff. He told me once. He told me once. Don't drive drunk and don't tell cops you're the DC sniper.
That guy was so wise. I learned so much from that. He was like a wizard.
He's like a brilliant sage.
Magus Jeff.
What's that?
Magus Jeff.
Magus, the Magi. Yeah, good stuff. Anyway, if you really like technical, I wouldn't even call Spiral Architect black metal, but they got black tinges to them. Guys should check that out. That's a killer one. Rick, I think you'd love that one actually, and actually, Nick, I think you'd really like that a lot because you like Origin, right?
Yeah.
They remind me a little bit. There's a similarity there. I'd check them out. I think you'd dig them a lot. There's another one, Nick. Have you heard of Alkaloid?
I believe so.
It's one of the dudes from Obscura, Christian Munzer, whatever.
Okay.
It's him. It's Morian, the dude that sings for Dark Fortress, the singer. You know who that is? Morian?
Yeah.
And it's I don't know who the bass player is, and it's the drummer for Hannes. Fuck, he plays in, he's in Triptychon now.
Yeah.
Christian Hannes or something like that. Anyways, fucking amazing drummer. I think you'd like them a lot too. Really fucking super, super technical. Really, really, but melodic. Kind of black metal, death metal, a little bit of everything. Sometimes they even sound like Yes at times. I think you'd dig them a lot.
So I'm looking at the Spiral Architect, a Skeptic's Universe album cover, and wow, that's fucking really stupid.
Right.
Stupid.
Wait, what'd you say there?
The album cover is fucking
stupid. Album cover.
Yep.
Let me see.
Look at that shit.
It looks like you know what? It looks like a bear, doesn't it?
Looks like a fucking pixelated bunny.
What the fuck?
Stupid cover.
You know what? You're right. That is pretty goofy looking. I didn't realize it was that dumb looking.
Hey, we're so highbrow. We're highbrow and like super technical. And here's our stupid. We can't pay anybody to make a fucking cover. My 13-year-old sister made a cover on her computer. Check this out. It's a bunny.
It was on a very small label called Laser's Edge. You ever hear that?
No.
Nope.
The Laser's Edge label was like a very private label, a U.S. label, and the guy, I don't think he had a lot of money. Check a little bit of that out, though, dude. The musicianship-wise, it's ridiculous. But yeah, that cover's awful.
You know what that cover needed? A dude with a sword and some sweet boobies.
Ooh.
That's what the album cover needed. They would have tied it all together.
Do you guys have any album covers that are like, you know, the album cover is great, but the music, not so much?
No.
A lot of them.
I can't think of anything.
I can. What
the hell's that?
What is that?
What is that?
The new Baroness.
Oh, Baroness.
Yeah, you know what?
The production on this just kills it.
Dude, the production is awful, and so the songs aren't that great either, man. I like Baroness.
Yeah, the songs, you know, they played one of them live. They did like a quarantine, you know, jam session. And you watch the YouTube video, and the song is really good. But you listened to it on the album, and it fucking sucked.
Well, when I saw them, they headlined Decibel Fest last 2019, I guess it was. And man, they were not good live. And I've seen them open for Opeth. I've seen them headline. I've seen them at least a half dozen times. And I like the Blue album. I like the Red album a lot, and I love the Purple album. But that new album did nothing for me at all.
Yeah. Did you see him with Zeal and Ardor?
Not that I recall, no.
Another band on the show. But anyways, yeah.
I think every time I saw them, I think the one time that they did that Zealand was with them was on the Purple album tour, and I missed that one. I saw them on the Golden Green? Yeah, Golden Green. I saw them once.
Yellow and Green.
Yellow and Green, and I saw them twice on the Blue album and once on the Red album. They were always an opener on those tours. I think their Purple album was when they headlined, and that was when Zealand was out with them, and I didn't go.
My favorite album by those guys was the Blue Balls album. That was fucking sweet.
Blue Balls album.
You guys have that one? It's pretty sweet.
Yeah, the singer's a killer artist.
Oh, amazing. He does a lot of other bands' art too, man. He's amazing. John Bayer Disley.
There was
Purdy.
That's orange.
They're actually packaging and everything is always great, but this album was awful.
Yeah, actually, John lives in Philly, Rick, and I saw him at a couple different shows. When I was at Neurosis last time, I ran into him, talked to him real briefly. Nice dude, pretty cool guy. Marty, you aren't much of a Neurosis fan, are you?
I enjoy Neurosis.
Do you?
I think the last album I got by them was Times of Grace or For Every Coming Storm or something. Was that the name of it?
I Have the Storm.
I Have the Storm.
Guys, I can't keep my eyes open much longer. So,
Sissy.
Nick.
What is it? These young bucks just can't hang anymore.
Jesus Christ, they can't hang with us old cats.
Last night, so.
What do you call it?
Well, actually, you can leave. We can stay. You don't have to be on.
Yeah, well, then how do we end it?
It just ends when
When you wake up in the morning, turn it off.
Yeah.
And we'll still be here.
All right.
Calling you a sissy.
Do I hear something?
If you guys want to keep going, that's fine. I'm going to ditch.
Nicholas is a little girl.
All right, Nick.
Bye, buddy. See you, Nick.
See ya.
We can go over. Hey, wait. We can go over to my channel if you want.
All right.
All right.
Do that.
Want to do that?
Jacob, I don't have your
Facebook. I'm friends with you, Jacob Ewell, Ewell.
EWELL.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll send you a link here in a sec.
All right. Have fun.
See y'all later, man.
See you
Rick,
later.
are you in?
See ya.
Rick, are you in on this?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll send you a link via
Instagram.
Or Instagram. Well, Instagram.
Why don't you just get a fucking Facebook page like every other human on the planet?
I said I was going to do it, but on the Dreadful Minutes monitor. Maybe that's homework for tomorrow.
I'll figure it out.
Marty, send it to me. I'll send it to him.
All right, right on. I'll do that. Okay.
All right, that'll work.
See you
Later,
soon.
I'll see you on the other channel.
Cheers.